on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, revenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time. remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you were still the only one that
Onto the text here because there's no more sustain.
The feed is filled with Virtus Pro. The bears, they're feasting.
The timer is slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? Benny goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Hello everybody, welcome back to EMEA Ignite for Stage 2. We're starting to really get into the nitty-gritty action. It's going to be a great watch today. You can sort of sit back, enjoy some of the best region at play in Marvel Rivals. But for the players themselves, Tetra, they're probably thrown up into the bins right about now because today is a major game when it comes to qualifying for playoffs.
It's a major game when it comes to qualifying for playoffs and a major game about staying in Ignite full stop for this stage, because these are not only the qualifying games, these are also the elimination games. So half these teams will be absolutely ecstatic because no matter what, they'll have that buffer of even if they lose from here, they're in the playoffs, and the others are done for the entire stage. So the pressure is on.
No second chances. We have a little bit more details about what the teams are actually playing for as well, but we'll touch on that a bit beforehand. We have 16 teams, or at least had 16 teams, as we've sent already 4 of them home, I think, from the Sunday's games. We're about to send another 4 home today, so we're going to dwindle the numbers down to 8. But a brief look at the groups that we have been seeing for Ignite, some of which played really well in the last stage and re-qualified into this one by proxy. Some had to come through the Marvel Rivals Championship games to actually qualify for this event, and then the Open qualifiers as well. So it's an eclectic group of teams and organizations that really are playing for their lives at this point.
And already we talk about teams playing for their lives. The current EMEA champions, Citadel, from that Group A, are in the lower bracket, whereas Group B, we fairly unsurprisingly do see Virtus Pro, one of the best teams in EMEA ever, and Na'Vi, the current world champions, they sit in the upper bracket, while Faze, Alcadia, NJC and Vice are all currently fighting for those last spots.
Yeah, it pretty much is just a case of today you can join that group and then you're playing for seeding for the rest of this week, or you are completely done for the major event, which $1 million prize pool that's going to be on this main flagship event that we're seeing these teams for qualifying. But again, to sort of go over how these teams are playing through this, what teams are going to qualify for playoffs, how it's been set up, We have been running a GSL double elimination bracket for the 2 groups that we've seen, and playoffs is going to be pretty much the exact same setup as what you're seeing on screen. The main thing is looking on the bottom center left with the Paradox, OG Seed, Foot and Citadel playing for those 2 final spots to qualify for playoffs. We already know that Chopped and Insomnia GG are going to be going out of Group A. They're maybe playing for seeding and really giving themselves a good chance to avoid some of those bigger squads and finish top 3. But for today, it really is just win. That's the main focus for both times.
It is wild to think that the EMEA champions or the former all-business roster might not be going to these playoffs because one of them has to lose. One of them won't be going. On the other side, Paradox versus OG Seed. OG Seed have an almost entirely new roster. Paradox, an entirely new squad who have already impressed by taking down Foxhounds. They are still fighting for their lives as well at one of those last 2 spots. On the other side, in Group B, though, like we already said, it's a little bit more predictable.
Yeah, I think for sure. It is also a little bit cruel, like, you know, we sort of say we're going for playoff seeding's important because you have instances like where Foot and Citadel are both in the losers bracket, only one can continue on. Like, that's how seeding can be important, and putting a Foot wrong can just make your life a little bit more difficult. But here, yeah, I think that it's still like close games. I don't think there's any discernible favorites in any of these ones. But like Faze versus Alcadia, that's a great game. Players with a lot of experience that are trying to do a little bit better than they did in stage 1, for example. And then you've got Vice up against NJC, which should be a banger with a lot of players that maybe didn't have the experience for playing in Ignite with the new draft system in this kind of like level of play, that are really looking to see if they can actually go on and make playoffs for the first time, because there's a lot of new faces that are going to be there next week when it starts for EMEA.
There's a lot of new faces. Like you say, almost every roster went into Ignite from stage 1 unchanged. Went in completely changed. Virtus Pro is the only team that went completely untouched going in. Every other team made at least 1 change. But this is what the teams are fighting for. Not only are they fighting for those playoff spots, which of course will get them into the opportunity to fight for a spot in those global finals, which has now been officially announced will be in Atlanta at DreamHack, but they're also fighting for this, the $250,000 prize, with $70K of that going to first place.
Yeah, it's pretty much, what, $3 million prize pool total, a little bit over that across for Ignite. So, you know, the mainline share is going to be in Atlanta, like you said, but still, for doing well in EMEA, you've got teams like Citadel that we are going to see in play today that were the champions of stage 1 for EMEA, and we're going to see when we're going to see them actually play. And I think it's pretty much this first match, Tetra, that we're going to be seeing them go up against a Foot team that was also in playoffs last time as all business, at least the main core of this team were in. It feels almost cruel to send one of these 2 teams home, because I think that if we saw them switched around in brackets going up against some of these other teams, they would be firm favorites. But this game, it's going to be nerve-wracking for both teams.
It's actually the risk, obviously, of coming into Ignite with like new rosters versus a pre-made roster. But these 2, you can't even make that argument. If you look at Na'Vi, for an example, they had to re-qualify due to how the spots were laid out. Yeah. But these 2 teams, they both got the carryover spots. It's just how the dice have fallen and the incredible performance of the teams they've played against that have sent them into this position. But then you look at some of these other matchups. Alcadia and Faze, we've already talked about. That's going to be spectacular. OG Seed and Paradox, the new team versus a team that's been around but has always been hovering around the mid but slowly getting better every time. And then Vice, so much previous Ignite and just qualified Ignite potential versus NJC, who we know the least about out of basically every team here except for Paradox, but are really impressive despite using their lives as resources in the majority of their games, it seems. But the fact is, they're here, 1 series away from qualifying. But we start at the beginning, a very good place to start with that Citadel versus Foot matchup.
It should be a really good look-in, but also because we have seen 4 days of action, all of the teams play at least, well, twice so far from the 4 days that we saw last week. We have started to see the dust settle a little bit on like the meta and stuff too, and I mean, that's been the thing that either teams have lived or died by, frankly. So here it is always a look at Citadel Gaming, because they are the champions of EMEA Stage 1, and judging off the fact that Melio is in the team graphic and he wasn't before, he might actually be playing. He was the 7th player. They brought him in from Rad, that now Na'Vi roster, as a 7th player. he might be looking to play today, which he hasn't done so far.
Very interesting. They were talking beforehand about running it as a rotation roster where it's no such thing as a sub or a bench warmer. It is just rotate who plays. But of course, the first 2 series they played with Pokey. This time they are bringing in Melio. This will be our first time actually seeing him play in stage 2 outside of some of the qualifying games for Na'Vi.
Yeah, any team that has, because Na'Vi did the same when they lost Melio, they brought in 2 new duelists, so they have a 7-player roster, and it seems to be the general state of these teams is we're not doing it based on meta or types of map, it's just performance. Whoever seems to be the most confident and comfortable at that point, we're going to use. But also, I think in this case, Pokey and Tanuki are both quite young. I think they're both still doing college and education and stuff too. So there's always a chance of if there's a lot going on that you have a 7th to fill in as and when needed. But here, it does feel a little bit more of a case of our lives are on the line here. We need to make sure that if there's any aces up our sleeve that we might use them now. But they're going up against a Foot, which is almost a bit surprising that they're here, Tetra, because they looked very good in that elimination match, but it was more the fact that they got knocked to the losers bracket in that first round game against, was it OG Seed? Was it? It was certainly one of those not expected results, right?
It was definitely unexpected. A lot of people were looking at Foot as one of the favorites, not just to make it to the playoffs, but to potentially take one of those spots moving on in. You were correct that it's OG Seed that took them down to this stage. But this team has massively impressed so far, but they have had to really fight their way into this. But if you look at how these 2 teams compare, you actually see something a little bit different in the fact that obviously we know Citadel love to play that little aggressive backline style. They were really heavily leading on Captain America and Psylocke in the past. Now they've started leading in a bit more with Venom and Emma, for example. Whereas Foot, they have yet to win with Venom and Psylocke, but really heavily lead on Namor and Hulk. They're a much more stable backline, just push front to back team compared to Citadel, who love to rush at you. But into Namor, Groot, and Hulk, that can be more difficult. But it's the healers that I want to highlight here. The similarities between Ken and Znost. Incredibly similar hero pools, except Ken is happy to move over to that Adam to allow one of the duelists, if they're going triple strategist, to play something a little bit different instead of this hit scan hero, and also the fact that he does get taken down a little bit less and as such averages a little bit more healing.
For the picks as well, the protects that we're about to see, more focus has gone in onto the side of Citadel to keep the Adam Warlock in play. And both sides have just naturally, like a lot of teams, making sure that Mantis isn't really on the board, which is interesting. We've got some cool stuff to highlight as we go along looking at some of the other teams, but it really seemed that Mantis was the main thing to get out because Triple Strategist is really strong. They're very good at just basically running the show, which with other strategists they're attached to with how they can up the tempo. But in this case, you've got Invisible Woman protects on the side over on, it would be Foot, I think in this case, yeah. So it's 3 times that they've protected it, and then it's Luna and Ultron below that. So I think this is the game of not only how the strategists play themselves, Tetcha, but how it phases in the draft as well.
It absolutely does. Well, Faze comes later, but I get to the joke that's being made here. It very much comes down to these protections and these picks, but also the maps can be quite important as well. We've already started to see, and you pointed it out last time we were casting, where Citadel do have maps where they have historically had a bit of a harder time on. But if you look at so far, obviously, this is a low sample size, because we're just looking at Ignite Stage 2, aka 2 series so far. Foot have yet to lose on domination.
I mean, it feels at the very least then a free mapper could be on the cards. Both teams at least playing one. Citadel Gaming shocked and surprised by Chopped actually in that domination game in the sort of upper bracket on Saturday, right? So it did feel that they were a little bit behind on the gas from speaking to some of the players. It was just a lot of individual mistakes. But I remember us talking about, it felt the Citadel didn't know when they wanted to engage versus when they wanted to hold back. So they were kind of in these weird neutral fights, and it just allowed Chop to farm ults off of them and have big things like the Karmic Revival from an Adam Warlock. Here, though, we said the strategists are going to be the things to really keep an eye on. It's 4 already in the draft with a protection onto Invisible Woman by Foot, which, like I said, they've been doing quite a lot.
They very much seem to like that. It's been giving them some solid protection on these actual points. Their second most protected hero. just behind the Lunar Snow, who so far has not shown up yet, but there's still plenty of opportunity, and usually it does appear a little bit later. Whereas Citadel, they're going to be starting off with the Ultron, and this is what having that extra duelist does allow them to do. While they've been playing Ultron a little bit already, there's something that we already know, just how good Melio is on.
Because Citadel have not really been going for the Mantis themselves, it's almost a nice play for Foot to go for stuff like the Jeff. You know that Tanuki could be an absolute nightmare, but I also wonder really how much they know that this was going to be the game that Melio was coming in for Pokey, and what the reason for that might be. I guess you always have to have it in the back of your mind that a player like that could be used in big games like this, so you have to be prepared. The Venom ban is interesting too. You've got players like Enzo that are terrific on this character, a lot of dive-centric stuff happening, but you also banned out the Jeff, so you didn't have to worry about that team up either.
Jeff and Venom taken out, but of course the Venom Psylocke is something that Citadel have used from time to time, as well as the Cap Psylocke. The Venom does seem to be the more intimidating thing, as that backline dive strategy is something that has caused a lot of problems from Citadel in the past, whereas Foot, as already mentioned, they do like their front-to-back style, it seems a little bit more. There's a Luna Protect coming in from the side of Citadel. Foot, again, it's their most protected hero. Do they continue down that path, guarantee themselves both of those backline main strategies? No, they're going to protect themselves on one-sided Jeff.
Is that something that they played around with before? I don't think
No
so.
Jeff protects at all, first time.
And I don't know if they've had to show it that much, because like we said before, like there's been so much focus on like protecting Ultron, Luna, Invisible Woman, that yeah, I guess it's just going for something that allows that triple strategist. And more bans going in against them. It's just that Hulk at the end, it's a little bit more surprising. But when you sort of are focused on some of the duelist options taken out on one side, Hulk Namor as a team up is definitely something to deal with. And also, if Citadel are expected to go for more dive comps, which they typically do because you've got players like Polly on your roster, you're going to make it a living hell if they try to dive on you with those kind of characters.
It's the biggest lean for Foot. They actually really don't like dive, it seems, on their own side. Like, they've not really played stuff like a Psylocke, but they played it twice, but have yet to win with it. They played a little bit of Thor, but that just seems to be a preference. But when we look at what they've played and won with, they have 2-1 games on most heroes, except for Groot, which they played 3 times and they're 2-1. Hulk, which they played 3 times, which they're 2-1. Invisible Woman, which they played 3 times and they're 2-1. And of course, that Namor, which they played 2-1. The only character so far who they've achieved in every single game is Luna, which once again has been allowed through.
3,
It's the latest domination map to be in play of Celestial Husk. We've not seen Citadel Gaming play it in Ignite. I think we have seen it in third-party tournaments and the like. But it's a big game on their hands. 2 teams that you sort of expected to be being shoo-ins for playoffs, fighting for their lives here on the first map of domination.
And once again, we're seeing an extremely standard setup by Foot here. They're bringing in that Groot very standard setup for. Here's that Jeff for the second time. They very much seem to like that Winter Soldier as well. It's the 3rd time they've played it, but they've yet to win with it. Whereas Citadel, this is about as standard as you can get, but with the arrival of the Star-Lord, which has leapt up in priority recently.
You've got a lot of preferential characters in play. Laxao on the Groot, he was known for this, so he's happy to pull it out in a more brawly fashion. And then Polly on the Captain America on the other side. It is Tanuki that's the first elimination in the server, though Mutter getting the pick. And it's still contested. Citadel Gaming trying to go and fight this a little bit more, even dedicating the Rage of Ultron from Melio, who went down to like 1% HP. The numbers are even. It's 2 strategists that are out of the server that are going to be back in a second. But Citadel Gaming have turned this fight around just off the back of Melio's ult.
This is something Melio likes to do. He likes to pop the ult early because he knows he builds it so fast, and also because it is an ult you can burn to try and force cooldowns out of your opponent, that it's not the biggest sacrifice to lose when you really want to keep control of stuff like that Fate of Both Worlds or the Invisible Boundary, these bigger defensive ults. So Melio is the ability you can burn quite quickly, but he did burn it before anything was really available for Foot, so this was just for control, which they did proceed to get.
Alex was a little bit behind on the Fate of Both Worlds for Luna. Silent Seduction is going to be used, seeing what responses are going to be potentially coming out of Foot Esports, as they almost had all 6 of their ultimates, but the one player Acedo that didn't have it on hand as the Emma Frost is actually the one that goes down first. Foot Esports are going to be at least happy to have 6 ultimates to go in for this engagement, but that fight felt like it was over before it started.
Polly gets absolutely sniped. Demon showing the value of the Winter Soldier there with that crowd control, with that lockdown. And it's an immediate move out here to try and retake some control, to try and push up, take advantage of the fact that people are getting isolated. But Citadel Gaming, they had them pushed so far up that they're already almost back at 6 and reinforcing. Blaster Barrage from Tanuki from behind. They have the Galactic Legend if they want to try and capitalize on this, but another Rage of Ultron coming on in, but this time it is traded out for the fate of both worlds. Straggling Prison, coming on in from Blackstar, but it's deflected! He's bound in his own tether!
Oh, it's a real turnaround. For Esports forced to use the Fate of Both Worlds ult at first, so now they're going for the other strategist ultimates, and you can see Citadel Gaming holding onto some big ones. Freedom Charge not needed for Polly just yet, but it's the Galactic Legend I was watching for Tanuki. As soon as it was used, it's Jeff is attempted, but the lock-on is still good enough. He's basically waited out everything that Foot had as a security, something to help them survive the fight, and he's been able to clear off. The fight has happened and jumped indoors, and Polly is leading the charge with the ultimate to give some overhealth in, make it just rats flushing them out for Foot. There was pretty much everything. 11 ultimates used in that fight, Tetcher, but it was 2 really nice Rage of Ultrons from Melio that I think dictated where this was going.
What a debut so far on this new roster for Melio. Taking control. Enzo going to try and contest them through the portal, going to try and body block, but it's a little bit off the ground, so they can't just jump over and make their way to the point here, but they need to survive the initial engage to hold this. We've already lost Demon. Laxos dropped low, and they're all just completely surrounded. Here comes the Psionic Seduction to punish everyone who comes through that portal. Blaxos trying to tank it, but Rage of Ultron will take out the puny flesh bag.
It seems to be working perfectly for Citadel Gaming, just looking a lot sharper and more succinct, I think, than they did up against Chopped. But I have questions. I think one of the things that I've generally been told is a hard and fast rule. By the way, Enzo not been eliminated. In fact, 4 players from Citadel Gaming have not gone down once. None of the strategists have died. That's difficult for Foot to deal with, just flat out.
This is what we're talking about. This is why you will see Ken actually having a slightly higher healing per time KO'd in the stat that we looked at earlier, because they are constantly staying up and being able to play defensively, and this is obviously the synergy that Alex and Ken have built up together as well. But also something else that we can talk about here, while we are seeing an adaptation, Melio moving over to the Adam Warlock, when we have been seeing the Jeff, one of the characters we see often picked to try and deal with it is that Ultron, because you can see them from above, track them once they go for the ultimate, and the Zephyr Array being a hit scan that does pretty solid damage, you can actually burst through Jeff before they get away and get the environmental KO.
Oh, preemptive, yeah. The Doctor Strange was also something that Enzo switched to, and you gotta appreciate it, really. So many teams, like when they've won a first point so well, are not going to make an adaptation, especially playing around a Strange portal when there's such a long cooldown on it. You want to save it for a rainy day, but no, Citadel Gaming went for something that clearly Foot Esports weren't expecting, and they just get the point pretty much for free off the back of a nice set play.
Yep, already acquired. They already have control. They built some ultimate there for Melio, who was basically on 0 ultimate, so he's already starting to build back up on this new Adam Warlock, preparing for the next engage by Foot. But Demon, 89% towards crack and impact. Reset City could be devastating, especially if everyone does end up grouped up for a Karmic Revival, perhaps.
And Closer does have a Fate of Both Worlds again. One of the things I was going to say before is typically you want to try and hold on to your ultimate as long as possible. So the fact that that last fight, Fate of Both Worlds, was forced out from Closer instantly just really set Citadel Gaming up to go for the lethal play straight afterwards. So now it's what's going to be the ultimate that's used first. It's the Strangler Prison that's going to force out the Lunar ultimate on the other side, but still through all of that healing per second, Demon with the Kraken Impact combination is enough to break that breakpoint and make numbers favored for Foot Esports.
No more resets. Everyone else is able to play nice and defensively, but Melio will fall just outside of that reset territory, so no more Kraken Impacts for Demon, but it's enough to try and take control. Demon gets Alex as well. Polly falls, and Foot will get the flip at 55%.
Even a point where Melio does get the Karmic Revival. He's been stalled out just a little bit more. Really is just going to buy 5 to 10%. This is a long stagger as well. It's hard to just jump off of the map, but Melio's... It doesn't benefit him staying here. If he didn't have his ult, it would have been fine because he could farm up a good amount from taking those engagements, but because he had it already, all he was doing is actually feeding Closer, and not Zenost in this case, but feeding Closer more ult charge from the healing that the damage has been done to.
It's an interesting setup here, going for that. He was actually just attempting to believe that his damage output would actually burst through, but that Guardian barrier from Xenos was able to keep closer up, and therefore the trade did not work out. There was a logic there. You just got to question whether it is worth it when you build ultimates and, of course, staggered yourself.
I mean, sometimes you do need to be like, nah, I'm him, I'm better. When it's 1 versus 6.
1v5, built different.
Yeah.
1v6.
But Foot have actually sort of even up the score progression-wise at the very least, but it feels, again, just consolidating ultimates, waiting for the big fight, and waiting to see which one is forced out first. Foot Esports may be forced to use the invisible barrier earlier. Doesn't matter too much when the picks are actually still going in their direction. And now Tanuki bringing out this. Oh, with the Camera Revival, it's more of a judo throw to try and turn this fight back into their favor, but they're still losing people. Is it enough in the window of the Camera Revival? No. People are going down in the elimination feed and they're not being brought back.
Polly getting dropped a little bit low, but is able to get out of there. But there's no healing because Alex is too busy getting taken down. Polly is just forced to run off and escape. It's a hold for Foot right now. Melio's moved away from the Adam back onto the Ultron to try and just contest this. But once again, you're up against the hit scan of Monk. You're up against that tainted voltage from Demon that could knock you out the sky. Gotta be careful on this.
There's no portal play. Oh, just in time. Enzo knowing the numbers perfectly. And pretty much she top decked it to an extent. Just got it on hand. Touches the point to at least force it to overtime, and it has pulled so much of the attention away. They see the portal on his defense for esports to go, we need to go and fight that, but it pulled people away and it allowed Polly some space to actually get the eliminations. Looks like Citadel are going to win this fight.
They absolutely will. They're going to take the flip here at 57% to 99. So they now need to hold this with only one ult really in play, and that is that freedom charge. But of course, that is essentially a normal, you'd say third, but in this case, fourth strategist ultimate for this composition. They have so much sustain, and that should give them enough time to hold for Galactic Legend, Eye of Agamotto, and then potentially Invisible Barrier. But on the other side, Kraken Impact 68%, Invisible Barrier 69%. Here comes the Silent Seduction as well, which will shut down the opportunity for that Eye of Agamotto as long as they're able to be kept in it. But Monk will be the first to fall, even through the ultimate. Tanuki gets them with that extra setup from the Blaster Barrage, and they're pushing on through now in that 6v5. No, make it a 5v5.
It's been pulled back numbers-wise, but the invisible barrier has been used pretty much in the choke before you can get to the point. Now it's 99% pretty much on both sides, so overtime is going to be touch. But Citadel Gaming not having the portal play for Strange anymore. They just have to sort of fight it out on this point. They've moved away from the Adam Warlocks, so those Resurrects are not going to be handy, and you've lost one of your main supports. The strategist of Ken and Alex are both down, so it's pretty much holding on to whatever you can. Melio and Tanuki, birds in the sky hoping to shoot down, but they have to keep themselves touching onto the point. Tanuki is finding a lot though. We see the end song Inferno used from Monk Mutter as an attempt to try to clear people off the point, but somehow with no strategists alive other than Melio on the point, Citadel Gaming are holding their own.
They're holding on, but it's by the slitherest of healths. But they sustain on through. Rage of Ultron and Galactic Legend, both the aerial assault is too much for Foot to deal with. Citadel hold control. They're able to keep Phoenix off the point, and they take the 2-0, taking map number 1.
It was more close than Citadel would be comfortable for, but I think taking a 2-0 on domination against the team that has won all of their domination maps so far with Foot is at least a good place to start. Both these teams have been together for quite some time, made a couple of roster changes here or there, and considering how well the first point went for Citadel, that second point they definitely were left sweating a lot more. Good fight back from Foot, but just not enough.
They tried to contest a little bit more differently, like they moved over to the Adam Warlock. They knew this point was a bit harder for Jeff to get more value on, so they figured Adam would be a sensible choice, but it was the move over to that Winter Soldier and Phoenix, very importantly, that suddenly they realized, oh, we have to go back to Ultron, because that Adam just could not hold any position. They got good damage output, but the second he was alone, he was massively staggered and was unable to really contest. But then you compared that to the amount of effort that was having to be put in from the Winter Soldier and the Phoenix on the ground, giving a lot more freedom over to Melio in the air, as well as with keeping Tanuki nice and healthy.
Yeah, it was nice to see the adjustment. You know, triple strategist is going to be a thing that we constantly talk about, and then everybody might be like, this doesn't seem ideal, but there is room to make 2-2-2 work quite a lot, certainly when you've got these drafts in play to make some of those triple strategists characters that are more well known, and like Mantis and stuff, to be less of a candidate. This ultimate though from Tanuki, I think, was really the turning point to stop this from going to a third point of Celestial Husk, really. So whilst we did have a lot to highlight from Melio, some really good ultimates with the Rage of Ultron, it was the other duelist that I think did really put a dampener on Foot's spirits at the end of that map.
Oh, 100%. Tanuki was the one who brought it round, but it really came down to which team had the ultimates in that fight. It actually just came down to the timing. Citadel just got those two in that last fight, and Foot had nothing left. They'd burned it earlier to get to the point because of the amount of to try and stop Citadel getting to the point after they'd already flipped control. It was an intense matchup, but it came down to just having those cooldowns quicker, and of course no one being available on the side of Foot who could do anything about it. You can see Emma in that last clip is just trying to spray at the sky to deal with Tanuki to stop this from happening, but there's only so much she can do. There's also only so much we can do because the players have to go very quickly get set up for the next game, so we will head to a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue doing what we can do by bringing you game number 2 of this best of 3 series.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
That was close. That was extremely close. We just saw Citadel, the current EMEA champions, who have found themselves in the lower bracket, currently mirroring a team that they beat last stage in the form of Virtus Pro, to actually find themselves in this position where you're starting to get a little worried. But after a very close, intense match, they do find themselves 1-0 up versus Foot.
Yeah, it was a little bit scary, I think, in places for sure. Like Citadel making proactive changes to what characters that they were playing, going for the Doctor Strange portal play at the beginning and moving over to the Adam Warlock, but there was the right kind of adjustments for the likes of Zenost and the rest of this esports team. Now it's their choice of map and side, because the first map is always domination and it's basically randomized which one we're going to be getting. But now, judging off the music, it's it's not Midtown because we don't have the super operatic singing, but we go pretty close by to Central Park.
We're heading into Central Park, a convergence-based map. This is where heroes like Doctor Strange immediately rise in priority because they are able to portal back in. But Doctor Strange, of course, becomes extremely valuable on every map where there is a card. In this case, teleporting back to the central courtyard to actually hold that first point is extremely viable for the defenders. But on other maps, for example, spawn hold becomes a thing. We don't have to worry about that here, even though the spawn does actually only have 2 doors and is actually very easy to contain. There's very little cover when you do. So if anyone gets past you, they can just make it to the point and you're in serious trouble.
I've also been practicing something over these last couple of days, Tetcha. I've been trying to like read the draft when it, you know, switches to the sides that the bands are on and stuff. I've got better at that because usually I have to like watch back VODs if I'm looking at the draft at this and sort of like, okay, what order is it in and stuff. But so far, not too surprising and not too different, I think, from how the draft started on Celestial Husk here. The main thing is going to be that Protective Emma Frost for Citadel Gaming.
The Emma Frost Protect is going to be a little bit more unique. If we have a look, so far they've only protected her twice up to now. But they have won every time they have protected her, so they seem to know what they're doing here. But also Foot, they're going to respond with something a little bit different as well. It's time to go a little bit more aggro. They have banned out Jeff, Ultron, and Adam, but Mantis has been let through. This is risky. Mantis has one of the highest ban rates in the entirety of Ignite Stage 2 across multiple regions, and so far, up until this game, Foot have banned it every single match. And they can't this time.
Yeah, it's actually Citadel have spotted it, protecting the Mantis, and I guess it was a little case of double bluff attempted, right? Like Citadel Gaming haven't really shown too much priority for Mantis, so maybe you could just not include it in the draft and it's not going to be banned out. But instead, no, Citadel like, well, we'll use this as a good opportunity to actually get some time on the character. Thank you very much. The only team that has been consistently letting through Mantis in a draft was Team Peps. And you can ask them how that went, because they went out 0-2 pretty much from all of their games. She's just such a strong character that you can't not respect that.
Shout out to Team Peps, by the way. Currently, up to this point, Slowpo holds the record for the most KOs and most final hits out of any player in Ignite Stage 2 for EMEA. So just a quick shout out to them while they are obviously out. It is just still a cool stat to have. Currently, that's going to be that Hulk taken out once again. Citadel, they've done their research. They know the way that Foot like to lean.
And more of a change, because Foot before, they took out the Jeff and stopped the Mantis from being in play for Citadel, but then went for the Venom and the Torch, went for more like making sure that Tanuki doesn't get the Torch, which he has available now, and making sure that Polly doesn't get the Venom, which he has now. So it is a little bit of like pick your poison. Instead, they've wanted to really nail down. Taking out the Luna, I think, is good because she's not only amazing at 2-2-2, maybe the only sole option that you almost need every single time for 2-2-2. She does sit very nicely in that triple strategist, and you don't have to worry about Loki just copying it all over and over again as much.
Very true. We start to get a little bit less viable on those clones there. While you can still copy Mantis, that ultimate is definitely not one of her highlights when we talk about the character. We talk about the damage output, the damage boosting for your team. The healing output's pretty okay. And of course, the team up is extremely viable in terms of, especially with the Loki. We have damage boost lamps available now.
It's a scary old thing. And there's no Ultron, at least, to play this time for Citadel Gaming, so that combo's not going to be in play. But what else do you have to worry about? It is going to be an attacking side choice for Foot Esports first. Citadel Gaming sitting back on the defense, just trading out some damage to farm up whatever ultimates they can. But it's basically biding their time, waiting for this to come in before Polly leaps down and goes for the dive.
little bit of harass, immediately swing out. You don't want to get caught out by someone like an Emma. You're trying to force out that diamond form and then swing away. Black Owl on that Groot, one of their top characters, as we already mentioned in the last series. And look at this hit and run strategy for Polly, building up ultimate charge, creating a little bit of disruption, slowing the assault step by step. In the meantime, Tanuki, damage boosted in the sky, is just taking some damage, but has beautiful cover here, constantly has that life blossom on, and is just being topped up, and is already 70% of the way to ultimate.
He's just chipping away, but you can see that Monk Mutter on the Phoenix is getting a couple of good hits in with just the primary fire. Explosive damage has to be respected, and so does the hook the Demon's going to have. Polly has kind of had free reign to go for these dives. Tanuki is pretty low HP, and it's going to be an invisible boundary forced out instantly from Alex, who then goes down to Demon, actually, who clears them out just with the shots. I don't know if it was a hook that went in, but of course, as soon as he takes out Alex in that fight, the invisible boundary goes straight down, and Foot seemed to have the point. Alex has to actually switch over to Strange to maybe contest.
Nost pulling the trigger to mirror that, forcing the engage and allowing the team to step up finally. Alex, like you say, forcing out the portal, going to get immediately caught in the Carbon Crush. Close on with the fate of both worlds. Ken is going to be mirroring the Mantis clone, but Kraken impact from Demon. Reset 2, taking out Enter with the simple shots. Will get taken down though. The Supernova is still going. This was over, but they're still holding. But finally, we're seeing members start to trickle down, and Polly is buying just as much time as they can right now. I don't know if he can hold this long enough for the rest of the team to come in. He keeps stepping off the point as well. But the portal, come back in, the Green Lanterns. We arrive back in time. And Ken, the savior, is holding this point, but Polly is still standing tall.
Tanuki's just been bombarding him all the way through, but not only is the support hit, but Melio with the Soul Resurgence means that this is more of a counter-attack. You've got Monk Mutter switching over to Strange himself to go for a portal play. How on earth did Citadel Gaming hold on to that? That seemed to be done and dusted. It was like a 2v5, I think, on the point, before Tanuki and Polly used their ultimates in that dedication. This fight started off with an invisible boundary from Zenost, and it's still going on at this point. It's still, though, Citadel Gaming holding on by a whisker.
They're still holding Polly with the delay, allowing Ken to get in there with the regeneration domain, has allowed them to hold onto this fire thread. Here comes that silent seduction, but it's enough to take down Melio. Invisible boundary, not keeping the team up. Polly is just trying to keep them zoned at this point to buy time, but swings back in for their team, gets in the last couple seconds of that invisible boundary to keep the team up. God of Thunder, Black's now on the board. It's diving to the high ground, forcing out the regeneration domain. The Thor versus Loki eternal battle has engaged onto the low ground as they force them out of position. Ken forced down. Here comes the clone. Feast from the abyss to set up, and Nost is popped, but Black's out, takes out Tanuki.
It's trading, but it's a whole battle and brawl on the point. You've got Enzo on the Captain America using the Freedom Charge, and then Polly on the Venom. It's a bit like Freaky Friday. Everything's switching around on what characters they typically play, but it's working. You aren't going to knock it too much. Ken's gone down, so is Melio. So it's just the one strategist of Alex left alive to keep this contested. It's not really too much for Polly to work with, but he's able to get that E activated in time. That overhealth is going to keep him going, and you can see that eventually Tanuki and Enzo are going to go down, and eventually they take that first point.
Blackcell survived being alone on that point for a bit, just pulling a Polly from earlier, was able to delay, escape, re-wrap around with the team, and then set up for the pickup onto Melio, setting them up for that first point push. But so much time was eaten there. 2 minutes and 17 seconds left, but they're sticking with the Thorn, going hyper-aggressive. Foot, who haven't shown much dive potential, show that once again, they do know how to play this Thorn, they do know how to play the Venom, and they're happy to do it if the game needs it.
And ends up having to switch on to the Emma Frost, just sort of wanting to keep on one character, and it's so good on this point, certainly when a payload starts moving, to just keep contesting it. So Resurgence means Citadel Gaming want to try and take this fight quite deep. They don't want to let Foot Esports try to get into position and then go for this aggression with the ultimates, and it's forcing out a good portion of stuff. Beast of the Abyss is going to be used on both sides, but an elimination coming in for Polly, none for Foot, but that kill feed is filling up with a lot of Foot Esports players as Citadel Gaming seem to have control of this. But just as I say that, it seems to be trading either side again.
Nuki goes down. Nos is actually knocked off the side somehow, but Citadel Gaming, they have held enough, and Tanuki's decided that, well, he's being targeted on the torch. He was able to do pretty well on the Flyer. Melio, sorry, was able to do pretty well on the Flyer last game against the Winter Soldier and the Phoenix. We'll have a quick pause here, but that thought is the straw that broke the camel's back here. Being able to dive up, and now with that lightning domain preventing flight in the area, Tanuki's decided that it's a little bit more viable in this case to go for a Phoenix of their own. This is someone who, of course, has a quick dash teleport to get out of danger if they're being dived into melee. They have a short stun to try and prevent stuff as well, and of course they can burst through bonus health, something which is the main survivability when it comes to Thorn.
Timeout requested once we know a little bit more details as to why. It might be, you know, lag, spike happening. One player's crashed, so we're just going to wait for them to come back in. And so it provides a little bit of respite, I suppose, for us there. You've got 4 esports that took that fight very quickly. So it was off the back of a invisible boundary. So it was probably like a minute of fighting, and then they were able to go in. And then it would have been pretty much till overtime. Oh, we're back in it already. So
very quick load.
Yeah, 1 minute and 10 on the clock for esports to try and push this as far as they possibly can. And so far they have the ultimate advantage, so might want to try and pick up this fight quickly.
They're making their way in, and like you say, potentially look for an opening. But what's the follow-up right now? They have the Phoenix with that Ensom Inferno, but what's following up? Kraken Impact's not ready. Straggling Prison not ready. All they really have right now is a potential damage boost from Luna or an invisible boundary, which would just make sure they sustain on through. Whereas Citadel, they're already going for a clone here. Ken with the invisible boundary, Ensom with the silent seduction is going to try and lock down onto the backline to set them up to prevent any group up. But here comes that fate of both worlds. Ensom Inferno has to be burned into the backline directly onto the head of Melio, and they're able to hold on the line, on the point, but Tanuki is in there with the melee combo with the Ensom Inferno of their own, but once they respawn, they're in serious danger, getting targeted, but they get away. It's closer. Who falls?
Ooh, it's close. Tyson Nost, I think, wanted to try and hold on for the invisible boundary, so that's at least been forced out. Seems to Citadel Gaming, that was the hope for them, because now 10 seconds left, overtime to fight for this final bit of checkpoint on the second part of the map. Seems to be the main thing to gun for. Strangling Prison isn't going to allow Citadel Gaming to try and disengage completely. They were a couple players down, and they wanted to try and group up before they take this fight and take it as soon as they can. But the preemptive approach and the strike from FUT Esports have still given them player advantages, and now portal play is required from Enzo, who also goes down.
The backline, though, is absolutely consumed. Polly may have just once again saved this round for Citadel, taking out all of the strategists. The healing is gone.
God.
The backline is gone. The front line is gone. And the portal cannot reach Polly. If they don't get MVP this game, then something crazy is about to happen in this second round.
Just on a character that it's not that he wasn't known for playing Venom before, he had done, but back on this team, you've got the likes of Enzo that was mainly the Venom player way back when. The controller Vanguard was the one that would typically move over to those characters when it seemed appropriate. And Polly would be on the Captain America, but we have seen a swap around. But that's what Enzo said in the interview last week, if you remember, that they wanted to be more flexible and adaptable as a team and not go, oh, I'm sort of like the main Vanguard player. I play Magneto. I don't play Emma Frost. I don't play Captain America. I play Strange and stuff. It seems at Citadel like we need to play everything because Lord knows what the meta is going to be like.
And so far, it has been paying off for them, but they still find themselves in that lower bracket. If we actually have a look at what they've played, they have a very wide hero pool, like you have said. They've definitely been working on that, but they still lean pretty heavily in one direction. They actually play a lot of multiple heroes in each series. They'll happily swap mid-series. So, for example, they've got 4 Adam Warlock games that they have showed up in, but they've actually been doing that in the same games that they've been playing the Ultron and playing Jeff and stuff like that. They're happy to rotate based on situation, attack or defend, or even different maps in domination.
You want to shout out Isidore? Currently MVPing for his team, 22-2, and I think a bunch of that was on the Ember Frost, but a little bit of Captain America, if I remember correctly. A player that when I was talking about, like, who are the players in EMEA that have glowed up so much since stage 1, Isidor's name was mentioned. He just seems to be a player that's really found his footing on this new, like, FUT Esports roster. And it's hard tanks to follow up on what used to be on that all business team too, and he seems to be fitting like a glove for this whole squad.
A nice deep
We're looking at Citadel going hyper-aggressive here. They've got damage boost from Alex, who's moved over to the Mantis, and Tanuki bringing out the Storm for the 3rd time for Citadel. So far, every time they have played Storm, they have won. And they are choose to the fact that they were able to hold foot for so long, that if they play a little bit more aggressively, there's a chance that they could just snowball and take that early point quick and maximize time to make sure that they can try and push that 2nd point.
For esports, playing with the idea of triple strategist over on Celestial Husk, but since they lost that 1st point, it's pretty much been 2-2 all the way. They sort of know where their bread is buttered, and when you've got Demon being able to get these hooks, it's been one of the main things that's allowed these fights to start off well for FUT Esports. But is it good enough to end these fights, or certainly start contesting the objective? Because pretty much all of the players from FUT have been pushed off of it. Everybody's still up until now, and the invisible boundary was the thing that they were holding on to, but they were a player down already.
The choke point's not ideal for them, especially with Polly on that Groot. Ends up with the side introduction. Here comes the culling turret, but it does so much damage. It's finally going to get picked off nice and quickly. Straggling Prison in the choke point. Fate of both worlds cannot hold, cannot sustain. Omega Hurricane is enough to blast everyone inside. The portal comes out because that's all that's left, but this is exactly what Citadel wanted. They wanted to snowball. They wanted to pick it up quick, and now instead of the 2 minutes and 20 that FUT had, they have 4 minutes 50. They have double the time that FUT had.
And they're enough double, and they also have got that final judgment from Melio's Punisher in the back pocket. So now that you actually have FUT Esports stuck in the old spawns, they're pretty much in no man's land. This is a horrible reset to run into. This could be it for FUT Esports, not only just on this map, but their time in Ignite full stop if they're not careful.
This is exactly what Citadel wanted. They're staggering. The car is continuing to move, currently uncontested. No one's even touching it. This is exactly what they need to do. The group walls are proving to be so much of an issue. But are finally starting to regroup. They're starting to get back in here, but Groot is keeping them isolated. Here comes Silent Seduction. Final Judgment makes you crowd control immune. And the damage output forces Emma to back up mid. Ult takes out Black Sal. Targeting onto Emma. Isidore falls. And Radagasta, the squirrel god, is creeping further and further. And talking further to try and buy some time. But no, they're not on the point because they're in the ultimate. And that is GG. Citadel take the 2-0.
This was maybe one of those nervous qualifying elimination matches that we were looking at today for Citadel Gaming. Our EMEA champions for stage 1, at least still in the tournament, but it did require a good amount of work to take out a strong playoffs orientated team of FUT Esports. But certainly though, like the control map that we saw, and then this one, Citadel Gaming, looking like they're not going to make any more mistakes.
They really did. I mean, locked in is the term we have used for it. We've thrown around a couple times, but this was absolutely Citadel on attack. They knew exactly what the win condition was, and it was speed. They slowed down FUT so much, but FUT had still got a lot of distance. How do you get over that? You can either attrition and risk not doing it in time, or you rush. You literally go as fast as you can. You interrupt, you prevent respawns, you catch people as they try to contest, you hold very far up to force FUT to fight on your terms, and it worked perfectly. Chef's kiss, beautifully executed final round Citadel.
Seems that the stress of potential elimination wasn't really too much to worry about today. Really gives you a good question about how good that Chop team is, I suppose, when that series was as close as it was. But here, you know, you have to give FUT Esports their flowers. It was nice to see this team picked up by an org that I've adored from their time in previous games. It's a shame that that tenure is as short as it is, because it was a good squad that they picked up. I think it was just they shouldn't have lost to OG Seed, all things considered. They were the favourites there. But then you're also not expecting Citadel Gaming to lose and be knocked down to the elimination bracket that early either. So, unfortunately, I think the bracket just kind of gave you too hard of a time for FUT Esports. And you're just flat out unlucky in that case.
Really does seem to be the case. They will have to wait until next year. If we get another season of Ignite, then they'll have to try and make their way back, because they did impress. They really did take Citadel to the limit multiple times there, but the double damage boost Punisher was just overwhelming. While FUT, we will say a commiserating goodbye. Citadel continue their journey to try and retake their title, and to do so, they have qualified for the playoffs.
Yeah, not in the fashion that we expected them to, but
They're there.
Yeah, they're across the board. And with games like this, one of the things that Virtus Pro said when they got knocked to the losers bracket in stage 1, but also from speaking to some of the players from Citadel, they're like, we would rather lose now against a team like Chopped than when it really starts to matter. Like, they still have a lifeline going down to the elimination bracket, so it really does feel that they've sort of looked at what issues they ran into. Granted, we still saw some of them today, it's not completely fixed, but it does feel that this is a lot more streamlined for Citadel Gaming. And also, Melio, maybe you wanted to save using him to a little bit later in the tournament, maybe for playoffs, but they used him at the right time, and I don't think FUT could really keep a hold of him.
It works. It works beautifully, and quite frankly, there's also the factor that this is a meme, but the fact is there is a little bit of evidence behind this. The lower bracket buff. Now Citadel get to play more games, which means
And for
even more
Citadel
warm-up,
too, yeah.
even more practice, even more build-up towards the even more opportunity to work out this meta and to try both of all three of their duelists. So this is working out in their favor at least a little bit, but obviously it just means you are in more danger because one slip-up does eliminate you.
It for sure does, and it's one of those ones too that I think the other teams that have already got their position in playoffs, or the ones that are fighting for playoffs today, are going to be looking at the fact of like, okay, Melio's in play. We can take a look from that, because I don't think any team would really know what to do or when that change would have come in. So now that they've seen it in action, they might be thinking, okay, we know what they might do or what they're looking to do in playoffs further along, even at Atlanta, if they wanted to leave it that late.
Yeah. They've got more options now. They have more data. Data is obviously so important. It's part of our jobs here as casters to just make sure there's much data, but our spreadsheets are probably paltry in compared to some of these teams who actually have like hired professional analysts and coaches whose job it is to just look at everything everyone plays, come in and say, they do this, 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 and this is why. It's got to be fascinating to see.
Yeah, you've got Moxie that's literally tallying up all of the heroes sat there right now going like, okay, Emma, Ultron, nice, that's different, that's new. Hopefully we'll have an interview. I hope we get Melio for an interview if there's a chance there for Citadel, because I think there's a lot to talk about. We have had some amazing like in the break content with the interview from Vodable with Melio and why he moved over to the Citadel Gaming roster and didn't stay with Na'Vi and stuff, despite Na'Vi being world champions from the mid-season finals. It's be nice to sort of hear why now and what is this sort of what they expected from today, because there were a couple of moments, certainly on Celestial Husk, that we were left a bit like they sort of fallen to their own volition here. They made a choice and they made that bed and slept in it.
I can't say much. We have an interview with Melio. Never mind. I will shut down what I'm going to say and save it for later. So, everybody, you've been seeing him on your screens pretty consistently thanks to that Vodable interview, but please welcome Melio. Well, hello. A pretty solid debut on Citadel. How is the first official match with this roster?
I mean, I think it's really fun playing with these guys. They have a really high level of energy when I play with them, way more than any other team I've been on before. The energy is kept high and the comms are like almost yelling all of the time. It's kind of fun.
I think the biggest question is, why are you playing today? Because you were on the sidelines watching with everybody else when they played up against Chopped last week to get knocked down to the elimination bracket. Was that loss?
Well,
where did it go wrong in that loss? And is that anything to do with why you're playing today?
Well, the loss against Chopped is not something we consider as something extremely serious for us, because we just knew what mistakes we did, and it's not something we usually do. We played a bit under our level, and we did a few bad drafts. It's not really because of the loss that I'm playing. I'm rather playing because we planned it earlier that I was going to play, to have like a debut and show off myself, and it was just going to be one of the matches. It didn't matter which one, and that's where we're at now. The Chopped loss came a bit as a surprise, but we have figured out the mistakes and progressed from it.
So you find yourselves, while you have now officially qualified for the playoffs, you are safe, you're in the safety spot, you are still in the lower bracket, which means there is a solid chance that you may be playing against some of the top-seeded teams potentially from the other group. Who are you looking at over there as potential solid first-round picks?
I mean, of course, we're thinking about preparing a lot against teams like Na'Vi and VP, because we know that these teams require a lot of preparation to beat. But we're not really scared of playing against them, because we are confident that we can beat them.
I'm going to be the bad guy for Citadel Gaming here and ask the question that you don't want to answer. are you playing now on this team for the rest of the games, or is there like Pokey might show up for tomorrow's games or Saturday's games, for example? Like, what can you tell us about now that you're actually playing?
Rotating out.
It's going to continue as it is at the moment, where we have a 3-man active DPS roster. So who's playing depends on the day and depends on what teams we're playing, and etc. like this. We're all 3 active DPS players, so none of us are getting quote-unquote benched. We all have our time to shine. We all have our time to play, and it's going to be pretty even throughout it all.
So I do want to talk about the game that we just had as well. In the first map on Celestial Husk, you started round 2 on Adam, but swapped very quickly back to the Ultra. What was the catalyst for that? Where was that not working?
Well, the idea was that we only played Adam because we knew Ultron in that scenario right there was better. The only reason we played Adam was because we did a TP at the start of the game. So then when you do a TP, you're forced to brawl, and Adam's link is really good in that scenario. So that's the sole reason I went Adam. Also, I didn't have my ult, so I wasn't losing anything to go Adam there.
For sure. I guess I think one of the main things overall is just like we've seen you play a lot of that like kind of triple strategist thing as well. Like, how was that to sort of prep for? Because you had played it before, but I guess in this case, seeing you on like the Ultron and then for the Adam, did that feel quite easy to slot into that team in that case? Because, I mean, you guys can pretty much play any characters that you want at this point, right? So,
yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same game. So it works fine. Like, I've experienced an Ultron, I've experienced an Atom. The only new thing I played today was Mantis. It's something I don't have as much experience on, but it's something I'm willing to practice just as like anybody else in the pro scene. We will practice absolutely any hero to become good and be one of the best teams. So it's just a new hero to add to the list of the heroes.
Speaking of heroes, this is one you've played a fair amount. This is the last question. How satisfied are you feeling from going from the Ultron and the Mantis and Adam, the third strategist role, but the sort of secondary duelist role, to a hyper-boosted, Mantis-boosted and Storm-boosted Punisher in that final round on attack?
I mean, it feels a bit refreshing because now that you've like sat back and acted a little bit like a strategist and healed around the place while doing damage, now you suddenly just go on a hero that does a crazy ton of damage and you just get to run in there and shoot all of the opponents. It's a refreshing turn of events because at some point that's what I want to do, right? That's what I like more because I'm a DPS player, but it only comes in moderation at the moment. Like, it's only when it makes sense we do it. But it was really fun to play Punisher, and I'm ready for it. Anytime.
All right, thank you very much for joining us, Melio. We'll let you get practice in because while you are qualified, there are still more matches for seeding coming up, so we'll let you go prepare with your team.
Thank you. See ya. Goodbye.
See ya. Love Melio. What a fun series that was. Going from extremely back and forth, close to some epic holds, to just an overwhelming storm, pun intended and also unintended, we'll take both, from that final round. Just gorgeous to see. And with that, Citadel are qualified for the playoffs along with Chopped and Insomnia from Group A. We'll be waiting in a little bit. We'll be finding out who will be joining them, the last qualifying team of Group A.
Yeah, we'll be seeing the likes of Paradox versus OGC later today. We have got 4 best of 3s to get through. We've done one already, and the other group of Group B, I think we typically just alternate between the two to just keep it a little bit more spicy. But it does mean that, yeah, playoffs is locked in for Citadel Gaming. Kind of expected. I think if you looked at the schedule, you would say the Citadel are the favorites. The most surprising thing is just how one-sided it was in some of those elements, because Citadel looked rocky in some instances in some previous series. And FUT have been scary, but it seems that they've gone for the right approach. But before we go for a break and look at some of the other best of 3s, there's a couple of other bits and pieces to sort of highlight when it comes to cool stuff that's in the game, coming into the game, and the main one is going to be a beautiful Hela skin of the Grim Lady.
Extra, extra, get your timely bulletin. Fear stalks, timely folks. Our new Sheriff Redwolf has vanished, gone like a ghost into the dust. And who rode the skeletal horse into the Valley of Doom right after? A grim lady from Europe. That's where we're from. Dressed in black with pockets full of black and gold. She needs to be careful. She's going to pull a Monster Mooser if she's not careful. She wants our town, she wants our land, our future. Don't be left in the dark. The truth's in the timely bulletin. Just a nickel. The new skin's available. Hela the Grim Lady. It's great to see. It's available today at 7 p.m. PDT.
So pretty much 8 hours from now?
Yep.
There or thereabouts. So plenty to go over. I also love that we have got the little text that you read off. I was like, either Tetcher's going to read it first or Leg Day's going to get it. So I just want to make sure that Harry does his best, like, sort of New York accent, ready to read that off. I think everybody has to have a pop at it.
I'm hoping he does like the little newsy boy on the side of the street, like the extra. That's what I'm hoping for Harry.
Okay,
but
okay.
You know he's going to do something creative. We love to see it. But yeah, new skin. It's one of my favorites. Again, she's pulling the Emma instead of giving out dollars. She's giving out the gold coins. Going to deflate an entire economy at that rate.
Of course, yeah. I mean, anything to get it going. And like you said, it's based in Europe for this one, so the best region in the world, technically, and I will certainly keep reiterating that now, because we do have Americas starting today as well. So just making sure that all of those people in the waiting room to see what North America is going to show us, that they know who's on top.
Also, we got to shout out that OCE started again today as well. I'd actually recommend, if you're not already watching it, definitely tune in tomorrow, because Chopper Mag will be playing for the first time, and they have been one of the teams who have actually brought in some imports, including Bobo from Nova, the team that actually went to mid-season finals. So there's a lovely little mixed roster here. But that comes later. That's tomorrow's games. We still have many more games to go through today, so don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break. When we come back, we'll be heading into our next series.
Welcome in, everyone. I am Vodable, and I'm going to be doing an interview today with Arai from Sentinels. Welcome in, Arai. How are you doing with the new season and the new stage of Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Hi, I'm doing so good. Things have been definitely pretty interesting and scrim, so I'm excited to get to talk a little bit about it with you guys.
Awesome. Well, let's get right into the action. There's been a lot going on between the mid-season finals and now, and there's been a couple of different roster changes. How has it been trying to navigate the scene and figure out exactly the roster that you wanted to have for you and your team going into this stage of Ignite?
Well, I think it's been pretty interesting, right? Like, after Rai, Krova, and Gomez left, like, we were kind of like, oh god, like, roster lock is in 1 week, like, what are we gonna do? Honestly, Avery kind of stood out to us already. Like, he had ranked for us a couple times before. We even went to Guangzhou, so we already kind of knew him a little bit. So integrating him in was no problem. But then, like, for supports, we were like, oh my god, who do we get? And it just so happened that Renko had picked up the game in July and started playing. And I had messaged him and I was like, please tell me you can play like XYZ heroes. And he was like, yeah, easily, no problem. And so we trialed with him for a while and he fit perfect into the team, and such a nice guy. And then also, oh my gosh, McGravy, he is a godsend to our team. And it's so nice to have like an experienced coach like McGravy with all his time and, you know, other FPS games. I'm really glad that we got who we got. I'm really happy with our team right now.
Looking forward to now DreamHack Atlanta. I had to wear this to show off for a second. Being announced for the grand finals, what are your hopes in terms of this stage of the competition now with these new roster members?
Well, obviously, I think with any new team, right, like, we just want like good placement. Like, please, we want to qualify, we want to go to LAN. Like, again, like, that'll be so important to us. So I think we're ready to show ourselves, get to go to LAN, get to go to Atlanta. My mom's side of the family is in Atlanta, so if we qualify, they're going to be there in person, and that's really special to me. So it means a lot to me that we qualify for this specific LAN, right? Like, my mom will get to watch me on stage, which will be really cool. But yeah, I think we're just ready to show everyone what we got. We've been practicing really hard, and I think it's time.
Think it's time. Well, hopefully we do get to see that too. And talking about the playing field that's out there, a lot of new rosters, a lot of new teams that are competing. Speaking though about those rivalries specifically, 100 Thieves are now in your group for the stage leading into the playoffs. What are your thoughts about potentially facing that roster to try and get all the way into those grand finals?
I mean, the 100 Thieves Sentinels rivalry has been something that my team and those players have had since August last year. Like, it's been over a year of back and forth. You know, sometimes we'll get first, sometimes they'll get first, whatever. We've just been going back and forth over championships, and I don't think we're afraid of them. I think we have them figured out. I think every time we face them in officials in the past couple of months, we've rinsed them. So hopefully I don't have to eat my own words here, but I don't think we're too afraid of them. I think we're more so looking at like Envy and FlyQuest and even Dark Zero as well.
Final question I have for you, Aramori, before we go. being one of the most prominent women in the scene in Marvel Rivals and trying to be like an inspiration for others out there, what would be some words of advice you would have for other women who are wanting to get into Marvel Rivals in general, but also Marvel Rivals esports?
So Marvel Rivals in general, just find a hero you like, pick it, and just play as much as you like, right? Like, I think so many girls get into these FPS games because they identify with a character. So I know some girls really like Psylocke or Luna Snow or Sue Storm, right? Like, just find those characters that really like hit home and just play as much as you want. And when you do play, just communicate, try, learn. I think one of the most important things for any player is to watch your own replays and see, you know, how you can improve. And then if you're really trying to get into esports, I know that it can be pretty toxic, right? But you just have to keep trying, keep communicating, keep trying to play in ranked as much as you can, and eventually it will work out. And I am testament that it can work out and it will work out. So keep trying, keep communicating, and keep your head up, because it's tough.
Well, hopefully they take those words to heart. Thank you, Aramori, for joining me here for this interview. Any final thoughts, words that you have, or maybe words for your opponents out there to look out for?
Well, I'll see you guys all in Atlanta. That's my final words. We're gonna go to Atlanta.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting.
Welcome back to EMEA Ignite. Fantastic interview there from Vodable again with Aramori, and we have some fantastic like female players, women players that are actually in this server in this next game as well, on the side of Alcadia with Maluki, and then Baby Bat a little bit later on for Vice. So it's a testament, I think, to some of the talented people that we have in the region, and we're seeing them all in action today for a chance of playoffs or elimination.
Turns out everyone loves superheroes, everyone loves comics, and everyone loves games. We like things that are fun. Let's go. But like you say, we have our next series coming up, Alcadia versus Faze. This is the one where me and you were talking beforehand that we were looking forward to. I'm not going to say the most, but it's the one we were talking about of this should be awesome. Alcadia, we've mentioned it before, they've gone through probably the second or third least amount of roster changes compared to everyone else, but once again they find themselves for the second stage in a row in that lower bracket.
It's a team that we've seen just a lot in broadcasts, not only from Ignite, but also from the Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 3 a couple of weeks ago. It was one of the teams that we were just following along with. And the players were sort of very familiar with, because this roster stayed pretty much the same outside of the addition of Ballast, one of the duelists on this team, in place of Helis. And so it is a case of this squad really wanted to build off of the COD that they had to improve as players, and their highs are very high, their lows are very low.
Very much so. We've talked about just how quickly they evolve over time. Last stage, they literally got better and better and better every time we saw them play, but not fast enough, and they got taken out before they could make it into those playoff stages. And they find themselves in the exact same position again, where they're getting better every single time, but have yet to hit that point. Now we have a look at the other side. This is Faze, built up with a couple players from Low 9, a couple players from Blood Carry Udo, and a couple players who actually qualified for Ignite in Stage 1, but didn't get to play. Rosa is actually the tank that qualified for Ignite with Blood Carry Udo, but wasn't able to get in for a single game, and now has already appeared on this regional stage and has impressed extremely.
Yeah, both these teams were very much cases of when we saw them in play for Marvel Rivals Championship, because of the roster moves or lack of roster moves for Alcadia in this case, it was just like bigger than the sum of their parts. So it really is a case of like both these teams we were really hoping to see more of. Like Leo had a fantastic showing in the games that I watched, and certainly passed the eye test, which I don't really think I could say for him back in Stage 1. Looked terrific as a duelist option, no matter the character that he was put onto, because duelists, you have to be fairly flexible, because you can not only be playing triple strategist, and sometimes you can be playing triple vanguard as well.
He has flexed a fair amount as well. He's already been picking up stuff like that Ultron, which obviously they didn't really play that much in Stage 1, as he was the player who was usually on like Psylocke or Winter Soldier and stuff like that. He's also been playing a little bit of the Wolverine, which is also a bit more of a newer pick for him. But you look at the rest of the team as well, they've got some great flexibility. But also, with this roster in general, it's gonna be a tough matchup, as that music is familiar. It is Hell's Heaven, but these two teams are both some of the strongest teams we've seen so far.
There's been 1 and 2 for Alcadia across all of Ignite, actually, isn't just for this stage. And for Faze, we haven't seen it in play for them as of right now. In Stage 2, they've played Benim, T'Challa, and Celestial Husk, winning and losing respectively on those maps. But the draft should also be fairly interesting when there's actually more of a priority of picks going in onto the likes of Loki and Luna for Alcadia in some areas, making sure that they at least have the 2 strategists that they want before they dedicate to a 3rd.
Jeff being one-sided currently as the pickup for Faze. Currently, if we look at their drafts, like you say, we're already prioritizing the double strategist, the main strategist for the 3rd. The only characters so far for Faze with a 100% presence in all of their games are Invisible Woman and Emma, both of which are sitting at a 2-0. They've struggled playing with Luna, but not into it. They've actually won the majority of the times they've gone up against Luna. Jeff has been banned against them literally every game. This is their first time playing it.
In a one-sided Jeff too, and then just the actual ban onto the Mantis afterwards, and then Ultron, yeah, it pretty much seems to be the go-to of like strategists for both sides, making sure that that backline isn't as comfortable as it can be or should be. But both sides, I think, having capable duelist players, if this does get forced into a 2-2-2, I think both teams would frankly prefer that.
They do seem to like that. Again, we've talked about them bringing in stuff like Ultron from time to time, which is why we're seeing it. Although with Faze having that Jeff, 2-2-2 becomes a little bit rarer. We've seen a couple teams like Na'Vi, for example, start to get quite experimental with bringing out Jeff and Ultron as a combo, utilizing that Venom team up as a supplemental healing. There goes the Hulk being taken out. If we look at Alcadia, they're pretty neutral on most things. They have wins and losses on basically everything except for Emma, which they're 2-0 on, and Doctor Strange, which they sit 0-2 on. They've yet to win with Strange.
Hulk taken out on both sides again. Hulk Namor as a team up is very scary. Certainly when some of the, I was going to say some of the duelist options tend to be hit, but no, it is just that protect onto Jean Grey for Alcadia means that they have something at least to rely on in these cases. But the protect going onto the Jeff and Venom for Faze means that they really want to make that Rosa Winnie combination work just as well. And it's a very, very good team up on a domination map like this.
This is so aggressive. I've no idea how much of this is making it out of Spawn, but look at that roster for Faze. That is a run at your backline composition. Venom and Angela with Psylocke to follow up and set up for Feast of the Abyss. Star-Lord for a Blast Barrage, basically making sure that every Feast of the Abyss is going to guarantee a KO. That is, if they go out the door with this, they're here for blood.
Yeah. And I think Emma Frost is in play, which is something that we were going to talk around this series, because like Emma Frost, like we've got a graphic to show later, and it's a cool one because I made it and I like it a lot, and it's got funny like
and it is cool
Emma Frost mother jokes as the title, which you know I'm always fond of doing that.
A bit.
But she's in play here, like she's available for both sides, not protected, not picked, and seems to be good in the right hands. But right now, seems to be for the Vanguards just going over to the Penny Parker to just get that extra bit of armor with that team up. Switching over to the likes of Emma Frost, certainly in play for Alcadia.
Well, Faze have chosen violence. It's hyper dive strategy time. Alcadia, they've gone for a bit of a mix. They've gone for that 2-2-2, like you said, which Faze have also done, but with Jeff and Luna as their double strategists here. But it's all about if Alcadia get caught out at any point, because everyone is looking to dive them here. Here comes the Russian immediately retreat as the Venom is trying to set up onto the point balance, trying to deal with the Psylocke on the flank, but the damage output is good. Binary falls. Venom is chased off, and Alcadia, they see the dive, they group up, and they stay together to protect themselves.
Seemed like good execution of the kit for Angela, like going for the dive down in these tight chokes, switching over to the axes, and then just cleaving enemies that are up and trying to contest this high ground before the objective is open. And whilst it is the only elimination that's happened in favor of Alcadia, it turned around instantly just as I said that. And also, Alcadia didn't get the points, so this is almost like a free fight for Faze. They lost out the first player in that initial engagement, but turned things around pretty easily after.
Alcadia defended on the high ground in a room off the point, meaning that once they won the fight, they still had to fight through the remaining members of Faze to get to the point. And look at the rotation speed. Look at the rollouts for Faze. Everyone here is a massively faster than average rollout. Oh, goodbye. Someone just got sent off the edge by Milk Boy, being sent off by Angela. But Faze, they get back to the point so fast, they were able to contest, take some KOs, and take the first point, and then going for a spawn hold, Ryan.
I mean, why not? You've got this very, like, press W, we ball strategy working, and you also have a lot of ultimates to just sit back on. Naturally, I think the scary thing is going to be, like, strategist ultimates. You have a Fate of both worlds, and that's pretty much about it, because it's Jeff has a lot more, like, practical uses in other areas. And the Dance of the Butterflies is going to be used early for Faze to try to keep this going, but the right kind of character for Milk Boy, Emma Frost, goes in for the dive to CC and takes them down first, and now it's a fight off the point.
Beast of the Abyss, it's Jeff, able to chomp up, get some revenge onto the Venom with a Vengeance Eat. And look at this delaying. They actually make sure they don't run off. Right up to the end, tries to swing out, he gets away!
Akai just able to slip through. You can almost see that when he was deliberating, just jumping into the abyss with him to make sure that he does take down the enemy. But now Alcadia looking to try to go for this fight to turn the objective into their favor. It's still progressing nicely, but that Galactic Legend was over in a short second. Holiday special, I think, for the Guardians of the Galaxy with how quick that one was. But Faze are still fighting for this. They managed to push this up to 80%. Now it's looking like they're just stalling things out. So now Alcadia might need to consider going for a ball play. They have to, actually. Faze are going to try and dive in and fight them off ahead of time.
Rose has already portaled back in, which means we do not have the reinforcements for Faze. They have to fight like this. Oasis on their way back on foot. Portal set up in a defensive position so they can use it for cover as Leia's going to wrap around to the side. Try and unleash a little bit of damage. Great positioning by Smash. There's looking at the ultimates here. Rose is already at 76% of the Eye of Agamotto, but Milk Boy is already building up to 80% of their own. Dazzle the Butterfly into the choke point, but Guardian Barrier is getting work. What a dive! Tilt predicts where the end of the ultimate is and forces Smash to retreat.
Oh, and Ballas is able to clear up a couple more picks for his favor. So now Alcadia having control of the point. There's no room to breathe here, though. However, as 99% is hit for Faze, and both teams have used up the portals on the Doctor Strange. So it's going to be just over 2 minutes for Milk Boy before he can use it again. He has the Eye of Agamotto, so he's not going to switch off to a different Vanguard. He wants to keep this in play, but needs to be preemptive. They can't fight on the point and let Faze win this next engagement.
Well, Alcadia have the ultimate advantage. Faze actually have a advantage here in terms of numbers. They can reinforce so quickly that they are going to get far more fights on the objective than usual, and they only have to win one. It's Jeff coming in.
And Feast of the Abyss at the same time, so it's a couple of chomps around. Frozen, though. I love that we're just sort of cut into this, like, fight that's happening in the background. And the Angela, this whole time, the ultimate's got to be used to pull people off of it. But that might create enough space to actually make sure that Alcadia can't retake this point back.
By time, Akai is able to get a pickup. It's a 2-for-1 right now in favor of Alcadia. As the time is built up, it's currently in favor of Faze, but it looks like Alcadia will retake control and begin building it back up again. And that was quite a few ultimates used by Faze. They do still have Galactic Legend and Fate of both worlds. They're going to wait for Smashless to respawn. And again, fast rollouts means they're going to be able to take maybe 3 more fights when most teams would only get like maybe 1 or 2.
This is interesting. It's also something that we highlight for Alcadia when they played up against Dawncore in their debut match, of just being preemptive with these ultimates to not let Faze, because they're on 99%, just farm up ults and go for a throw at the kitchen sink play. Alcadia wants to try and get ahead of it, but Leolus is the one that wants to try to start things off at the very least. Alcadia also holding on to some ultimates themselves, starting to lose out players, including Milk Boy. The Eye of Agamotto is in hand, not able to be used. Kai's doing a great job to sort of stall, but they're not getting any healing. The fight is happening elsewhere, and everybody was just off of the point, and Faze were able to take it.
Faze take point number 1. Yeah, no fighting on the point was so originally it completely split off, but Alcadia, they took down Strange, who did not have portal to get back either way as the first blow up, and then suddenly everyone completely scattered to try and avoid getting rushed down by this massive group up dive comp, and they got punished for it because no one was on the point.
It was one of the reasons that we saw Kai just fighting on that point for dear life, stalling out, same as Milk Boy in that end. It was actually switched away from the Doctor Strange, goes down from fully ultimate available 5 Agamotto to 50% on the Meteor M. We haven't seen any Magneto, actually, I think, today at all, which goes to show how, at least, diverse the Vanguard lines are at the moment. Milk Boy deciding to go for it here as the fight for the second objective.
We're rolling back out again. Looks like the exact same composition, at least for the side of Faze. Whereas, like you mentioned, that Magneto coming in for Alcadia is going to mix it up a little bit for them. So far in this matchup, Maluki has yet to fall for the side of Alcadia. Has been doing huge work at keeping their team up, especially with these Guardian barriers. Kaya's being sent on a journey onto the jump pad. Is back again.
You've got the dance of the butterfly happening elsewhere. It seems that Alcadia just sort of taking two different engagements at all points. That's what D'Angelo is going to try and force out, and certainly separating Kai from the rest of the team. If he wants to go for these dives, you want to punish it as much as you possibly can. But it does mean that Faze this time going to take the point straight away. Alcadia have a lot to work with on their own side, but it's a case of when, not if.
Trying to sustain, trying to force back a Rosa. Smash there's on the flank, and this is just Faze just attacking over and over again from multiple angles, but they finally get that set up. Invisible Boundary slows down everyone in it. Maluki sets it up, but they've overlaid the ultimates, Ryan.
And they got 2 picks, I think, just before either of the strategist ultimates were used, so there might have been an argument to not use any of them.
Yeah.
Like, strange, but that's something that we have seen from Alcadia a little bit of just ultimates in chaotic fights. Not looking as disciplined or well-versed as some of the top teams in Europe.
Milkboy has that Meteor M. They're almost towards that Endsong Inferno, so the classic combo, especially from mid-season finals, when that started to come in, is now available. Binary has the ultimate as well, but Winnie coming in with the It's Jeff to follow up. Actually grabs their own. Angela here is going to take them away, but that sets up for Tilt, who gets reset number 1, and suddenly Faze, who are pulling the aggressive move here, are evened up.
Oh yeah, trades happening in either case. And they're still in control of Alcadia, and Faze are still present. Now they're going to start to put some pressure onto the point itself. I mean, that's what Angela has actually been really good for Binary here, just constantly making sure that Alcadia can't set up and fight ahead of the point in these chokes where, in this case, Faze are going to be trying to spawn from. Now Tilt is going to be switching over to the Doctor Strange. Milkboy has that Meteor M in hand, but the Galactic Legend is going to be the thing that's used for Leolas. The Meteor M was used to try and block it out, but it isn't able to come through, and still the Galactic Legend, the duration of it just long enough to actually go down for another multiple of picks. Alcadia have control of the objective. 80% is going to be on the board before it switches over, but Faze reclaiming it.
Reclaiming 80% to 15 as Alcadia were able to flip that extremely early. Looking at their ultimates, they have the Dance of the Butterflies and they have Fate of both worlds. Everything else is a little bit further away. Binary is going to be the next closest with Heaven's Retribution. Alcadia, though, Endsong Inferno at the ready, but of course Milkboy had to use that Meteor M earlier, so they didn't get the combo.
Fight happening again early from Smashness. Dance of the Butterflies is leading towards the picks, not off the ultimate itself. It's just Milkboy that gets that final elimination for, but it's just how the rest of the fight has gone. Pretty easy stuff, I think, in the end for Faze. It was just that Dance of the Butterflies that was used, but because there was nothing for Alcadia to sit back on with the strategist ultimates, it just had to kind of like let it happen.
Smashness was living on the edge there, but absolute shout out to Winnie keeping them topped up in that fight. Tilt, realizing how much trouble they might be in, has moved in with the Adam, building up that Karmic Revival. Of course, as Melio already mentioned, when you go in for a fight and you need something immediately, Soul Bond can be the play. When you look at these quick rollouts, you look at stuff like Rocket for the BRB, which is reset on cooldown when you swap to it. You have, of course, the Adam with the Karmic Revival build up and the Soul Bond for quick, massive ultimate level protection. Fate of both worlds forced out by Oasis to counter out Ballas, who's getting dropped down but will get healed up. Maluki with the save, but it's Jeff. Every person on the backline is heading for a relaxing side visit, not a lava visit.
It was just a shepherd's crook that came back and made sure that Jeff wasn't going to take the strategist backline of Alcadia for a bit of a hefty holiday. Leolas, though, he was the one that started off a really good fight for Faze to take the point back, and now it's reached 99%. It could be the way to end this map. It's not off the ultimate, though. It's the Dance of the Butterflies, and then the final hits from that combination. The 2-2-2 of Faze working out wonders, but the Karmic Revival brings everybody back for Alcadia.
Oasis is setting up the portal to bring the team back in so they can try and contest this, but they're going to have to wait for everyone to respawn because Binary is getting staggered here. They might just have to let her escape because she gets dropped low, retreats to the team. Now, once everyone is respawned, they can try and retake the engage because it's on 93% for Alcadia as well, so they have to take this. They dive into the backline, diving on in to set up the Heaven's Retribution. Was dropped for the attempt at the blow-up, but they just can't seem to burst on through. Rosa with the Feast of the Abyss. Milkboy will finally fall. Smashness keeps balance tucked up.
Oh no, this was a fight that Alcadia had control of the objective on, but because things have switched around, Faze have been able to survive through it. The Camp Revival reset stuff. And it's again, the numbers weren't quite there for Alcadia to keep contesting it. Faze are able to take domination 2-0.
The aggression strat coming in from Faze. They take control of Hell's Heaven and go 1-0 up in this series. And this, for starters, Leo, former console EMEA champion in Season 0, who played quite a bit of Star-Lord around that time, could be back on a character where it's going to feel a little bit more like home here. But this was such a unique strategy of play. Consistent Angela, who went 22-5 binary with the aggro. This is definitely some of the most aggressive play we have seen, maybe outside of Na'Vi.
And it really left a lot of space for Smashness and Laylis as the duelists to be able to just do this work. I gotta also say for Tilt, switching over to a lot of different options. We saw a little bit of Star-Lord, the Wind Soldier there. One of the big changes that I guess they might look back at and go, oh, we should have done this earlier, was moving over to the Anna Warlock. Like, that Camp Revival was incredible, actually, for Alcadia right at the end of the second point. That maybe they were just, you know, disappointed that they had to move on to that so late, I guess. But it was uncomfortable for Alcadia from start to finish, and lots of like mistakes that we highlighted throughout. But I guess that's what happens when you play up against a team like Faze. It doesn't become this disciplined set play style of Marvel Rivals that we saw even in the last series. This was deathmatch. This was a brawl. Yeah,
this is domination in its purest form. We came to fight, and fight we shall. It's not just a phase mob, as they just powered through that. We got several environmental kills, utilizing the fact that this map has a lot of environmental setup areas where you can just drag people off the edge, and we did see that utilized quite well. There's a team that's definitely been practicing the Angela, so that's exciting to see. And Alcadia with the Hulk and Namor banned out, which is how you might often deal with the fact that you're being run at for at least something more defensively. They're stuck on the Winter Soldiers to try and crowd control it. They just didn't seem ready.
Yeah, and they were sort of playing around the Jeff and the Venom on the other side, and whilst they did fully dedicate to that, it didn't seem to be... 2-2 was the thing that both teams ended up sort of running into regardless because of the draft, but we still have more games to come. It's a full best of 3. On the rocks, Alcadia just narrowly missing out on qualifying for playoffs in Stage 1. It might be the same story for Stage 2 if they don't win this next map. But before we go and see what happens there, a quick break, so we'll see you in a second.
Hell's Heaven? Well, we have the answer. It's heaven, because Angela was able to take a dominant win in that first setup. That's not the reaction you're looking for when you make a joke. We'll take these.
I didn't know where it was going. I think I was like, we know the answer. It's like, to what question? Oh, heaven. Yeah, of course. And yeah, you're right. It's what you want to see from when a new character's added into the game, that they're not just completely omnipresent meta-wise, but there's a couple of cute things you can do that teams need to be aware of.
Absolutely, and taking those area controls, the backline zone, trapping everyone in that spot, that entrance doorway on the first points of the map with the Heaven's Descent was absolutely insane to see. And we did see the attempts at trying to deal with it from Alcadia, but they just weren't able to do so. But when you were talking about how we deal with these dive characters, there are a couple characters who start to come up. You look at Penny, useless. She's in the air, Angela's in the air. You look at the Winter Soldier, they played that. But the other character who can try and stop people diving the backline is the Emma. And after this draft, I assume we'll be talking about that a little bit more.
Oh, for sure. Like, we've been sort of keeping an eye on Emma Frost, because I think that whilst a lot of the draft focus has been the strategists, naturally, case in point, Mantis and Jeff taken up first, once we start moving to pure payload maps, the convoy ones especially, Emma Frost's pick and ban rate goes up quite a lot. And so, again, we'll highlight that at a point. We might even talk about it in the interview, right? We can always just show them what people think of it in this case. But we are heading over towards Convergence, Halls of Dalia. This is the choice of Alcadia, and it's the kind of map that seems to suit them pretty well, I would say, because they do like these sort of set plays, playing around an objective, but don't want to feel victim to any spawned or hold plays.
So we're going to see with that Jeff one-sided pickup once again, how do Alcadia adjust? Are they scared of that same strategy coming in once again? I'm going to be seeing the Ultron taken out, preventing a little bit of aerial assault. But now, the double ban from both sides. What is the priority? Invisible Woman has snuck through the ban for both sides. There's going to be the one-sided Luna and preventing a one-sided Ultron.
I'd be able to get the protecting actually as well on an Ultron, because you're going to have that option before Faze do. So maybe
It's banned out on both sides.
Oh, it is banned out already. You're right. Yeah. Sort of used to it, I suppose, being like the more one-sided like strategists that you can get, the better. But I think when it comes to the protects, it has been pretty much the same for Faze. Before it was the Jeff and then a protect onto Venom. It's not a bad map for Venom either. I guess it's just not a high priority.
There's that Hulk banned, but it's not banned yet. They protect the Phoenix. Alcadia choosing Phoenix over potentially protecting the Hulk of their own and allowing Faze to be forced to ban something like a Namor that might get a little bit less value. So now the question is, do Faze ban out the Hulk again? Yes, they do. They know that this is where Alcadia likes to lean. So you take everyone off their comfort zone if you know what they like.
Yeah, Hulk is starting to creep up a little bit. Was the final bans in both teams in the last map. Really just wanted to go for not only that team up, but I think when you're looking at some of the Vanguard lines, we have seen some terrific moments from Kaya across different Vanguards, and well, finally got everybody's attention with some play on Angela. Seems to be hovering over the Venom, at least for this first time, and Rosa is going to be over on the Emma Frost.
Hall of Dalia will be our second map. This is not a map where you can get spawn holds like you were talking about earlier. You will very rarely see teams actually trying to contest at the main spawn doors, but if that's happening, something has gone terribly wrong for the attackers. There's also a map where a certain player has patented a bit of Spider-Man tech, but so far we've only seen literally one person try this.
Oh, maybe that's why the Hulk ban comes in, so you can't see what happened to Trust Me when he did it against NJC. That he tried to hook them, like basically like web pull them off the side of the map, but the protection that came in from Hulk with the shields made it so it was a little bit of an egg on your face play that came in. But you're right, there is the option there, but regardless, I think it is one of those things that we still see the Venom in play just because of how fast it is for a rotation on this defense for Faze. They're defending first. Alcadia going for a 2-2-2 lineup. In fact, both teams looking to go in that direction. It is an Invisible Woman Jeff backline for Faze, though.
That's so strong, though. They now not only have the Invisible Woman, solid mainline healer, they also have that Guardian Barrier and the Fantastic Force to keep Smashness up. And now not only do they have the Jeff, who fits in pretty well as a third strategist, it's combined with the Venom, so now they have the Symbiotic Shenanigans. They also have Leo, who self-heals, Binary, who has a massive sustain button, a do not die button of that Symbiotic Resilience, which he has not popped, being forced to back up. Bay, and of course Rosa, has damage reduction. This is one of the most sustaining compositions with a Jeff in it that I think we've seen.
For sure, but it is a little bit, it's very good if we do see Faze on this defense staying somewhat grouped together, because there's so much like cleave healing that happens. You know, these shots from Invisible Woman do go through teammates, so you can hit multiple people with it bouncing backwards and forwards. Now obviously Jeff is just spraying you with a water hose like you can see on screen, but we are seeing instances of Faze like splitting off. Certainly like Binary needs to be careful. If he's going for these dives on Venom, he needs to make sure that the strategist can see him, because look at the CC that goes on to him. He has to use his own mitigation to keep himself going, but he could very easily get out of a place where an Invisible Woman and a Jeff cannot get to him.
Very true. Line of sight is so important when it comes to these, but so far it's not been a huge issue just due to how easy it is for Venom to back away after they have engaged for the first time. High ground looks to be the next angle for Alcadia. They have Song Inferno and Fate of Both Worlds, and they're about to have that Psionic Seduction and Galactic Legends. So they have all the buttons to basically go for an ultimate flip fight, which looks like maybe the case here. Faze, on the other hand, though, they have basically everything, all their defensive tools, and Supernova is going to be the first button to be hit here.
Psionic Seduction starting off in this fight, pulling people in, but there's too many barriers and shields. Still able to get smashed. They're just pulling it onto the other side of the Emma Frost barrier. And now it's a bit of a scramble, I suppose. We're looking where these engagements are going to happen. Invisible Boundary and then a Psionic Seduction used in the top of it means it has to come out from Alcadia at the same time. You do have a Feast of the Abyss from Kai. He's trying to look for his target, and the Song Inferno is going to come in on the other side. Sort of a bit of a hot commodity, a hot place to battle. But that's 2.5 minutes on the clock for Alcadia being used, and it looks like they have to reset. They're scarpering. They don't have much time left.
They've got 1 minute and 24 left. Strange was not bad down, so they do have at least one more fight after this one, assuming that Kaya can delay the point, as it probably will be Kaya, due to just how Venom works and how much sustain they actually do have. They have a setup for an Song Inferno into an Feast from the Abyss, another basically one-shot combination. So they do have the tools they need, and all that's left for Faze, who burnt basically everything on this defense, is its Jeff. But remember, that was buffed. It's a massive AoE heal now that can make this actual objective point sustain enough to try and hold for now, though. It's Fire Hose. Till trying to spot the Jeff, who's off on the flank, far away from the rest of the team, which means they can't get into position with the It's Jeff for the healing. They're going to drop it, but everyone else is already gone. Finds only a couple, gets taken down. Winnie is off the point, and Faze now are the ones who are having to try and delay with the Venom, but that's down as well. Points captured. I don't think the portal makes it.
No, Leoless did switch over to the Strange, but I don't know if he used the portal or not now that he's gone back to the Phoenix. Does mean that ultimates are basically back to 50% for a lot of characters as they went for these pretty like fast changes. But it was only that one team fight that they lost. A good hold in the end from Faze, but you would have hoped that they could have stalled out a bit more with portal plays, with making sure that people got eliminated in a good order, that they could keep stalling. But Alcadia finally finding a bit of a breakthrough, and they want to see if they could build this momentum that was very clearly lost on that first point here in second.
Rosa's moving back up. There comes the Carbon Crush, getting onto the Magneto, who's been swapped onto here. Binary with the Feast of the Abyss, but finds nothing. Lindstrom, with that extra healing from the Fate of Both Worlds, sustains them on through, even getting a little bit of damage boost in there. You can see to just give them some burst to try and hold on to the point, but the dive from behind, from Binary, Invisible Boundary, keeping everyone topped up, and Song Inferno is basically just going to be traded out for nothing.
I think it was trying to use to get some of those players from Alcadia out of that invisible boundary that was put down by Maluki, but she's able to keep everybody going for the time being. Vanguards have their ultimates, and it's going to be Dance of the Butterflies going to come out from Smash Days as well as it's Jeff. And Milkboy does attempt to go for a Meteor M, but he ends up being caught out from Rosa on the other side, yeah. And Kaya, Feast of the Abyss in hand, he's still trying to keep stalling out this fight for Alcadia, but it seems that the steam is starting to really dissipate out of this payload. Things have stopped yet again in favor of Faze, and a reset having to be required from the team on the attack.
I didn't know Leo was playing Spider-Man instead of Phoenix, actually able to track down Maluki as they go for the stagger and able to track them even through invisibility with that final shot to make sure that they don't get away and reset with their team. The important stagger, and once again, Alcadia find themselves with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Ultimate-wise, though, once again, in their favor.
He's having control of the high ground. It makes it hard for Alcadia to clear this out. You're sort of looking at Tilt to be the one to work on that, but you also have to look at the fact that he has that Galactic Legend in hand. So maybe he wants the rest of his team to take the heat, force out some of these defensive bits of utility. But you also want your teammates to survive these just little brief brawls that are happening, more just exchanging blows to farm up what you can. Losing Kaya in this moment means that Alcadia are forced all the way back to pretty much their attacker spawn.
Always just keeping everyone topped up as best as they can. Rosa dropping low. The healing output is good, though. That barrier trying to keep them up, but pulled back in with the force physics. Beautifully executed here. Maluki is doing so much work for Alcadia here. That's the butterfly to the backline, but Tilt is trying to counteract this. The It's Jeff healing is trying to keep them topped up. Gets the swallow, tries to go in, but Enzo Inferno shuts it down.
Seems to be Ballas's job to just make sure that Winnie can't get away with it currently. Binary's taking a lot of damage. I don't think he's going to be too long for this world, and no, Tilt is able to take him out. Overtime is going to be hit, and it seems that now Alcadia, having control of the payload, moving at full speed, also need to take a little bit more ground. They want it to be up on the high ground, but it's pretty much broken apart from Faze. They want to go for a neutral engagement. Everybody's on the ground here, and certainly setting up Rosa with his sign of seduction, trying to pull people into the muck and the mud.
Going to be dropping that right nice and early, trying to set them up nice and quickly. An invisible boundary before the counter from Maluki once again keeps them topped up. Tilt taking down Rosa, and suddenly Alcadia, who struggled so much in that first round, just looked dominant here, in full control. Leo's going to be dropping in. The Inside Inferno is actually just going to pop it early so they can try and avoid the media M, and they do! The timing is off, but the card moves on in, uncontested as the fighting is happening off of it. It's already 2 points down for Alcadia, as they are also taking a very solid fight.
Yeah, now Faze wanted to make sure that, yet again, it seemed that they have had control of Halls of Dalia throughout the entirety of this defense, but just final fights not being long enough, not being positioned enough. Those small mistakes, Alcadia, they're a very well-drilled team. They know how to try to exploit them. It seems for Alcadia, it's a case of they either are the dominant team or they get dominated on. This is a lot more of a scrappy game than they're used to, but they're able to sort of exchange these blows nicely. Faze, again, losing out on one of the strategists. The other one, it's Jeff having to be used from Winnie to grab on to whatever they can, and it really is just more of this bloodbath, I think, for both sides, honestly, Tetcher.
Galactic Legend is able to set up. They're able to chase down the Jeff once again, and suddenly Winnie is like, no, this is not working. Alcadia have their number. The Galactic Legend to counter the Jeff. They had some Inferno to counter the Jeff. They just rush it with Kaya. They've given up. They've moved over to the Cloak and Dagger. They can at least get some vulnerability to try and blow up Kaya this way.
Also helps with maybe lack of damage, I feel, for Faze in some of these engagements, really. Just having the cape, the Terror Cape to come through and just make sure that some of that healing can't come through and damage is increased. Lindstrom is going to be used that Fate of Both Worlds very early in this engagement, as overtime is pretty much about to hit. It is an invisible boundary from Faze that is going to be their line in the sand attempted to make sure that Alcadia can't push this further on. You have got the Enzo from Leolas just waiting to see if he can catch people, maybe force back these attackers off the objective themselves, but instead it's the Jean Grey on the other side that's able to get a pick.
Able to get a good setup. Ballas is now on the flank, doing a lot of damage, making Rosa have a lot of trouble to get into position. But we're in overtime, and this is one of the hardest points to actually push due to how close you are to the spawn door. We may even see Faze swap back over to stuff like the Angela because they're getting cleaned out. They need to roll back in nice and quickly. Ensong into the choke point, into the doorway, results in another double. And now Alcadia, they might not even give them the chance to go for fast rollouts as they are cleaning them up in the doorway. Suddenly here comes Binary to try and delay as best as they can on the Venom to give every second they can to try and hold this, but the cart, it keeps moving, and Alcadia in overtime grab the triple, and they have laid down the gauntlet for Faze.
Very clean stuff from Ballas, the latest addition to this Alcadia team, with just stringing up the multi-picks together and then the Endsong Inferno to not only do lethal damage with the help of his teammates, but also just create a bit more space for that payload to move. And you said it perfectly, Tetcher. This isn't a map where you typically see them finish the map consistently by pushing it to all 3 points. It usually gets to that 100 to 105 meter range, and then it becomes a case of who's able to just push that extra inch in order to win it. So Alcadia, despite having a pretty awful start, I think, on that first point, done well to finish the map full stop, and Faze They were the dominant squad, I think, for the majority of that defense. But the fact that the map finished, that could be their undoing.
Legitimately so, but again, I've said it multiple times in this game, huge shout out to Maluki. If they had not been on point with some of those guarding barriers, with all of those invisible boundaries, and with some great force physics, this would have gone so much worse for Alcadia. They wouldn't have probably lost on point 1. They've gone down the most on their team, but the impact is undeniable.
I see binary on Angela again.
Gotta go fast.
I mean, there's a lot of places that you can pull them off, but it does seem to be... I just heard the cog, like, the Angela pulled you off, like, just that, like, Ragnarok quote, just playing it differently in head, but he is still dedicating to it. He might be going for, like, a wraparound dive alongside the Venom. The problem is he's been spotted, and also when he's charging like that, he is very loud. He's like a jet engine flying through. So Alcadia, fair to say, they know about it now.
Yeah, but the Assassin's Charge did let them move faster to get into position, and now they're fully charged, heading on in, shield up, moving like a Captain America to position themselves, and now they've got a lovely flank into the backline, going in for the melee, finding the Luna and the Invisible Woman in the corner. They're going to try and target them down, but they need to make sure they've got enough healing from their own side as well. The zoning is good. Who's helping them? They're just healing each other. They've got them completely tracked. Is someone on the point while this is happening? Because they've delayed everyone.
Oh, yeah, Alcadia have done well to try and survive there, but it was really one more body from Faze putting in tough damage there. I don't think anybody's surviving long for Alcadia. It is, again, like Faze love to play this way. We switch to different perspectives and it feels like we're looking at a completely different part of the map. This pulling and pushing, manipulating Alcadia, this team that wants to play together, that wants to play compact. They're being stripped for parts, and the invisible boundary is going to be at least a way for them to group up on top of each other. And they're able to get a pick, but the Bira back is going to reset it. So it's pretty much now up to Ballas to clear up house, and the Ensog Inferno is in hand, whilst the Angela ultimate comes out to do more clean damage. This is crazy.
Evans Retribution and the dive out. They get one, but they have to retreat. Ballas trying to chase them down to punish them, to not allow this. But the fact is, Faze are trading negatively in all of these fights. Alcadia have the sustain this time. The Magneto instead of the Emma seems to actually be working quite well for them for those extra barriers. And Maluki and Lindstrom, they are just hanging out together, making sure the other is safe.
Hill is very close to having a Galactic Legend, which these fights, they want to be done and dusted quickly for Faze. If they end up sort of out-sustaining with the help of the strategists from Alcadia, it just benefits the defenders of Alcadia full stop. Meteor M was attempted to go onto Laylis, mitigate some of the damage, but also maybe take him out preemptively. But unfortunately, it hasn't led to the elimination on top of him, but he has had to back out and give a lot of space up. Progression made on the point for Faze, but just less than 2 minutes. They need to take it. They need to finish the entire map.
Oasis is on Rocket just to give them some BRB and some damage boost to just try and guarantee 1-1 fight. This could work out really well, but you've got to argue that when everyone's moving so fast and aggressively, they got to make sure they're all on the same page about where it's going, because just the speed of how slow those rocket attacks do come in. And once again, it's the backline, but look at how in sync Maluki and Lindstrom are, keeping each other safe. Here comes the Cosmic Yard Amplifier, and there goes the Cosmic Yard Amplifier. Immediately taken out here. Maluki with the invisible boundaries, keeping everyone topped up. It's Jeff onto the objective to buy time. It's a 1-for-1, but Tilt chasing him down, trying to track him. Winnie is desperately trying to escape, but they just can't get away. Tilt's in control here.
1 minute left for Faze. It would be going to a third and final map if we do see Alcadia full hold here. But I'm curious to see if there's going to be any changes away from the Rocket Raccoon, away from Binary on this Angela. I don't think they've changed anything about how they've been playing with this comp. Something's not working, but they feel it's nothing to do with the heroes that they're playing.
Last time they had Luna. That's the difference between this round and last, and obviously forcing everyone to fight where you want to on this map. That's so wide, that first objective. They're using it so that Leo is actually using the teleport team up. I don't think we've seen that much. It's already gone, though. So we're being forced to make their way up. Oh, he reset it. So as they creep forward, down goes Binary once again, but it's an incredibly fast rollout, so they can make it back to the objective or swap to Strange to give their team a portal in case anyone else goes down first. But once again, Alcadia have control, and they're dictating the pace of this fight. Binary is portaling in, because what other opportunities do they have? What other options are available for Faze? As again we see another zone on to smash theirs.
There's the portal play, and now there is enough numbers for Faze. They've left it very late in the day, but already having 2/3 control on the point means that it's now stuck at 98%. Still, however, even off the back of Alcadia fighting this with a fate of both worlds from Lindstrom, it seems to be that the numbers are still in favor of these attackers. Alaylas is just added into this group. Milk Boy again going for these Meteor M's to just stop some of that damage coming through. And whilst the fight is looking a little bit better for Alcadia, they're not able to hold on to the point. An extra 2 minutes added in for Faze. They managed to get the resets in, and both teams should be able to regroup now for a little bit.
We finally saw the value of the Jeff. It did not get the BRB, but what it did get is symbiotic shenanigans. It delayed for just long enough and kept the healing up for just long enough that they were able to sustain through the majority of the fate of both worlds. And when the first person went down, which I believe was either Smashnez or Leo, the BRB brought them back. Finally, after all of that time, everything came together for Faze. But now they've broken point one, they've swapped out, they've got the Groot, and they're heading back to spawn because, oh my god!
That's brutal from Kaya. The whole team able to set up, and this is the place that you, if there's one spot that you don't want to lose control of the payload on attack, it's here, because that high ground is going to be nicely set up for players like Kaya to just climb up and dive back down. Until moving away from the Star-Lord is going to be on the Winter Soldier. Yeah, Ballas, he knows where he can just set up and roost, and the little barriers that he's going to get from Invisible Woman means it's going to be very difficult for Faze to bring him back down.
Setting up to just siege from the high ground, and Leo, you can see, is already suffering a little bit. The Cosmic Flame came out to try and get the stun. Guardian Shield will get burst down nice and quickly, and they will force Ballas to reposition at least a little bit here after getting dropped low. Binary on the Magneto of their own to match Milk Boy. Both of them just trying to keep their front lines topped up. And this group so far isn't finding any isolations.
You might want to bring them all together in a second, though, because that Strangler Prison is available as soon as he gets it. He was maybe setting up the walls in order to block off some of those sight lines, but he's holding on to it. Invisible Boundary is actually going to be the thing that allows him to push on. That's a great Terror Cape, actually, that completely isolates Milk Boy. He takes too much damage for the rest of his team to help, and that's where the Strangler Prison's going to come in. There is a fate of both worlds keeping people alive, and the Kraken's impact isn't going to find too much, but you've got both Phoenixes in the sky, the Angels of the North flying back down to try and contest this, and again, a game of chicken on who's going to drop first.
The dual T-poses here, but suddenly Faze, they took control. They're burning their invisible boundary, while the straggling prison did not find a finishing blow. The overwhelming DPS, once that fate of both worlds was gone, allowed them to capitalize. Binary will find the pickup onto Milk Boy. They continue to capitalize one by one. Rosa's dropped low. The Kraken impact will not find a reset, though, meaning Tilt will not be able to just turn this round. And once again, it's overtime. But members of Alcadia are the ones who are falling, but the problem is Faze can't capitalize on it. Invisible boundary is back off cooldown, and that will likely guarantee the point. Don't even need it.
Yeah, 90 seconds though, and we said before, finishing the map is very difficult on Halls of Dalia, and you only have 90 seconds in order to do it. Faze pretty much changed up their whole comp from that first objective. Now everybody's on something a little bit different, but I do think that having Oasis over onto the Cloak and Dagger and then winning now on that Invisible Woman, everything feels a little bit more set up to fight and scrap for Faze. Whereas Alcadia haven't really changed too much, but something a lot more meta-defining, I suppose.
Lovely pickup there. Winnie is finally able to take down Kaya, who's on the Magneto of their own. Try to hold the line, pushing on in the choke points. This is where Alcadia are able to capitalize. Straggling Prison comes on out. Kraken impact directly on top of Maluki, the person who changed the game last time. The Phoenix into the Kraken impact is massive. And Smashness may have created the opening that they need. Get another pull-up, another isolation, the perfect combo. Isolating Tilt, the headshots are found, and Binary is zoning everyone away. But the cart is miles away. It's only hit the door. Zoning Portal to try and set up.
Yeah, Alcadia are still fighting this. They should see that there's still a lot of time, and it's going to be overtime by the time that the objective gets to the end anyway. But now they've started to group up. They've got ultimates to allow this for a more neutral engagement. You forced out some big ultimates, but Binary getting Meteor M. Perfect time, perfect barrier, but it's not enough, actually, as the picks are still coming in favor of Faze. Alcadia still had a lot of ultimates that they were trying to bank up, but they've lost everybody before they can get their hands on where the Kraken's impact. That has to be used to try to contest. It's going to be OT. Both teams finishing the map with 0 seconds left. So both teams can have, what, an extra minute in order to try and get some progression on this first point.
We talked about it. We knew this match would be hype. And can we be called right, or can we be called right? Because we are heading to an overtime in map number 2. If Alcadia win, we head to a map number 3. If Faze win, they get to the playoffs, and Alcadia are eliminated. Alcadia fans, make some noise in the chat. Faze fans, time to phase up. It is time for the last few seconds.
There's also a chance that there's a draw that happens here too.
That is also
neither
possible.
team makes progression, so we would have to go to a convoy map next, and then the map pool basically opens up again. We can have another domination map, but it would have to be different to Hell's Heaven that we saw earlier, right? It'd have to be a different one.
Yeah.
So when we get onto the best of 5s and even best of 7s a little bit later on this week, and also mostly next week in playoffs, and I see some scrappiness, but I don't think we've seen a draw in EMEA Ignite so far. There was one in Asia, I'm pretty sure, and I think there was one even in the mid-season finals. Yeah, there's
we've had
always a
couple.
chance.
It is possible. Every single map type can have a draw. It's just much more common on Convergence due to being forced to take that first objective point is where we oftentimes see these draws starting to come in. So we're going on to these last minute. 60 seconds lie between Faze and those playoff spots, and Alcadia and elimination.
Alcadia have to be the ones that try to throw their stone the furthest, and even just setting up is going to eat up the big chunk of your time bank available. No clever ideas from both teams here. Faze staying on the comp that pretty much gave them the most success on their attacking side. Now Alcadia going for very meta compositions here. Have to look at Till. If he gets a good hook here on the Winter Soldier onto Bucky, he might find the opening. Certainly if Ballas is going to start a fight by getting the counterpart, Jean Grey.
Finally, he's dropped a little bit. Is pushing up, creating some space here. Milk Boy dropped down to half, but is being healed up. That Dagger Storm doing so much work on the healing. This triple Vanguard is allowing Faze to sustain, at least for the moment, but where's the capitalization? Smashness is the one who has to make something happening, but they're the first to fall. Invisible Boundary going to be coming out from Winnie to try and bind them, but needs a couple extra seconds to hold this. The portal is keeping them in this game, but Milk Boy is giving everything, their whole life, every hour of their being. Straggling Prison, it only finds Tilt, but Tilt sustains. Kraken Impact, Ensong Inferno. Can they get the reset to turn this around? It's the escape. Ballas falls, but it's no reset. Smashness not built up to their ultimate yet. Till goes down. Fate of both worlds, but there's no damage left for Alcadia. But they're going to portal back in to keep this delay going. Meteor M finds nothing. Maluki sneaks away, but no Winnie gets the isolation. They've been struggling on Jeff all game, and they're recovering on the Invisible Woman. It's a hold by Faze on 53.33%.
Everything that Alcadia had, they tried to throw in there, and the portal was good, but just in this extra, like, overtime, longer cooldowns for people to be out the server before they return to their spawn doors. You have to say as well, at least they're Alcadia able to get some progression onto the point, like 50%. It's not going to be a draw unless it's pretty much equal on both buttons, which would be, that would be like Reddit news, you know what I mean? Like, that would have to be crazy for something like that to happen.
It's possible, but it's much less likely now.
And most teams having to maybe push the point a little bit further in OT, so I don't think Alcadia are going to be too thrilled with the progression that they've made. So Faze have it all in their hands. 1 minute and whatever bits of overtime that you can muster up and use to get 50%. Are you going to go for the magic, or is that just because they did pull out the Angela? They're sort of known to pull out a couple of curveballs.
I mean, honestly, if you're going to do
is a
it with
curveball.
the Strange, the new combo, you could actually try and dive the backline with the team up here. Trapping both those strategists together could actually be the tool, because that's been the main thing that's been stopping Faze from beating Alcadia quickly, is how good these strategists are at keeping each other up. And if Smashness wants to pull the trigger, this isn't a bad idea.
They're going for a portal play straight away, though, which means that there's not going to be a portal contest available at all for Faze. This is a Hail Mary. Everything has to go on this play.
It's this or nothing. Portal directly onto the point, pulling the trigger fast, but they just eat so much Phoenix damage. They're trying to get onto the backline. Magic has to pull something off here, and it's going back to spawn. Already taken out. It's a double, and Alcadia shut it down.
That's pretty much it. 30 seconds now, so whatever characters can make onto the point quickly. Tilt almost just giving him away from the attacker's spawn, just say like, nice try, buddy. But now you have 20 seconds left. Any fast characters, you've got Oasis back on the Rocket Raccoon for that be right back. It's just rushing onto the point Route 1.
It's speed bubbles, it's BRB, so that they can at least take one contest fight. If they had Portal, they'd go at them to just try and get them onto the point with that extra sustain from the Soul Bond, but they're going to be able to touch. Binary buys time. It's this or nothing. Rosa gets Tilt early. Tilt has to swap to Strange, or this could be over. The point is not ticking yet at all, so it's all about if FaZe can stay up on this point. Shenanigans is essentially a Soul Bond in its own right. They've got the second. Tilt's portaling back in, because the point is ticking up bit by bit. Binary falls to Milk Boy, who's giving everything they can. Kaya is dropped low. Invisible Boundary going to keep the team pumped up to buy Maluki. That extra couple seconds. Portal comes back in for the reinforcement. Down to the Butterfly, into the backline, but Guardian Shield shuts it down again. Oasis has to come to guard, amplify with the damage boost to try and hold them onto the point. It's Jeff to hold, gets two, takes them off the edge to buy it. The last couple seconds, and winning gets one. The most important one. Kaya is down, no more sustain, and some Inferno finds nothing. Tilt is taken down, and FaZe have done it. They take down Alcadia and move on to the playoffs.
And it's Alcadia just narrowly again missing out on playoffs. It was a team that has made so many improvements in the right areas, but once those games come out where mechanical players can just pound for pound fight you, it gets way too much. They dealt with the magic portal play with Strange very well to begin with, but then losing Tilt so quickly in that re-engage pretty much gave FaZe that advantage there. It was a map that you have to say, Tetra, I think that FaZe looked the better team on here and their domination was solid, but I was really hoping that we'd go to a third map in this series because both these teams played amazingly super close Marvel rivals.
Give me more. I want more of this. This was so fun. What an incredible matchup. What two incredible teams. Best region in the world confirmed. And we've got this. It's just amazing. Alcadia, like you say, devastating commiserations, finding themselves in the same spot as the last stage, unable to qualify for the playoffs. FaZe are able to scrape through in overtime, in the extra bonus rounds, but they've done it. They creep through and make their way into the playoffs.
So many like good moments, and both having ideas on how they wanted to approach this, right? Just the focus of like the Jeff in draft for FaZe, Alcadia wanting to play a lot of this like 2-2-2. Both teams are required to change up the characters that they're playing frequently, not only across different heroes in a category, but those different categories themselves, right? A bit of triple strategist hero there, players having to jump onto the Doctor Strange to try and contest. But this final fight, and even just the fact that you throw the Venom out from that distance, you expect him to be able to swing back in. So just making sure that you get the pick at the end of it. Terrific work from FaZe. And these are two teams that, similar to the last series, it's a shame that we have to send one of them home.
Winning with the Jeff redemption at the end there after struggling so much, just being targeted so aggressively, but coming back in, one last symbiotic shenanigans, one last it's Jeff, and getting two incredibly important members, one being taken down inside Jeff and the other one getting spat off the map, and Venom being unable to swing back to freedom. What a match. Definitely one of the most exciting rounds we have seen in EMEA for Stage 2.
Oh, and I think more is sort of going to come at this rate with some of the teams and how they've played. But this is both of these squads, but certainly like FaZe, really seeing a lot more out of players that we just didn't see really light up, excuse the pun, ignite Stage 1 all that much, whether it was just the team that they were on because the expectations and aspirations weren't as high as some others. But here, just as an unsigned amalgamation squad of various like Blood Cariudo and the like, seems to really be working. It's a team that is bigger than the sum of their parts, and I'll keep saying it because that is hard to do as an unsigned team, to actually come together and make each other better as players.
It really is, but the fact is, it's working. They're getting better, and you already mentioned it. They've improved so much since last season as well. They just keep getting stronger and stronger, and it's freaking entertaining. We're getting some of our best Marvel rivals here, and we've just achieved another team going to playoffs. And once again, I'm devastated that Alcadia isn't one of them.
Yeah, especially for having an organization that just made that one change and wanted to keep their roster the same when some others have either just completely disbanded or wanted to put together a completely new roster. Hopefully we see Alcadia just still in the scene, investing into the grassroots, because their team is a lot more improved. It is just, again, a little bit unlucky that you have to go onto this side of the bracket where you're up against the Faze that have also showed so much promise, really. And I'd say for both sides, it's like pushing for top 3 to qualify for Atlanta certainly might be a stretch, but I think that playoffs was the attainable goal for both Faze and Alcadia in this case. So one's able to sort of hit a really good goal and move on from the future, and the other one narrowly missing out.
Again, you're up against some of the toughest opponents. Alcadia once again find themselves running into Virtus Pro, a tough matchup that they struggled with in the past, and Faze drawing Na'Vi as their first match. But the fact is, in game 1 of that series, Faze actually gave Na'Vi quite the fight. It's just game 2 where it seemed to struggle a little bit more, but they've now brought out these incredible strategies like we saw on round 1, the hyper aggro strategy of just rushing in with Angela and Venom to cause chaos. It's becoming a lot harder to draft versus Faze.
Yeah, causing chaos is probably a good way to put it, but I also think it's a good bounce back from, honestly, what we did see from like Faze. Your first game is up against Na'Vi. Both these teams are just, you run into Virtus Pro and Na'Vi. Like, it's a little bit too tall of an order, really. But then you've got Faze going up against Team Peps, making pretty light work of them here, and so it's sort of the opposite, I suppose, for Alcadia beating Dawncore 2-0 and then being knocked down to the losers bracket by Virtus Pro. So it's, again, one of those instances where it's like the teams that beat you really are teams that just dumpster everybody that aren't the top 3, top 4 themselves. These are the games that we just want to see more of, right? It's a shame that we only get to see this matchup once because there's no more safety nets available for either side.
Let's have a look at the bracket to see the result, the fallout from the matchup that we just had. With that victory, Faze move into our qualifying spot into that lower bracket semi-finals. They'll be facing against either Vice or NJC. An incredible matchup. But either way, they've done it. They have qualified for the playoffs along with Virtus Pro and Na'Vi from Group B.
We still have to see whether it's going to be Vice or NJC that is going to join them and complete 4 teams from Group B that are going to be hitting playoffs. But that's the last game of today. We still have another one to go for Group A as well. So now I think these first 2 games are like teams that we're very familiar with, at least some of the players. Now these last 2 games, these last 2 best of 3s for qualifying for playoffs are a little bit more unknown, I think, either as like organizations or, you know, teams like Paradox especially looking pretty lively in cases. I feel like there's going to be a lot of monumental moments for these players that we might not know too much about them. Tetra, currently, they're about to make plays that are going to be unforgettable, is how I feel these next series are going to go.
Could not agree more. We're so excited for those matchups to come in. These will be our final 2 qualification spots and our final 2 eliminations. But you know what happens when you take final 2 qualification spots and final 2 eliminations and you add them together? You get 4. That's right. PlayStation 4 is where Marvel Rivals is now available. You can now head on over to Season 4 Heart of the Dragon live on your PlayStation 4, available to download and play for free. If you saw Angela and enjoyed it and you're like, oh, I don't have a PC that can run it, or I don't have a PS5 or an Xbox, well, good news. If you have a PS4, that's one more additional way for you to play Marvel Rivals, and console players can enter into MRC that's coming up soon.
Yeah, and it's also just the fact that you get all of that content that's coming to the game for free. You know, if you want to get some of the skins, it might require either a little bit of grinding, you know, get some of the stuff through the battle passes and such, but you know, for the new content, like the new game mode, the new map that's coming as well, based in Kunlun, which is an Iron Fist fan, very happy about that. But I'm also very happy that we still have 2 other series to play. These have been 2-0 so far, but maybe we're going to get some full best of 3s coming up as playoffs is on the line. But before then, we'll see you shortly. Don't go anywhere.
stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up with this and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
We're back reigniting the action and re-adding some of these players and teams that we've seen in playoffs before in stage 1. But now, Tetra, we're about to see a series where none of the players have got this far before. Realistically, we're now sending them into untested grounds and proven waters with playoffs on the line for both Paradox, but also our friends over at OG Seed.
OGC to put on a great performance to get to this point, but this is, like you say, about as far as they've got before, if not a little bit further. With their new roster, they have a lot to prove. Paradox, they had to fight so hard to get here. They fought in both qualifiers, got so close both times, but were able to sneak in thanks to how some of the teams actually fell and adjusted for stage 2. But since they've been here, they're still here. They're winning, and they're making their way through. Let's have a look at them. Let's have a look at them.
I think it sounds brutal, but the way it worked for Paradox to qualify is they got in off a technicality. Like, they finished high and all of the other teams that were above them that would have qualified disbanded or changed, and so it got to a point where Paradox, with the top 32 finish, were able to qualify for this event. But you have to say that they've made the most out of it. Even when we saw them play up against Chopped in their first game that they ended up losing, there was still enough about them that caught our attention. And a win over Foxhound, that old chemistry team with a lot of core roster switch arounds, it was a full, very long best of 3 that ended up being played, but they were the better squad. And I think it's done a lot for not only the players, Paradox, but also the region as a whole.
Paradox is also a very creative team. They've come in here and they've shown that they're doing their research, and you can tell that by the width of their ban pool. They have the second highest amount of bans of any team. Some teams will just be like, we don't like this, we're banning this, this is the most powerful character. A wider pool shows that you are likely doing research about what your opponents are doing more and putting more stead on that over what is quote-unquote meta. They have the second highest pool, tied with Vice and Insomnia. The highest ban pool is Chopped.
Yeah, I mean, that also makes sense because they know their teammates, their opponents more so, they know what to sort of try and take out and what kind of players are annoying on said characters, so just don't let them play those characters. Here though, I would be curious to see if these guys have ever scrimmed each other, because you have got a Saudi Arabian roster of Paradox that you might not have seen them really cross over this much in scrims, depending on how well they've done. We've seen instances where we've had interviews of teams, who would it have been? It was Minty's interview, so it would have been Insomnia, not getting scrims with teams like Virtus Pro, right? Because they're just not on the same echelon. So here, I wonder how much we've seen it, especially from an organization that is still involved in the scene and has been pretty much since the beginning of the invitationals earlier this year with OG. And OG Seed, their project, I suppose, on creating grassroots teams, giving these guys that are all typically very young an opportunity to not only actually compete, but also get paid and be able to go about school and the like and such.
And that is always appreciated. We love it when these organizations do get involved. in whatever form it takes. Having a look at OG Seed, looking at them and the statistics we have. For starters, I just want to mention that neither of these teams have won domination yet this stage, so that's about to change for at least one of them.
For sure.
But having a look at what they like here, they have banned Ultron and Mantis every single game so far. They have banned Adam in all but one, and they did lose that game that they didn't ban Adam. They let Shark through, but so far, it's only been played once against them. But that Ultron, they've banned it every single time, and that's because it's important. I stole some of these stats from Ryan. 58.3% win rate before today, 61% ban rate, appearing in over half of the games, but neither of these teams even touch it.
Yeah, it's also sort of looking on that front when it comes to the strategists. Ultron, not quite levels of Mantis, but still useful in the right hands, case in point Melio. But we also wanted to highlight the front of a team, not only just the backline. This was something that we kind of wanted to highlight in the previous series because it's a similar story, I think, with Emma Frost, right? Looking at how often she's picked and really prioritized in these kind of drafts. And it will depend a little bit on like the game modes and stuff that we do see. But for both these sides, like you said, very much a focus on trying to ban it out in the draft and having it banned against them if you're OG Seed, but you don't actually get that level of protection to work with either.
Very much so. Having that crowd control, having that extra protection of damage resistance on the Emma has made a pretty significant difference for a lot of these teams heading in. The ability to counteract hyper-aggressive compositions. Emma has been in most of the games since stage 1, essentially. She's one of the best Vanguards, full stop.
And she was one of like the first like main bans or protects before we started to see teams like Rad go for just banning out as many strategists as possible. But in this case, we do have the mother load, which is mother on these payload maps. Granted, we're going to domination now, but it sort of goes to show that even the game modes now are starting to have a big lean in the directions that stuff goes in with the characters. Now we're probably going to see a lot of strategist bans because triple strategist is strong, making sure that you don't get Anna Warlock to keep stalling out these engagements. But once we go over to those sort of pure payload maps, which we haven't seen so far today, it's all been convergence in these two nils.
True.
This is one of the reasons that we haven't seen teams on Convoy, because Emma Frost is too good on these defenses to actually go and fight as part of a triple Vanguard, triple strategist line. But I think it's similar to Ultron in that sense of these are characters that might not be the obvious when you're thinking about triple strategist or triple Vanguard, but they're almost the anchors into making these comps work. You take out Emma Frost in a draft, you make sure that the Vanguard line can't do enough damage, frankly, to mitigate the fact that you're not playing without any duelists.
There's also the fact that even though it was nerfed pretty recently, Emma's damage output is one of the highest for Vanguards, along with probably someone like Magneto as another example, because her stuff's mostly AoE. The charge up are getting to get nerfed recently, but it used to be that it would not be too surprising to see Emmas or Magnetos with like DPS levels of actual damage in these longer drawn out games, especially on convergence maps and convoy maps where you're fighting constantly on a single point.
There's a lot for this series. I think that it's not only just a case of like the meta, but we're still learning about like what other players' comfort picks. And for some of the bigger teams, I think in EMEA, those comfort picks are less of a thing. They've become more flexible, more well-rounded as players. But I think for these two teams, because this is a new area, you want to be on your mains as much as possible, even if it's not optimal. Like, meta doesn't matter too much, certainly in games like this where you're playing for either elimination, where your Ignite career is done for 2025, or playoffs, where you have another week of action to play starting from next Thursday.
So now here's the question. We talked about Paradox having a wide ban list. This implied that they've done their research. Have they noticed something very important? And that is that OG Seed have played Cloak and Dagger and Storm every single game. Every single one. They haven't prioritized stuff like Invisible Woman and Luna nearly as much as just being comfortable with stuff being banned and allowing Cloak and Dagger onto the board where they get the damage reduction. And Storm, they've been leaning on that heavily, even on these domination maps.
Actual picks that have come in for Paradox have been like Magneto a lot of time in these kind of drafts too, which is very surprising. He's a character that Vanguards aren't really in the draft that much, but Magneto is certainly not on that list. It's usually Venom, Emma Frost, maybe even Strange. So Emma Frost is actually going to be protected here. So I'm glad that we highlighted it, because it goes to show that even though it is a lot of strategist focus, that Vanguard unlocks how these comps can play.
It's the second time that Paradox have protected... Sorry, it is OGC protected the Emperfrost. Paradox have protected it once in previous matchups, but their priority protections have been, like you say, Magneto, have been Jeff. Everything else only once. So, Paradox, they get their last protect right at the end. This is the double ban, where both teams will ban at the same time. Will we potentially see the Emperfrost ban down to guarantee a one-sided? Nope, they're going to stick with the Adam Warlock. OGC really heavily leaning on trying to take out these triple strategist setups.
And both teams taking out the Ultron, like you highlighted too, so that's 6 for 6 against OGC. But because it is the second ban, there was a chance for both teams, realistically, to have protected it. Right, so it's Ultron was there, but clearly is not a priority for either squad so far. They want to go for some of these other options, including making sure that an Invisible Woman is in hand for OG Seed.
Gives them that big, solid anchor strategy, especially with Luna taken out. While a couple teams have been pretty comfortable going with Cloak and Dagger, like we say, in the form of OG Seed, the Invisible Woman is still quite nice for them. They played it twice, one once fit and lost once fit. Jean Grey taken away.
So you take out some of those more offensive options, but because it is Krakoa that we're heading to, Human Torch isn't bad here, and you do have Invisible Woman protected as well as the Emma Frost. We wanted to go for the Meteor M, but both teams protecting the Emma Frost pretty much is in line with what we've seen before. Like a lot of protection from those kind of characters, I would say. It even protects onto like Strange and Torch were used from Paradox, so it's a little bit different than what we've seen before. The Hulk right at the end, which is now starting to be very, very commonplace, especially today.
I'm not judging.
There's Frost Mountain. They really love that storm. KQ will maybe about to be ruining one of my statistics coming up later if they're actually planning on rolling out with this Iron Man, as only one player has played Iron Man so far this stage for anything more than quick rollouts. But it seems...
I wonder who it was.
The lead... We'll talk about it later. KQ looks like they're going to be going back to their standard, the Winter Soldier. They've played that 4 times so far. It's pretty consistent for them. OGC, they definitely have a draft style that they very much like to lean on.
Well, we've sent 2 teams so far to playoffs today. We're about to send another 2, and it's either going to be Paradox here or OGC, both squads. For OGC, they were part of the roster, I suppose, of Ignite Stage 1 teams, weren't able to get further than this spot exactly. For Paradox, this is a whole new ground, and you could be mean and be like, a team like that shouldn't be here, right? Because they were so far down the qualification. But they are like, it doesn't matter if we deserve to be here or not. We are here, and we're going to do damage. And OG Seed, well, I remember that humongous loss that they had in Stage 1. Underdogs can certainly upset them.
Yes, they can. We're starting off with a portal, potentially an early pickup, taking advantage of the fact that OGC do have that Cloak and Dagger. Use that vulnerability from the Terror Cape and see if you can get an early pickup. Portal, trying to catch someone, diving through. Bane is the one who's taking the majority of the damage here, but they have been able to eat it, which means this is an unsuccessful first engage, but they've really tried to capitalize on the crowd control that they have from Winter Soldier, the damage boost from Storm, and the vulnerability from Cloak and Dagger. They will be able to finally get Winter Soldier.
I was going to say, the Paradox did well to position and not take the bait in that fight, but unfortunately you lose MJD very late in it, which is probably the worst time to lose him, because now that point is starting to actually be obtainable for both sides, and OGC with that player advantage bullied themselves pretty much to 99% to try to take it, but it's in the neutral currently. Paradox are trying to scrap back now that they have the numbers ready to engage. Really feels a case of who's going to get their ultimates first or find those other picks. Again, it's OGC to find it 2 for 2.
Able to push on through, taking control, and Paradox trying to make the most of that Human Torch in the air, but taken down. The power of Winter Soldier, the new buffs, being able to just take down okay, they're just taking out Kit Kat as they try to flee there, utilizing sound to track them down, but being able to take the Flyer down with the help of that Tainted Voltage, knocking down Flyers, and also now the Soldier's Fit, the Trooper's Fist, being able to knock people down as well. Great Mind's Aegis there to protect Frost Mountain from that Tainted Voltage.
I think for OGC, it's about just trying to stay this line. You've got this AoE effect and extra help from Storm. a high priority, but everybody's grouped up together, which when you have a supernova potentially enhanced the Zergs, that's exactly where you want them. Omega Hurricane's going to be used quite early, and it's going to force out this invisible boundary, but frankly doesn't do enough to protect the storm that's coming on. Paradox wanted to try and group up now that they had ultimates, but OG Seed pretty much nipped it in the bud.
Able to take that out nice and quickly. Frost Mountain. The damage boost working out extremely well. The Omega Hurricane able to just burst through members nice and quickly. This is right now OG Seed having a pretty just sensible slow game, while Paradox are trying to find an opening.
Really is a real test of the macro, which you got to worry about Paradox for. Mechanically strong players that are not afraid to go out and diff their opponents as and when needed. But OG Seed, because they have control of the objective, have been very conservative with their approach. They have 3 ultimates, 4 ultimates now that they're set on after using the 2 beforehand. It's really going to be a case of Paradox having to start this fight, and it is the Supernova alongside the Silent Seduction that's going to be used. And you have got this invisible boundary that's going to keep people alive for OG Seed. And you're on Silent Seduction, which means that more stuff is going to be churned out. Nobody has gone down in this fight. The only thing that is still going is that progression for OG Seed. Now the Paradox start to make a bit of movement for themselves. The picks are still being traded out, but it's a 4v4.
Frost Mountain picking away from the sky. Zergs wasn't able to get the majority of that supernova out because that Silent Seduction pulled them out of the sky. But right now, Frost Mountain is doing huge work down here on the low ground. Just needs to be able to try and duel out Zergs, who is doing so much damage to Abu. Abu will fall. Zergs taking them down. Frost Mountain takes out Mag, and they're continuing to contest this invisible boundary for KitKat to try and hold the line, at least for the moment. Gain is already starting to build back towards another Arai Wakamoto as in comes this Omega Hurricane. They need to make sure they heal Frost Mountain through this because they've already dropped a large amount of health, taking out the back line and the front line. The Hurricane is blowing through.
What is Paradox left to do when there's this Omega Hurricane coming through, an Omega level threat, an Omega level mutant? Frost Mountain going against the grain, just showing that what's a god to a king, what's a goddess to a god.
And what is a god to a non-believer? That's what Paradox needs to be doing in this next round, because that storm is causing some issues.
16-0.
What counters it? I know! They're so good with it. This is what I'm talking about. Frost Mountain have played it basically every game, and while it hasn't won them every game because they've had some tough opponents, they still are 2-3 on it, considering their opponents to get to this point, considering that they had to play against Insomnia in that upper bracket semi-finals to get here, and Insomnia are looking insane right now. It's not an easy opponent to go, so those 3 losses are reasonable. And the other loss they have is against Foot.
What options, I guess, to counter Storm do you have? Like, we're seeing Punisher being used quite a lot to just mow down the extra health that you'd get from Omega Hurricane. Star-Lord, I think, was what we saw teams use up against OG Seed, like Insomnia in the domination mode. He makes no secret of the fact that he plays a lot of Storm. But for Paradox, it feels like their response to it is going to be to try to diff him on Storm on the other side instead of going for the Human Torch.
If it works, then maybe it is worth trying to take that contested there. That damage boost is strong. But yeah, you talk about it. You talk about what can deal with that storm. With the soldier already being played, Zerx is going to get taken down, though, showing how good it is with the soldier at taking down Storm. Punisher, like you mentioned, Hela, but we just don't see her these days. Even though Venom was allowed in the draft and does have a team up that could be extremely effective here. The anyone with a hit scan, Phoenix, is extremely viable, but I believe was banned out at least on one side. And then you start to look over the Vanguards. Angela and Thing start to jump up. But if you're playing Thing into Winter Soldier, there's a good chance you're going to get stunned out by the Bionic Hook.
It's asking a lot for the hero pool for Paradox.
Yes, it is.
Now it's the Silent Seduction that's going to be used from OG Seed. Being preemptive yet again in this fight. It is traded out a little bit more, though, so MJD is able to get make sure that it's going to be just one Storm in the server currently. Omega Hurricane and Kraken's Impact is available for the duelists on the side of Paradox. They want to try and take a little bit more space. It is going to be stalled out a little bit by some of the walls, but you can tell that OG Seed are ready to disengage, expecting that the full reckoning is going to come out.
Kraken Impact, Straggling Prison, reset number 1, but KQ needs to be able to dodge that Meteor M, which they're able to do. Kraken Impact onto that Magneto, targeting the dam, but here comes the Omega Hurricane from Zerx, finally getting one of their own. Good damage output, allowing KitKat to get the finishing blow, knocking Gator off the map, but they survive the Hurricane and take out Zerx through it.
They've absolutely cleaned up house. So OG Seed eventually losing the point, but they're not out of this fight completely. It could be a quick turnaround, and at the very least, you're forcing Paradox to use a lot more than they maybe wanted to. Now you got that Omega Hurricane just diving into the backline, able to isolate one of the strategists, so that's going to be the Cloak and Dagger going through, and KQ has been very good at just cleaning up house. It almost feels that so much of the attention goes onto Frost Mountain. It creates enough space for KQ to actually find the lethal picks.
It's a solid combo. Getting the damage boost is good. Being able to drop people low and allow for Kraken impacts to get finishing blows through Omega Hurricanes. There's a lot of potential here, and right now, Paradox forced off the point. We're on 65% for OG Seed. And they are just building up towards their next Psionic Seduction. MJD with the Kraken Impact is all that's available for Paradox, but Invisible Boundary is creeping up.
Hold and a grab and a pull away means that the Vanguard of Badr is going to be down. That's the main thing that's going to mitigate some of that damage being bottlenecked into Paradox through here. And this is comfortable for OG Seed now. Invisible Boundary is going to provide Paradox some way to just get out of this barrel that the fish are currently stuck in. But now that it's being used, OG Seed are not even afraid to give up the point because so little progression is being grabbed for Paradox. They've got so many ultimates to sit back on, including almost another Storm ult. One good fight is all they need to take this first map, and one good pick for KQ is enough. In the neutral, he's still finding value.
Ibaziz has to burn the Eternal Bond just to make sure that they have a little extra seconds to hold the line. Frost Mountain going in for the Omega Hurricane. Zerg's gonna mirror, but which one's gonna clean up? It's a duel in the center, but in the eye of the Hurricane, there is quiet from the side of Paradox as OG Seed clean up everyone. Portal body blocked. Beautiful OG Seed. They take a solid game one.
And it was just them in full control the entirety of the map, really. Paradox weren't allowed to do too much. The draft was, fairly standard in places. But in all honesty, Tetcha, it was just OG Seed had control of every single fight as it happened. And there was not too much that Paradox could do about it.
They just had control. There was one flip, like you say, but if you look at the statistics, it kind of tells the story. Majority of OG Seed only went down once. You compare that, like Frost Mountain got taken down twice. One of them was just they overextended on that Omega Hurricane. And Gainer is the target for a lot of that, especially with MJD, with the Soldier does quite well into Groot. But OG Seed, they seem to have one established composition, but who can blame them when it works this well?
It was 9 final hits, eliminations for Paradox to I think about 42 for OG Seed. And yeah, sure. We can look at like Frost Mountain, the Storm being like the main noteworthy pick and choice. But I think that's also just a lot of good work from KQ. I think the Vanguard line, Gainer was able to do quite a lot on the group. Really just didn't feel like he was pressured too much into playing anything else. It was just the whole team sort of knew where to dot their I's and cross their T's. And Paradox, you sort of expect some changes to come through, whether it's with certain like characters and stuff. It was just different than what we typically would have seen from other teams.
I don't know if you noted it down in time before they disappeared. Did you happen to see whether OG Seed banned out Hulk?
They would have done, I believe. Yeah, they did, right at the end.
Because that's another one of the options that they could have utilized. You throw 2 squids and then land that right click onto Storm. That's a completely different game. The Indestructible Guard is a great protection tool. It doesn't eat all of an Omega Hurricane, but it's precious extra seconds that could have allowed you to sustain through. OG Seed have prepped. They know what they're doing. They've seen a lot of these counters. They know what their opponents play, and they're already batting around the potential obstacles.
Yeah, there's no secrets or hidden strategies here. It's just they want to use Storm. But now Paradox have the choice of what map they want to go to, and it's going to be different game modes of what we've seen on Domination, but it's last chance saloon potentially for them. But before then, quick 3-minute breaks. We'll see you very, very soon.
The seeds have been planted of an already pretty spectacular match as OG Seed break their streak of being unable to win on domination and move themselves one step closer to their first appearance in playoffs, Ryan.
I think doing it with that kind of style, though, as well, is the key thing. If OG Seed can take this series, which I think they're favorites for, but do it really without giving Paradox any room to breathe, I think that's the kind of momentum that you want, because every series that we've seen from OG Seed has been somewhat difficult. They've had some like rough opponents. They were a debut game of Ignite in EMEA where they lost against Schmungus in stage 1, so it's a bit of those like, you want to go in all guns blazing, because whilst this is almost like an academy team for OG Seed, it is still OG. It's still one of the biggest organizations in Europe and one of the most historic with how long they've been around. They want to be making playoffs in a game like this.
For sure. They really want to be trying to do this. And with the new roster, they're already creeping closer and closer, taking their first... taking their first win against Foot, the team that just had a pretty solid matchup versus Citadel, the EMEA champions, before losing to Insomnia. They're already so close, and wow, yeah, this was the perfect... We got really lucky with the graphic being on this game.
Yeah, I mean, it is just Emma Frost. She is the catalyst that allows you to run a triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, and be very difficult to actually take it down. Invisible Woman has been protected from Paradox, which I guess in a sense, like, could be good against Storm if OG Seed continue to play it, just actually pulling them out of position, but it really hasn't felt like anything draft-wise was really there to compensate for what the Storm was going to be. I saw somebody in chat also put, like, is it even worth considering banning out Storm in a draft like this? And most of the times you'd say no, you should be able to work around it, but in games like this for Paradox, maybe?
It's working. They're 3-3 on it, so it is counterable. You know it can lose, but again, the teams that have beaten them with it is a pretty elite club. So like you say, is it worth that bad? Paradox, they're running their bans a little bit long here. They're going to take out that Ultron. If Storm's in the air, they don't want it to receive free healing.
Pretty much the two characters that we highlighted in the game banned out instantly. Love to see it. I think the Magneto ban is certainly odd, maybe a little bit of like those instances. At least it's like on brand of what we saw beforehand, but that was more the ban that came in, I think, from other games. But yeah, Adam Warlock taking out 2. Naturally, lots of stall. Camera Revival could be a nightmare here. And even the Protect for OGC, they're defending first. So any portal re-contest is going to be pretty impactful for them. It might force Paradox to do the same themselves and use that final Protect on a Strange on their side. Otherwise, OGC might ban it out.
Yeah, you've made a statement of intent here by protecting Strange that you just might do that. For now, though, we're going to see the ban onto the Luna to try and get a little bit of asymmetrical healing if possible. So do we see that protect? No, they protect Magneto over Doctor Strange, so it's going to be a double protect onto Magneto. And now do OG Seed, were they just posturing? Yes, they were. They take out the Hulk, keep it standard.
Magneto protected on both sides. You've gone back months since the last time that we saw that in play. But when Emma Frost is first banned out, you want to make sure that you have some form of Vanguard line that you can rely on. And whether it's the case or not, because we're still sort of seeing teams adjust to it, whether we would still see the triple Vanguard, I would assume so. But looking at what the comp is going to be for OG Seed, it's looking like it could be different. Granted, the reason why I highlight them is because they have to actually come out of the spawn doors and get in front of where the attackers are coming from, which is what they're doing right now as we highlight some of this other stuff and have some beautiful aerial shots of Yggdrasil and also bits and pieces of the domination map as well, I noticed. I missed the Royal Palace.
It's the general stuff. They do it the same on the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda maps. They actually show shots from both because they are all the same area, and the same with... I don't know if they do the same on Central Park and Midtown, honestly, though. But we'll have to have a look at that when we roll on in. But like you say, we're unlikely to see a Storm on at least this first point because it's all about delaying as long as possible. The damage boost isn't really necessary for that. It's all about sustain and delay. So you're going to see more bruisers, you're going to see more healers.
Yeah, Frostmountain is actually going to be on the rocket to go for the Vera back and stuff. So if he does go down and the Vera back gets used up, he might consider coming back a Storm. On the other side, on the attack for Paradox, yeah, Zerx is going to pick it up because you want to break these spawn door holds. It's the first bit of convoy that we've seen today, and already a good testament to take out Gainer, but there is going to be a Bree right back that's going to bring the other Vanguard back into the fray as this free and play for OG Seed as another one goes down.
That means there is no rebirth for Abuhu, who was taken down second, but that is strange, so they can portal back in, which I think they're going to, because Gainer is down again, KQ is down, and suddenly the strategists are completely vulnerable, but there will be a portal to bring them back. But this is all about MJD, who is currently absolutely melting everyone.
It's Moon Knight, it's what he does, it's his environment, but there's the recontest. Having everybody from OGC trying to reset quickly so they could all jump through this portal together and go for these fights. Before ultimates really were a factor, but now Omega Hurricane is going to be used from Paradox. Zerx is going to try and find the right place to use it just off the back of the invisible boundary being used. And it's the combination with Jeff that's really not able to get too much in the end as the fights go in favor of OG Seed. And the Hand of Khonshu that was built up from MJD is going to come out now with the Strangling Prison. But considering how quickly he got the Hand of Khonshu, that could have come out a lot sooner. It still gets a win, still gets a fight win.
They held it, hoping that the Omega Hurricane plus Jeff Nado could get the cleanup. The answer was absolutely not, so they had to kind of burn more cooldowns to guarantee this first point, and doing so with plenty of time on the board. 4 minutes and 52 seconds remaining.
I mean, that was pretty perfectly played from Paradox to try to get... It's the strategy that's go-to, playing a bit more Storm and playing a bit of Moon Knight. Do it in pretty good time as well, so just under 5 minutes left. You got Frost Mountain switching over, and every time that we see these kind of plays, it's a lovely Terror Cape and actually ends up from 1 pick into 3 very quickly. A full reset actually required from Paradox. Losing the payload here, despite it being very close to the attacker spawn, is tricky, because you have to get onto the other side of this main choke, this main doorway where Boohoo is, and that can be very difficult because you basically bottlenecked yourself in.
Yeah, no OGC, they've given up on the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, and they're back to, you know, exactly the same stuff they've been running so far. Storm's back, Winter Soldier's back, and now you're in a tight-knit area where you're very vulnerable to Strangling Prisons, which can set up for a Kraken impact, which can wipe an entire team, which is a good night Paradox.
Pretty much full team wipe. Paradox, they're still working towards their ultimates. They sort of force out 2 with a Strangling Prison and Kraken's impact.
Winter.
Yeah. I mean, he is the Winter Soldier. If he's petty larceny seems to be one of the smaller things on his list, I think, of damages. But overall, OG Seed have the game where they want them. It wasn't the best first point hold, but they will hold this as long as possible. And if KQ just keeps finding picks from seemingly nowhere, they're going to be, honestly, tip-top.
They're literally just spawn taking them. They're taking them down in the spawn room now. Literally picking them the second they set through the door. OG Seed have locked this in, and Paradox, they might need to just try something else. We've seen a nerf to her, but is it worth maybe utilizing that Storm and even picking a Squirrel Girl to at least ping from the spawn and just try and break it? Because right now, they can't even get close to the entrance. Finally, they're going to push on through, but that's just OG Seed giving them a little bit of room. Final Judgment comes on out with the Mantis, with the damage boost to try and hold. They get KQ, Ivakomono. It's a full commitment from Paradox. They've got 2, but they lost the Punisher.
4 ultimates thrown in from Paradox, and it doesn't really look like the fight is completely clean from them as picks have been traded either side. I think it is like a 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2 now that was in favor of Paradox, so now they can at least get things going, but it required everything. And it was only a couple of dedications of ultimates for OG Seed. I've got to wonder where that invisible boundary was, whether they just were like, we'll reset. We've bought a lot of time here. We can force another fight here with some ultimates. If we lose it, we still have a chance to fight right at the end of the checkpoint. Because now that 4 minutes, 5 minutes is down to 2.
Half the point is going to be taken, though, because of that, which is a pretty significant amount of distance, just waiting for everyone to regroup, but it's a full commitment. The Straggling Prison comes on in, finds absolutely nothing, completely blocked out here, and Paradox, they're able to regroup, but Banner does get isolated, does get picked off by a Boohoo.
Invisible boundary. You see the Force Physics trying to pull people in behind shields, so now both the roots of Gainer and Mangitsu. It's a nice head-to-head, see if they can isolate some of these picks. And whilst Paradox have done well to not go down in these neutral engagements, just off of this damage that OG Seed is doing, they have been forced back to reset where they used to be.
Mega Hurricane, but that's right in the open. Invisible Boundary and taken down, and this is why you can't engage with a Mega Hurricane. You're still completely vulnerable. You get a bonus health, but if you're targeted, if you're isolated from your strategist, exactly like we saw there with the group wall, as long as they survive the initial engage, everyone targets you and you get taken down. This is why we just don't see that combo particularly anymore with a Mega Hurricane used as an opener.
At least it forced out the invisible boundary, but then Name's managed to get the eternal bond. In fact, Cloak and Dagger is in play for both sides, which is a similar thing of what we've discussed with other characters. Somebody that was very, very strong and useful, consistently seen. Now in play here as Eternal Bond is going to be used alongside this Omega Hurricane, allowing Frost Mountain to just have to sustain to stay alive when everybody tends to focus on him, but also just doing a little bit more chip damage to break these breakpoints. This fight, though, Paradox are not afraid to really dedicate in here. And the one thing that OGC may be sitting on, if they can try and farm up in time, is a Strangling Prison Kraken's Impact combination, but it might not be needed. 30 seconds left.
They survived yet another engage from Paradox. Paradox, they've only really been able to create openings on the second point when they've dropped ultimates for it. They can't seem to win the neutrals. OGC have full control over that. But the difference is they just burned their ultimates and OGC lived. They're still in this fight. They now have the combo you're talking about exactly. So there it is from downtown, from the top rope. Kraken Impact, reset one, looking for two. There it is, and it's going to be a cleanup. Easily done by OGC. And there's nothing Paradox can do left, especially as Strange was one of the people taken out last, and there's no portal. Spider-Man being picked to touch the point. Can they reach? No.
And for OGC, a good hold on the second point. Fight's pretty much consistently going their way dominantly. It's just our first point might lead a little bit of a sour taste in the mouth of how it was dealt with well by Paradox. But as soon as things went off that meta script of how you hold that first hold of Yggdrasil's path, Team the Paradox didn't really know too much what to do. One thing that I was checking here, Paradox do have the option for Lunar Snow.
Ooh.
Why are they not playing Lunar Snow?
Let's have a look at the statistics. Lunar Snow, they've played it twice but have yet to win with it. They seem to be struggling a little bit. They've only ever protected it once, and they lost that game too. So maybe it is just a comfort thing. They've tried it so far, and they've realized that it's not for them.
It just feels a little bit like some of these plays, you have the Omega Hurricane on OGC's side, or even like KQ coming in with a Kraken's Impact, Strangling Prison. Invisible Boundary doesn't heal enough to sustain you through that. It just doesn't. It cannot. And there's other ultimates that can help you through it. Fate of Both Worlds is certainly one of them. I was like, okay, yeah, it is actually banned on the side of OGC. They can't play Luna. But against that kind of combination of Strangling Prison, Kraken's Impact, Fate of Both Worlds is almost a necessity there. So the fact that you have that option and you're not using it is a little bit of a head scratcher, honestly, especially because you're playing 2-2-2.
All right, watch this rollout. Frost Mountain comes in, isolation, taking MJD right to the point, and once they get that pickup, he has the option even to swap back off because they've already decided that they're done with the Hulk. They just wanted to throw Frost Mountain for the engage. It's a rollout strat, and now Frost Mountain can swap to the Storm if they really wanted to, but they don't need to. Just eat the front line. That's how this strategy survives, with bruisers, with tanks, but they're just getting melted. The blender of Frost Mountain executed perfectly here.
I mean, it is feral from him. He's just cutting through, and there's an attempt to keep this alive from both the Invisible Woman and the Cloak and Dagger. The Terror Cape's going to come through to try and deter this aggressive push from OG Seed. But it seems, again, because OG Seed's script is a little bit different from what the meta is, Paradox weren't expecting it. And now you've got Mangitsu moving over towards the Thing, which is nice. But like you said, Frost Mountain could just switch off the Wolverine if he feels the need to.
He has the option to move over to the Storm, but this is a very interesting portal inside for safety so that they can roll out themselves here to the high ground without the chance of getting caught out by the Wolverine. So very interesting rollout here. But now the Thing, like you say, to try and counter that Wolverine, Frostman is going to be sent into the air, has no way to use the majority of their mobility, but last stand into the backline. Invisible Boundary to try and tank them through, but it does not matter. Beta is the first to fall. The BRB brings them back though. Struggling Prism in the backline. Kraken Impact reset one, and this is OG Seed once again in control, resetting on the point.
In pretty good time. Might even be doing it faster than what Paradox managed. The amplifier is going to be used, but it really is just another thing to shut down as these resets are coming in thick and fast for KQ. Slamming down. This is an attempt to stall for as much time as you can for Paradox. I don't know if they've got the portal play because MJD did go down pretty early on beforehand, so I don't think they do have the portal. But Paradox, yeah, the Paradox having to switch over. Is there going to be an attempt of a contest? They're close enough that they could do, but if they actually go for this and they don't get the timing, that could be a disaster. They are going to go for this engagement, but it still looks like they're missing a couple players.
They've rushed everything onto the point as they can. They brought KitKat with the Loki to teleport onto the point, so Regeneration Domain will actually give them a little bit of extra sustain on here. Boohoo, Media M, caught on the door frame, not actually able to get onto that Phoenix, onto the Loki here, but KitKat does still fall either way, and now Beta getting percentage damaged by the Wolverine, and it's just 1 by 1. Another last stand at the Vey at the ready. Do not use that on the thing, but they're still able to just get maximum damage output here. Zone in the hallway, Boohoo's doing a great job of that, and that will be a very quick point of 1. Like you say, maybe not as quick as Paradox, but OG Seed, they have good momentum and some lovely ult charge.
Yeah, it's a good stall in the end for Paradox, and they're able to disengage from that fight. Still a couple of players still left alive. They were like, okay, we need to leave now, because if we get caught in this like middle ground, the fact that they lose Zerx though is a major issue. OGC pushing up all the way, so it means that a reset is required from Paradox, that they have to give up this space, and there's not enough space to give. It's their Ignite career that's on the line, and it's a couple of inches that they've been sent back.
Gainer gets pulled in. That Bionic Hook is very hard to deal with. Visible Boundary is going to be pulled to just try and buy it. Straggling Prism on the group on Kraken Impact once again. They find the weak one in the middle, taking them down, and it's right next to the finish line here. If these Kraken Impacts just keep going, then all that sustain, all the hope of Paradox is going to evaporate at the hands of the Winter Soldier. KQ43 cleans on up, and that is map number 2.
That's OGC booking themselves into playoffs and doing it in style, right? It's an organization that we want to see more of in EMEA, like just organizations full stop, and you see OG and you go, okay, great. But then it's like, oh yeah, we're OGC now. This is like a sort of academy team that we're doing. It's not like a full investment, I suppose, into the scene somewhat. And then they just have a bit of a rough time in stage 1, moving on to stage 2. They do it and they beat up an opponent that, yeah, sure, Paradox, I think we're just outclassed in this one, pound for pound. But they played valiantly, honestly. Even when we saw them lose up against Chopped in that first game for Paradox, they showed a lot of promise and a lot of gusto. It was just that OGC really put their best foot forward, and with a 44-3 KQ with 30 final hits, it was definitely their strength that they showed in the draft, in the macro, individually.
It was an incredible performance. I'm just checking. I don't think he did, but I'm just checking if they broke the record for the most amount of final hits and KOs in a match. So ended up held by Slowpo. We got here final hits. Well, Slowpo got 55 KOs, 27 final hits. This is a new record for final hits in a game.
Really? So just full stop ever?
No, in stage 2, sorry.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say, this didn't feel like a long map to see a lot of those final hits, but I think the more concerning thing, like if this Paradox team stays together, is just how many people that you lost whilst both teams were just in these like neutral engagements where ultimates have been used. Both teams aren't really looking to fight. They're just trading shots at each other to build up ult charge on your damage dealers and also get healing done for your strategists so they can build up ultimates. It felt that a lot of those times where both teams are just taking those respected exchanged blows, Paradox still just lost players that they shouldn't be losing them in these kind of fights. And it feels that the highlights themselves here are just KQ going for Kraken's impacts, that there's just not enough strategy sustain to survive through it.
Completely agree. This is just so much down to OGC taking these fights so convincingly in a lot of cases. The targeting is insane. Whoever's doing shot calls in that team is doing a really good job because they are always doing this well. The group positioning, Gainer, that we saw them last stage as well, where they actually had some incredible Doctor Strange plays as well. Yeah. But these group plays for Straggling Prisons have been so good, and the teamwork between them and KQ, dropping in with those cracking impacts, and then the shot calling of which one's weakest, which one's going to get me that reset the quickest, and they always hit it.
Yeah, even like looking for the drafts again, I wanted to see if there was anything that stood out as being a little bit weird, and not really. You know, Emma being first banned out on a convoy game mode, Ultron, Adam, Luna, it really makes sense. But I still think the one thing I look at that draft there is like, you get one-sided Luna and you don't use it. Even if you're running triple strategist, it's like, why would you not? Is there something that I'm missing there? Especially if you're wanting to set up your duelist to just give them the idle aura. It must be comfort in that case. And I think at this level, if it comes down to you can't play the strong characters because you're not comfortable on them, it's a rough one. But one guy that certainly made the most out of the fact that there was not much for Paradox to rely on in those big fights is the Kraken Impact expert himself, just slamming down KQ. First of all, congratulations for making playoffs. Secondly, did that sort of go to plan? Like, how much prep did you do onto Paradox when it came to like the characters that they played? And did it pretty much all fall into your plan, or was that a little bit easier than you thought it was going to be?
We did a lot of prep, and everything we prepped just came true. So yeah, that's everything that happened.
Fair enough. So you guys definitely seem to have a preference around the Storm and, of course, the Winter Soldier, potentially a little bit more than a lot of other teams who've been leaning quite heavily onto the Phoenix, for an example. Would you like to explain that to us? Why is that the direction you guys chose?
So one of my best characters is the Winter Soldier, and same with Frost. And I think we have a lot of good synergy together, and with the team especially, since how we use damage boost and how we speed when they use support ults and how we can kite and so on.
I did want to go back to the
in our favor.
For sure. I mean, it looked pretty much to the book, as you guys said. You prepped, and it looked like everything went the way that you'd expect it would. I do want to go back to that Insomnia game as well, because that was like a close one where you were able to beat FUT Esports, which caught a lot of people by surprise, including Insomnia. They did a lot of prep for them and then had to quickly adjust to you guys. What went wrong in that series against Insomnia that you wanted to work on for this series today? Because it sort of felt like you were a lot more well drilled today in comparison to some bits that we saw from last week.
So in Insomnia, we made a lot of mistakes, but I think the biggest mistake was overusing ults and getting no value with ults. I think we'd all just want to click Q and try to be the hero and just overcommit ults, and we get no value for ults. So that was one of our biggest issues.
So this is your last time you got to this exact point. You were on the roster from last stage as well. You got to this exact point before going down to all business and not making playoffs. This is your first time making playoffs. How many more wins until OG take the seed off?
That's a very good question. Hopefully when we go to LAN, the seed will be gone.
I think the final question for me, KQ, would be, so you kind of joined around the middle of stage 1, around June, around then. So what's been the thing that I think is you've improved on the most as a team from what we saw from them in stage 1 to now? Granted, I don't know how much you were on the roster in stage 1 off the top of my head, but what has been the main thing to fix? Because there's a couple of players that are still on this roster back then. It seems that everybody's just grown a lot as players.
So we played a lot together as a team, of course, and I think we all understand where we want to kite to and how we want to play, especially, and what we want to do. So it's more of an instinct now than just really talking and cluttering the comms. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much, KQ, for joining us. We'll let you go prepare for the playoffs. Big congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Locked in. Completely focused. So that was just straight to the point. Here's the answer. Let's go. And you know what? I respect it.
Oh, for sure. It's always nice to sort of get players that we've not interviewed before, because I think it's they're more scared of us than we are of them almost, because interviews can be really scary because you don't want to give too much away. And there I think it's just a case of okay, we know what we needed to do, we executed on it. Paradox didn't seem to have much of an adjustment off of it themselves, which I don't know, it goes a lot. But now you have to play up against Citadel Gaming is the main thing. That, yeah, sure, both teams have qualified for playoffs. We have our 4 coming in from Group A, but seeding is going to be important, because if we do see OG Seed playing, I think tomorrow against Citadel, and they lose, they'd be the 4th seed out of Group A, which means that their first opponent would be the top seed out of Group B. So what does that leave? Na'Vi versus Pro? That's a tough first game for playoffs for sure.
It's going to be difficult no matter who you've got at this point. This is, we're hitting the cream of the crop kind of situation. These are the best out of EMEA. This is where we start to see who has what it takes to not only become the regional champion, but start to look at those international players as we are starting to head towards those global finals coming up very soon. We still, however, have one more series left to go, but before we get into that, allow me to tell you about Xiaolu, the news event that's coming out in Marvel Rivals. We have a lot happening in Marvel Rivals right now, so make sure you head over to it. But it has awakened. Xiaolu awakens with the Xiaolu's Blessing event. The immortal Xiaolu graced the battlefield with his generosity, but you'll have to complete missions to earn rewards. Earn the points by playing different game modes, earn rewards with special missions to complete with a specific unlock time. We have a video to show you.
I like that they used the Malice one just as a way to show it, like, yeah, you could get the Malice skin, and everybody's like, really?
So remember to unlock the dragon within and redeem those new costumes added to the pool from September 25th. That's today, from 9 UTC. That's now, all the way up till October 9th. So make sure to go and check that out.
Yeah, we got some stuff coming from like the Immortal Iron Fist era of the game, like a map on Kunlun and stuff. So seeing the dragon that gives him his powers, the heart of the dragon and stuff is very exciting, but obviously something that we have to look for a little bit further in the future. Which, speaking of which, the next series is a little bit into the future. So quick break. I'm not going to fluff my lines this time. We'll see you very soon.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
7 teams out of 8 have already cemented their place in the playoffs, and now we have one more slot left and one more best of free-to-play Tetra to really decide who's going to continue on for EMEA Ignite now that we're getting into the business end of the season and sort of looking more, now that we can talk about it, at Atlanta as well in the World Finals later this year.
Yes, we are, but we're also looking at 7 out of 8 teams eliminated so far in this stage because only one spot remains. One team cannot make it out of our next 2 teams, NJC versus Vice.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, I think, because like both names of teams, because like you've got the organization, the Vice, I think, or NJC, a bunch of like unsigned players, but you actually look at some of the individuals in the roster, you'll recognize them from certainly like stage 1 Ignite, even maybe some of the other MRCs that have been happening over the last couple of seasons. So certainly Knuten, players like that on Vice, for example, are going to be some of the mainstays that you would expect to make playoffs, but albeit only one of these teams is going to be able to make it this time around for stage 2.
We're going to be having a look at the rosters for these players you mentioned. Knuten, we have so far seen one person play Iron Man this entire stage who's actually been playing it for something that isn't I need to get from spawn to the point because it's overtime, and that is Knuten. But the fact is, it's working. They know what they're doing. They were one of the main people to play it last stage, including some very organic Iron Man play, we'll word it that way. But he's currently 2-1 with it. It's worked out when they have brought it, and that is the power of Vice. For starters, being so stable with their roster, but for second, being extremely comfortable to play stuff that isn't in the meta just because they know it works.
Yeah, that's the good thing, that you have a good hold on the meta and some of the theory, but when the when things get a little bit more chaotic, you know, everybody has a plan until they're punched in the face. How about being punched in the face repeatedly for 5 minutes straight? Because that's what happened to Vice in their elimination game on Sunday, and they had one of the best defensive holds that we've ever seen on a map like Midtown that can be chaotic. Be seen in the top middle of your screen, 5 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock for Dawn Core to finish the map, and it was full held from Vice with some amazing fights.
And that's 5 minutes plus all the overtime that happened afterwards. The power of just rushing out of the Avengers building, Avengers Tower, to that point over and over again. Vice put everything on the line in their match versus Dawncore, another team that has impressed us so much that it's sad to see not go to the playoffs. But Vice have shown that they will not go quietly. They want that extra point. They want that playoffs. They want more games.
And I want to make a statement because there's so many players on this roster that went and did some amazing work, right? You've got the Zero Tenacity Knuten, but Lugia was on that team alongside with him. Missouri's been in really good form. I think the Alligator that we saw bits of, Oleg, like we'd seen spats of how good he was in stage 1 and even the Invitational, I think, at the start of this year. But I think the supports here, like you're running 2-2-2, like Baby Bat, just keeping everybody topped up and alive. The fact that they were able to kind of pull out that individual team performance there when pretty much their life is on the line says that this is a team that can actually maybe be hard work for NJC to deal with.
You've got all these flexible players like a Knuten, like Oligator, but then you have the people who are the anchors for this team, and Baby Bat is definitely one of them. They have played Luna the majority of their recent games and have had incredible performances. The majority of the games they've won, Luna has been involved and been a really extreme part of it. So the question is, how prepared are NJC for it? Will they go in potentially for a ban? But we've also got to look at NJC. I described them before as resilient, and I think I can continue to do so. While they have made it this far, they were able to take their first lower bracket game. They do still use their bodies as resources pretty consistently. Yeah. They have so far been eliminated in Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2 255 times over the total of their games, and that is one of the highest, if not the highest, of every team, and they're still here. At this point, it is just resource management, and they're doing pretty well with it.
Yeah, both these teams are just going to take an absolute beating, so this is a great series to end on. Really, when we cast in NJC up against Na'Vi on day 3, we didn't really just get to talk about NJC all that much, frankly. It was just Na'Vi were not really letting anything fly. We had, again, playoffs on the line in that game for qualification, and Na'Vi were just not going to make those mistakes that I think NJC could look comfortable with, right? Just more of like a trading blows. It wasn't. Like Na'Vi were just, we have a world title to keep a hold of. be gone. Just throw them out the way. You also have to bear in mind that, like, for Vice, they did kind of poach the backline of Dawncore. So it was like they were still putting together their team pretty much down to the wire of the actual lock-in for these teams for this tournament. So the fact that they're still adjusting, right? They're still learning, they're still developing as a squad, that they've moved stuff around, but you've got 2 pieces of Dawncore, 2 pieces of Z10, but also 2 pieces of Ex Oblivione, which was the team that qualified these guys into this spot. So it is a brutal time for both these teams. They've had all day to really just deliberate over what this game is going to mean, and it's either playoffs or bust.
Playoffs or bust. Could not agree more. We're heading in. Burning T'Challa will be our first matchup. Vice have consistently banned Ultron every single game. Not surprising when you are playing something like an Iron Man who can get pinged down the sky nice and quickly. But it's going to be NJC that ban it out first, with the Jeff being the first priority ban here for the side of Vice.
Does this tend to be usually it tends to be like you ban out the Jeff first and then you pick it, because most teams are going to go for Ultron or Mantis. You've taken out the Adam. Both teams have Mantis available currently, so there is a free protect, but actually the Luna is going to be prioritized for both teams first.
This is Vice's first Jeff ban. They have not banned Jeff up to this point. 4 bans on Ultron, 3 on Emma, 2 on Mantis, 2 on Jean, 3 on Adam. No Jeff. They have never banned Jeff up to this point. That is quite surprising.
So you got Jeff, Adam, Ultron on one side, and then Ultron, Adam, Invisible Woman. So Jeff is still available to ban out in the end, but it seems that like NJC are going to let it slide and also make sure that they get the Mantis, because it's crazy that it's been this long before the team's actually done anything to them.
It's made it through. Mantis, again, is actually something that Vice let through often. They've only banned it twice so far this stage. So seeing that go over to NJC isn't too surprising. But when they look at their opponents, they have played into Mantis twice and lost both games. Is that too risky? There goes that Hulk ban. Being banned by both teams, NJC have heavily lent on Hulk Namor so far.
So both teams have Mantis available to them. One team predicted it, the other one didn't need to. Okay, fair enough. Going for Benim T'Challa, so is always a domination map, like we said, that we always start on. But also that like the Jeff is non-mirrored, so Vice have access to that. Venom wasn't in this draft at all, so it means that Luki has got a pretty easy team up to work alongside.
This is
one of the more peculiar drafts, I think.
Yeah, this is the first time that NJC have also not banned Mantis. They've banned her every game, and they're 2-2. This is the first time they've let it through, so we do get that mirror.
And have teams actually let it through at all for Vice?
Vice have let it through most games. Or have they let it through for Vice to play?
Teams against Vice let it through. Like, have we seen Vice actually play the Mantis themselves?
Yes, once, and they lost.
Maybe they thought that was enough.
It has been bad against them 4 out of their 5 games.
I guess that is something that can happen, where there's just characters that are so consistently banned out that you never get round to actually playing them when you have the opportunity. So when you do have the opportunity in officials, you're just not good as a Mantis team. But that doesn't feel like Vice for me. Certainly not with the core pieces that came in from Zero Tenacity that was super flexible and really love to run triple strategist full stop. It's going to be Baby Bat that's actually going to be on the Mantis themselves. And Luna and Jeff is going to be alongside Knuten. Solo duelist over on the Star-Lord.
That's a lot of extra sustained damage boost in there. Is going to be very effective, but already losing Oligathon onto the backline. But Coco taken out on the mirror, and potentially, I would argue, that taking down that Phoenix is a huge remove when it comes to the damage, while still having 2 strategists. Vice come out on top here. As such, the fight has to move onto the point. Spyglass trying to rush on forward in order to try and take the contest, but another Blaster Barrage takes down Spyglass on the mirror. Free Lose is taken out, and this is a slow but steady point control for Vice.
That was a really good hold. With NJC, they were on Mantis to begin with, right? Pox has just switched over to the Invisible Woman after one fight. It was because they were running 2-2-2, so they had the 2 strategists, and it just that combo that came in for Knuten dives in with the shift. It's just too much damage for NJC to stay alive with.
Coco going to be sieging in. Free Lose diving onto the point, trying to put some pressure onto the back line, but there's too many strategists, there's too much sustain, being forced to dash away. Knudsen not going to let him go, though, coming in with the Galactic Legend onto the low ground, and everyone is grouped together, though. There's too much sustain coming in, not going to be able to take out anyone. Teemo will take them out with the melee.
Now they need to back off just a little bit more. They haven't found up all of the ultimates that you might require if you want to just hold this. Maybe a little bit overzealous and a bit arrogant for Vice to think that they can go for that. And now you've provided some space for Spyglass to actually come in with the Kraken's impact. He's managing to get a lot of picks onto people, and the resets are going to come in thick and fast. So 55, 56, maybe even a little bit more, as Vice are doing a good job to stall this out consistently. It is going to be now control of NJC on the objective. 57% on the board for Vice, where they have loads of ultimates. Weird fight, weird.
A weird fight indeed, but hey, they are starting to hold at least a little bit. They're able to flip it around. Vice sent off the point, forced to regroup with their ultimates that they've held on. Are they able to recontest here? They have the shenanigans at the ready to try and fight in this choke point, but they've got to be careful. Fighting into a choke point versus a Phoenix is always risky. 3 down already. Wow.
And I'm more concerned about the fact of, yeah, sure, the elimination feed is full of a lot of blue for NJC, but it's after using one ultimate, which was an invisible boundary. They still have so much else to work with. And so far, the team fights that NJC have won has just been off the back of using one Kraken's impact and one invisible boundary.
Trying to fight them far forward, keep them away from the objective. They're forcing them almost all the way back to spawn here, but Teemo is going to be forced to back up. Nice Mind's Aegis will block out the counter here, pushing on forward, trying to get onto those backliners, but the healing output from the Madness and the bonus help is good. It's Jeff. Can they get any of those backline members? That is a diamond form for the Phoenix. That is a huge pickup. Triple, but it's all their own team, and only Gatorn is taken out.
He was never really going to survive, even if he did catch 3 enemies, to be fair. There's so much focus. The Ensong Inferno making him down to 8 HP, so it was just any splash damage to make it lethal in the end. This fight for Vice started off so well, and it looked, frankly, a little bit easy with their approach, but ever since that overextend with the Galactic Legend, Vice have been kind of treading water, really, trying to keep themselves alive, and now NJC are 86% onto the point, and they're still resetting some characters and players from Vice.
Portal has to be used. Vice are in trouble. They've got to, like, pull the trigger now. 94, 95. Portal comes in. Knudsen respawns. He does have Galactic Legend because it's all about this now. Overtime ticking down. Here comes the Galactic Legend. Knudsen trying to rush the backline. Gets Protoss. Gets Pox. But is taking huge amounts of damage. Will go down in exchange. They're going to try and take this for free lose. Will fall. And NJC are going to be wiped off the point. But they did get Knudsen, meaning that they will be able to try and make their way back in. If they Portal, they might beat him back, but it looks like they're going to save it.
No need to use it now. You've still got 40% of progression to make up for Vice. After much better from Knudsen, right? The Galactic Legend able to just pretty much clear up 4, and it didn't feel like an overextend in those fights. Now NJC, not having ultimates themselves, they're close to a couple, but you have to really look at when the Ensong's going to come in, and I think notably, Knudsen, if you can get another Galactic Legend, or if Spyglass is going to make a Kraken's impact sing in favor of NJC.
Here comes the backline assault from Lugia, keeping the pressure on as Missouri getting zoned down as well. That's a lot of pressure on Dalia into the backline. The Ivan are going to be forced to come out, but both strategists are down. Missouri falls. Baby Bat is being forced to ult just to buy time, just to delay, because there's no portal. They have to delay this as long as they can, but in the meantime, Spyglass is finding every isolated member. Knudsen is just flipping as best they can for the bonus help to buy every extra second. Alcadia is making their way back with the speed boost. Lugia is keeping this ticking on the overtime. 99 to 99. Whoever wins this fight will be able to take it. Free losers portaling back in, which will give NJC the advantage, but they've lost Teemo, meaning that this is Vice's opportunity to try and take this. It's Jeff. If they get in the backline, it could be huge, but no, they've already taken down the Winter Soldier, meaning Alcadia finds nothing and is taken down. Pog's able to get the pickup. Galactic Legend coming on out from Knudsen, chasing down the backline, and it's gonna be a solid team wipe. Teemo first to go down and last to go down in the fight as Vice take first point.
Crazy fight at the end there, but good stuff from Vice, and Knudsen just always seems to be the poster child, the golden boy of this team, pretty much cinching it in favor of them. Really nice Galactic Legend at the end. Last two certainly make it up for the first. And honestly, just the way that this team was able to survive when it gets scrappy, it's why they had such a good hold on Midtown, that 5-minute one. But I have to say, some really good moments, certainly from Spyglass. 11 final hits, 20 and 3. But also, I think that Vanguard line of Timo and Freelose have been doing tremendous work to just find picks and make sure that Vice are always on the back foot. But it's not been enough.
They have. Timo's been like, focusing onto Knut, and they've actually been a big reason they've been taken down a couple times here. But like you say, it's not enough. The damage output, Knut is just being protected too much. They're sacrificing backliners multiple times. There have been times where they've lost all of their strategists, and still survived because they've still had Lugia and Knut on the point.
Let's rock this.
Not too much of a change for the characters in play for Vice. Pretty much is everybody sticking to their guns, because I don't think either side are going to feel like it was anything to do with the characters that they were playing. But I think how this first fight is going to go is going to be key. Vice took the first point very easily just off of Knut going in and doing enough damage to the 2-2-2 lineup of NJC. Don't want to let that happen here, especially with how open this point starts off as.
Pressuring onto the point, Phoenix trying to get onto Knut, who rushes in so quickly. Blaster barrage onto the point, Pox dropped low, but Protoss keeping them topped up. Lugia forced to retreat, gets a Jeff bubble to keep that momentum going, to keep that speed onto the point. But again, first point going to be taken nice and quickly by Vice. The question is, will this time they be able to hold it?
You've got some ultimates actually being picked up from NJC. The duelists actually being able to get their ultimates online before anybody else. Surely this feels like NJC, you must have an inclination that your ultimates are very quick and that you want to be using these as soon as possible. And yeah, exactly. Spyglass is going to come out with a Kraken's Impact. And now, just as Vice get their ultimates online, the Soul Resurgence used instantly by Baby Bat, and then the Psionic Seduction from Missouri, just in the nick of time, saved by the bell, keep things in favor of Vice.
Knut back after getting popped in the beginning of this fight, but the fact is, Vice are still contesting. A nice 1v1. Lugia takes down Spyglass. Protoss picked off on the flank, and this was a much more safe hold by Vice in what was essentially a 5v6, as Knut just got blasted in the beginning of that fight so quickly, but Vice still held.
He got blasted. I think NJC had like the better ult economy. Like, granted, they're not going to know too much in the server because they don't know really what Vice is at for their ultimates. But here it's a good pick, at least to start the fight for NJC. The Freedom Charge is going to allow them a chance to actually contest the point, and it's been taken mostly for free as Vice are actually fighting off the point. Now have to sort of reroute themselves to contesting this because NJC almost just took it flat out.
It's Jeff onto the back line. Phoenix immediately shutting that down. We've seen it so many times today that Endsong Inferno has been the main way to try and deal with the Jeff. But in the meantime, Free Lose capitalizing on the fact that they've taken down one strategist, getting two more, and it's slow once again. But we're starting to see NJC get some pickups, but in comes Knuten to delay even longer to make sure they can contest the point, but he will go down. But he just delayed that, gave them a solid 5% extra.
Just something to work with. Also wants to reset as quick as he possibly can, just so everybody can group up together. NJC wanted to try and take this fight a little bit further away from the point. And Knuten might smell blood in the water here a little bit with just that the strategist ultimates were used. It's 34% before Protoss will have a Fate of both worlds. It's just maybe the question mark is around that Invisible Woman. Is she going to have Invisible Boundary? Can I get in there first? He thinks so, and he actually is able to take out the Invisible Woman straight. It is a trade, but you make sure that Invisible Boundary cannot be used here at all from NJC.
Spyglass may have just saved their team the game there with that pickup onto Knuten, but they are taken down as well. And even with such an early pickup, they still lost their backlines before it even happened. They've been able to track everyone who's here on the defense, and that point is ticking on up. Protoss is coming in with the portal. Free Lose touches the point, but I don't think he touched it in time. Portal reaches.
Yeah, portal reaching just in time. Invisible Boundary is going to provide a bit more of a safe exit. And there's a lot of damage and healing per second added in from Baby Bat, but it's not actually enough to keep themselves alive whilst this fight is ongoing. Lugia coming in with a Feast of the Abyss, mostly to keep himself alive for just a few more seconds longer, a couple more frames to allow that Silent Seduction to come in. And whilst it is seemingly connected onto a few plays from NJC, it is going to be the Freedom Charge that allows them to survive, and the picks will just go in the direction of the team in blue.
The Blaster Barrage being forced to retreat here. Freelose with what is essentially the strategist ultimate in their own right with that freedom charge. Select mid-air, tracked, forced down to the low ground. Knuten just trying to continue to ping in, but they've got to be careful. Coco is on them right now. It's actually Oligaton with the Jeff who's putting the pressure onto Coco in the backline, but Galactic Legend to target the strategist takes them down, focusing onto the Inferno. They pick it off before it goes down. It's Jeff grabs 2, and that might be it. Vice capitalizing, trading up in every single duel. Freelose is all that's left, but there's just too many people, and that is going to be point 2 and map 1 likely going over to Vice.
Done in such a very strong way. Knuten able to get that first pick, just switching onto a target that was really unsuspecting of the whole thing, and then just making sure that he takes out the Endsong Inferno. Doesn't get the lock on from his ultimate from that. He has to do it himself.
Yeah.
And it's just good enough aim. We talk about Knuten enough, honestly. It's just what you expect from him. But the rest of Vice showing that tenacity that got them this far in the first place with a nice 1-0 lead.
They begin to move their way towards those playoffs. NJC playing pretty well. There's 15 final hits, though, for Knuten. The highest on the other side, Spyglares, of course, on that Winter Soldier, was able to catch them so many times. 14 and 6, which is pretty close to what Knuten did. But there's only so much you can do. Yeah, you're able to catch them. Yeah, you're able to pick them off one by one sometimes. But they just weren't able to make enough happen out of it. And I'm wondering whether, if the Winter Soldier's doing a lot of the work, is it worth leaning on that Phoenix?
Is it worth actually letting the Mantis through too? Because you can't really say that this was, oh, one team has Mantis, the other one doesn't. So the team that had Mantis obviously won. I don't think it was that cut and dry for Vice.
Sure.
But it's like, you know, the Vice can play it, right? You've seen that adjustment. Baby Bat was pretty well versed on that role. They've got the Mantis and the Jeff in play, and they know exactly how to play around it off each other. Surely you just don't let that happen again. It feels that that's something that you need to really look at, certainly as we get into payload maps now, whether it's going to be the convergence ones or just a pure convoy.
And we actually have a look at the statistics here. Vice have only once lost on a payload map. They are 1-1 on Midtown, 1-0 on Central Park. So it definitely seems to be somewhere that they're pretty comfortable on. Whereas if we have a look at NJC, they actually have a perfect split between domination and the payload maps, where they sit 1-0 on Celestial Husk and Yggdrasil, and they sit 0-1 on Hell's Heaven and Spider Islands.
I think NJC showed a lot more. Like Spyglass was just amazing to watch, honestly. Like, it's nice to see that Winter Soldier, that Bucky, finding so much value when the meta is shifting. It seems to be a universal threat no matter what, and really was a good thing to play around. I think the Vanguard matchups, the strategist matchups, were just pretty even across the board. It was just a couple of rough fights for Vice, but once they sort of knew where to get their key players into position, they know how to win those engagements. They have a lot of experience between them. So NJC have the map choice, and it's really for them to decide where they want to try and take us.
And it's also just fascinating, just to drift off topic a little bit here quickly, just what the priorities have looked like between regions, which you should be watching all regions if you have the time for some Rivals content. They're all good. If you have a look at EMEA, Winter Soldier, Star-Lord, a little bit of Phoenix are creeping up. But if you look at China, for example, they're leaning a little bit more heavily on the Phoenix. So with America starting tonight, be curious to see where that continues to go. But speaking of where we're going, it's into map number 2 after this break.
I want your soul. Hell unleashed!
We are teetering on the edge. One win lies between Vice and playoffs, and one loss lies between NJC and being eliminated.
It's a close affair, I'd say, when it comes to lives on the line and such, but that series, I don't know. Like, it felt like it was maybe an overextend from Vice, but NJC were ready to really put the nail in the coffin potentially, and if that first point of Venom T'Challa goes differently, maybe that second point feels a lot more one-sided for NJC, but there's still a chance, right? They have the choice of map to NJC being the losers, and you've had at least a go at what the draft might look like. Granted, different game modes require different bans onto certain characters, for example, Emma Frost if we go to Convoy, but I do wonder if they're going to look at the fact that Mantis was allowed in play, and whether they felt that that was enough of an issue that they might want to ban out the Mantis now, or whether they're going to keep things pretty much the same.
It seemed to allow a lot of freedom. It certainly boosted the damage outputs, which did make a bit of a difference. So the question is, what map are we heading to? That can very much dictate a lot of strategies. It will be Yggdrasil. While this is a spawn hold map, it's maybe not as severe of a spawn hold map as, say, for example, Midtown.
We've already seen it in play today.
Oh, yes.
Emma Frost was the first ban out for both teams when it was Paradox up against OG Seed. Were the other teams watching, or were they too busy warming up? And maybe it's just what they've seen in the meta. It is going to be different, but not too dissimilar from what typical bans are. Ultron and Jeff, the first to be banned.
Not too surprising here, once again. The Jeff has been doing some serious work for a lot of these teams. Ultron, though, has been appearing a little bit more consistently. In JC, this is, again, a strategy they seem to have adopted for this matchup. As before this matchup, they'd only banned Ultron once. And in this matchup, they've already banned it out twice right off the bat here.
Draft is looking almost identical, I think. If it's anything like the last map, Adam's about to be banned out here. Pretty much was. So Jeff, Adam, Ultron, Hulk was on one side, and then it was Ultron, Adam, Invisible Woman, Hulk. Just the one change there.
Ooh.
Whether there's going to be Jeff focus or not, but no, Strange is out, which again makes sense because we're on a convoy map.
A convoy map where spawn holds do happen, so being able to reinforce. We see some teams, like for example Chopped, have kind of moved away from the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, or at least don't play it as often. A lot of the other teams are still very much locked in on that. We do still see that Adam Warlock being banned away, but yeah. The Strange is the reinforcement tool. When you get taken out on these big hold maps, you want to be able to reinforce quickly. Taking away from your opponent means you have the better opportunity to try and take a asymmetrical fight.
Everything for Vice, though, is pretty much the same as it was before. I think it's just more the order, really, that they banned out the Jeff, Adam, Ultron, and so if the last one's Hulk, it's exactly the same for Vice, regardless of the game mode. And Hulk is going to be fourth banned out last for NJC. They still have one Protect just for this final ban. And if it's anything like last time, it would be Mantis, but Mantis is still available.
One-sided Strange secured, but that does mean that Vice can ban out either Mantis, which they saw that NJC did not play, or ban out the Hulk to prevent the main Duelist Vanguard combo, the team-up that NJC have leaned on in a lot of their games. So that will be removed from them. NJC, though they're on attack first, are immediately starting to look at the Moon Knight, and it looks like they do potentially know how to play Mantis, as Pox does hover it.
It's available for both sides, not being banned out at all, but I guess both teams... Certainly in this case, with Vice going, I don't think we need to protect it. I think we can pretty much get it for free, and they've maintained being able to get the Jeff too at the same time. So, best of both worlds.
I don't know how much of what we just saw NJC hovering is making it out of spawn. We just saw Angela and the Black Panther being hovered together. That would be aggressive, to say the least, to try and break a spawn hold, to try and isolate. It's sort of the same logic we saw last series of using Wolverine to separate people out and then try and pick them off that way, and Black Panther to pressure the backline to prevent that healing coming in. But this also might just be to climb up to the high ground so that you can look out and try and see what your opponents are playing beforehand. Oh, they're
A look in. Spyglass, I wonder if we'll see much Black Panther, because we've not seen any so far, I think, this stage.
Yeah, nah.
Maybe there's an idea that he has of like how to break this spawn hold, but it does look like he's potentially switching over. Yeah, he's just on the Adam Warlock. Maybe back on the Mantis. They're going to still keep it in play and keep it working. And NJC actually still just running 2-2-2.
Spyglass onto the Winter Soldier, so they can just try and isolate people and, of course, just capitalize on the resets here. No Storm. This is when most teams would be bringing in the Storm for the damage boost. But they've decided that they just want to stick with basically the exact same thing as last time.
Trying to back off, not take any major damage from Coco's, just potting away at them with the Jean Grey. And in fact, in that neutral fight, BabyBat's able to turn the numbers back, so losing out on free lose means that some of that tempo, I suppose, that NJC were trying to set has to slow down and diminish ever so slightly. And it's provided a bit of space for Knuten to be a little bit annoying in the back line, maybe provide a chance for Lugia to go in for the dive, most importantly, I guess, to make sure that Oleg doesn't go down either.
Oleg's able to get out of there, barely surviving that initial engage, as Lugia's going to swing away, a little bit of a re-engage, but that first corner starts to get a lot of pressure onto it. Free Lose getting targeted. Captain America, one of the hardest characters to track and take down, but the card is starting to make it around that first corner, one of the hardest points to get. Knuten coming in from behind with the Galactic Legend, gets Coco, who was on the flank, but the invisible boundary is proving a little bit too much to deal with here. Blaster Barrage, crack and impact to try and burst on through, but Protoss, keeping the team topped up, only gets their own Venom here. That's going to force Alcadia to back away, reset, just keep healing from the high ground, but it does look like Faze have repelled at least for moment.
At least for the time being. And Freedom Charge is going to try and get away from that Sign of Seduction. Has pretty much forced them to hide back into the stairwell. Still seems like NJC are trying to make this a fast fight, just wrapping around and dropping down, so Lugia needs to be a little bit more careful. Missouri, well, he's stuck behind a wall. Got his barrier there to mitigate some of the damage, but it's not got too much HP left on it either. In fact, Missouri is sort of, look at him on the map, he was just completely separated from the rest of his team for a second. They all got out and he stayed.
Incredibly good evasion, though, was able to wrap around those group walls, get back to their team, stay upright. Lugia force physics pulls them back in. They choose to take the opportunity and engage healing output, keeping them safe, at least for the moment. Teemu, so far the only wonderful Teemo, as Knuten is keeping the damage output onto everyone here with that damage boost from BabyBat. Lugia once again frozen. This Luna Protoss has been doing some massive work on trying to punish Lugia.
I mean, there's so much that goes on to focusing him down. Spyglass just having hooks, the force physics in the hand of Invisible Woman. But yet him and Knuten, that zero tenacity duo, seems to be still finding quite a lot. Hasn't gone anywhere in about 3 minutes for NJC. Payload's actually sort of moving back all the way to spawn, and this isn't your typical like triple Vanguard, triple strategist hold. This is just Faze making the adjustment depending on what's good. They have the triple strategist, sure, but it is just them sort of sat back looking pretty more than anything.
It's the same draft for both teams. They just decided to run it back, but on a different play style. And the fact is, it's looking pretty similar so far, where Faze are holding. Again, oh my god, this is just Protoss locked in here. But Blaster Barrage trying to burst on through. That Freedom Charge was giving the bonus health. It's Jeff, grabs a couple of the members. Spyglass taken down, and Jeff splits their team up. And that's a quadruple for Alligator.
I was a bit worried it wasn't going to spit out his teammates there. He's just like, we're all going. Hail Mary. 20 seconds for NJC, and considering that the payload isn't too far away, this is still a pretty safe contest for them without needing a portal play. And they have that option. Faze do not. And there's still Knuten, with all of that fight that was happening, still held on to the Galactic Legend, waiting for the Fate of Buckloads or the Invisible Boundary to be used. Both are available for this attack inside of NJC, but it really is a question of, are you going to have it forced out used first? That's where it comes in. The Invisible Boundary is going to be used from Pox to just keep things alive, but on the other side of it, those shots from the Galactic Legend are still doing damage, but no eliminations as of yet.
We see Missouri go down, Knuten goes down. There's no strategist ultimates available. Ken is just around the corner with the Fate of both worlds of their own, but Faze just aren't having the sustain right now. They're being taken down, and they also don't have Portal. It was denied by NJC, so this fight is about as good as it's going to get. The Fate of both worlds going to be coming on in. Feast from the Abyss to hold the line. Lugia eats the Endsong Inferno, but does not care. Ken goes down, so now it's only Lugia to hold the line, to delay and let people rush back in. BabyBat is going to re-arrive with the Soul Resurgence to give every extra second they can, but Ken falls. Free Lose with the Freedom Charge to give every backliner any extra seconds they can.
But whilst he sort of pulled ahead to get into the back line of Vice, you see Knuten doing the same thing, buying a lot more time for the It's Jeff to come through, but Spyglass is not letting that multi-pick go any further. In fact, he's going to try and get his own multi-kill string together. He's onto the back line, and Missouri's fighting up in a 1 versus 2. Somehow is still able to survive up until the uppercut into the back of his leg. Means that this is not really a chance now for Vice to contest this, as it's going to hit the second checkpoint. But you pretty much dried up all of the time available.
2.5 minutes remain as NJC will hit during overtime and allow themselves to have a chance to stay in this tournament. NJC, they're sticking with exactly what they did last time, but this time they are able to make some distance. They're able to take some control. A lot of that's down to Freelose. That backline pressure is really affecting the positioning of Vice.
And this is not a bad fight from NJC as well. They've managed to push up quite a lot. They've got good information on where these defenders are coming from. And nobody's at risk to just give this payload progression up for free. Invisible Boundary's even going to let this fight go on a little bit longer. And Timu and Box have managed to clear up the fight so well that a reset is required from Vice and more progression is going to be made.
So Resurgence going to be popped so they can try and commit to this. Vice would like to just keep these fights going. They don't want to give NJC a chance to group up and build some strategist ultimates. They want to force everything out so that when overtime comes, they have no resources left. They can't afford to let them have extra time because Portal is still a threat. Knuten in the backline, but already Spyglass with the resets is taking control, cleaning off the objective, and the car keeps moving forward.
Just feels that even with the triple strategist, when you're running Mantis and Jeff and you put so much focus on it, you're missing on stuff like Invisible Boundary that can help you in those fights that you need a little bit more sustain to keep yourself going. Even an Eternal Bond, it just feels like there's not enough healing per second to survive through what Spyglass is throwing down with this ultimate. But now the Fate of Both Worlds is available for Ken. You got Lugia jumping in too with the Feast of the Abyss. And with just under a minute left, NGC still have a lot of time. Even if they lose this fight, they have the chance to reset. But Vice having to use a lot to just make sure that this doesn't go to third.
Freelose is going to be chased down if they want to try and pick them off so they can stagger, but he's too fast. Captain America will retreat to their team. That's also going to build Strategist Ultimate. They put it on Pox. You can see they don't let Protons get any healing onto him because they know that Pox is closer to Ultimate. So they'd rather just build that up for this next fight.
Missouri sort of doing the same, just takes a lot of fight from NJC there, maybe in some of the bigger cooldowns, but not the ultimates. Silent Seduction's going to go in first, and feels like Lugia is sort of waiting for that chance to dive in once the ultimate's gone down, that he can actually go into the backline. There's the combination, and the team up with Jeff is going to allow these re-hits to consistently happen. But the slam downs from NJC means that the fight is favored in for them. It was weighted. It's Jeff is going to wait out what the Ensign Inferno was, see if he can catch somebody, and he's able to get the Lunar Snow. But look how much focus goes in onto NJC to try and take him out. It's not to the end of a map to throw him off of it, but it is twice later target whilst Coco finds onto Knuten.
Protoss does go down, but the point is taken. Baby Bat's going to be picked up in exchange. Coco is absolutely landing so many long-range stops. And here comes Knuten. It's their backs against the wall. What time is it? It's time for Tony. They're going to bring out the Iron Man to just try and siege. They've got the damage boost. The AoE could be huge, but they're against the anti-flyer himself, the Winter Soldier. And of course, Phoenix, who is another hit scan character. This is risky, but someone who has done this repeatedly, Knuten knows what to do.
And how much is it going to be for NJC to know or expect or even have experience playing up against an Iron Man in this current meta? Just in the right hands, the wrong character could be the difference made, and the Freedom Charge for Freelose has been the way that they've kept things going. So Resurgence is going to be used as a response in more of an attempt for Baby Bat to just get their team into the fight. They get CC, they're able to survive because they do have the other two strategists keeping them going. But whilst that fight was going on, they lose their one duelist. Lugia is able to trade onto at least one of the backlines and does force out the Fate of Both Worlds. So not bad from the defenders.
I'm going to try and chase him down with the damage boost to try and make sure they can get some staggers, but they will not find anyone at least yet. Finally getting Lugia on the retreat. Sonic Seduction from Missouri into the backline, trying to get onto that Emma, trying to get onto anyone here as the counter Fate of Both Worlds from Ken is buying every extra second. This is Vice once again. They know that right now their biggest resource is time.
Ooh, he's trying to see if he can get greedy and grab free. He's not able to get the Sign of Seduction as it was in use from the Aim of Frost, but he's able to grab at least one of the strategists. The Invisible Woman trying to instantly disappear, and the Invisible Boundary is going to be used. So a little bit more of a misexecution maybe from Vice. If you could take out a pick and everybody could focus on them, that would be a strategist down for NJC whilst we hit overtime. But instead, Vice, because they lost one of their vanguards, wanted to reset.
Silent movement. Knuten has snuck into position here. They're the only one with ult outside of Coco. So if you're gonna do something, now is the time. Through the doorway, and Mind's Aegis shuts that down beautifully. Coco has the Herzog Inferno, has to drop it to survive after getting very nearly caught out. They try to just land it onto Knuten, which they get the pickup with the help of Spyglass, and suddenly numbers leading in favor of Vice, though. They take down 2 people, Pox and Protoss. Pox is moving over to Strange, the one side is Strange for the reinforcement to try and take this on the defense. Baby Bat is just landing as much damage as they can, keeping the focus onto the Captain America, but down goes Freelose and down goes Baby Bat. Portal to come back in, but they don't reach.
Just at the end, Vice hold on, which I guess after last week they're going to be like, okay, doesn't matter how much time that we need to hold, like we can do it in the end anyway. It means that they have one simple goal for this map. They're able to sort of reach pretty much the end of Yggdrasil's path on attack to head into playoffs. If they don't, we're going to a third map over on Convergence. And yeah, Vice here, definitely a lot of issues, I think, with just their lethality whilst they're running this triple strategist. And Knuten has to change, has the freedom to change to what he needs, but it just doesn't feel like it's hitting as hard as what NJC are throwing out naturally if they've been going for more of a 2-2-2.
It's time to break a spawn hold, potentially, especially with NJC having that Doctor Strange. They know they can afford to do that. So immediately you're seeing that they're going to run the Mantis Loki combo. No, they still just don't. Well, they're thinking about it. They really don't know how much, whether they like Mantis, it seems. But Mantis Loki, great combo. No Groot for them here, but they might just be able to get that extra damage boost to keep the pressure on. Freelose very much leading on that Captain America right now, whereas Vice, they are going overwhelming damage. It's time for the BRB in case someone gets taken out, and of course, sorry, not for the BRB, that was just for the armor so that everyone could get set up, but they're going for the classic Storm and Moon Knight.
It seems that Baby Bat's going to be going over towards the Luna, so if they have the make the adjustment to Mantis, it might be a little bit more uncomfortable. How do you know they're going to stay on it? It seemed that they were going to set up for 2-2-2, but Knuten farmed up an ultimate in 20 seconds on Midtown in their first game of this stage. It doesn't seem like he's going to be able to farm another one in 20 seconds this time.
Yeah, we're already halfway through that time. It's very unlikely, but he's going to be about halfway there, keeping the pressure on, getting healed up. They are running a double strategist here with the Mantis and the Invisible Woman, but they technically do have extra healing from that Wild Wall from the Groot Mantis team up, so they do have a little bit of extra stain in the backline from that. But right now it's all about just breaking through these vanguards, keeping the pressure on, and you can see with the hyper pressure, the movement Teemo did go over to that group themselves, and there's the hand of Khonshu wiping out the backline.
Better late than never, but it's also like the damage it was able to do allowed, I think, Oligator to get the first pick in this fight. So a lot has been used up from NJC already. The granted, Freelose is doing well to keep the numbers pretty even. It is forcing a little bit more time and resources out of Vice, but it is delaying the inevitable. You can already see the outlines of these defenders of NJC pretty close, looking to try and take a fight up on this high ground, which is why the Storm and the Groot is trying to get there just a little bit beforehand.
They're actually saving the Strange. They realized they were able to hold that for quite a while. There's a chance that if someone else goes down before the rest of the team, then they can swap to Strange later. Here comes the God of Mischief, but Omega Hurricane into the backline, trying to force out these defensive abilities, and that's good enough. Oligator choosing not to hold it for the damage. They'd much rather just make sure they stay alive. They know they've burned a big cooldown.
Seems to be a big pick. Invisible Boundary is good. Hand of Khonshu, it's almost that you have to sort of guesstimate where it's going to be just because of where the Invisible Boundary is. But yeah, it's able to at least catch out on Freelose as he had the Freedom Charge. That might be enough sustain to keep NJC in that fight. The still numbers are going well in the favor of the defenders, but Vice having to sort of give up a lot of the space and back off a little bit more. They're still trying to make this 2-2-2 work without the Lunar Snow, despite having it available to them. Is there going to be a change to triple strategist, or is there going to be a change full stop?
They kind of have to lead on this. They have to keep this damage boost strat going because they know if NJC get taken down, they still have Strange. They need to make sure they're charged up with the Moon Knight in order to make sure they have a chance to contest it. The Silent Seduction is perfect. Coco is completely locked down. The Meteor M to try and catch Knuten, who sails away.
Manages to just skip on through, seeing if he can get a couple more Anks in onto the ground, but there's an Omega Hurricane available for Oleg now, and it's going to be used pretty much instantly. In fact, a lot of the ultimates that Vice have been getting on this map, you grab them, you use them as soon as possible. You got a Hand of Khonshu, but you've got an NJC probably spreading out to make sure that people aren't going to be hit by this AoE. There's the invisible boundary, and the Hand of Khonshu, he's holding onto it. It's still a little bit of movement, but a minute left, Tetra.
They're running out of time. Missouri drops low. Guardian Barrier keeps them topped up. Knuten's looking for the group up. Missouri is so close to having ultimate. Here comes the portal. Re-engage. Spyglass, knowing that they've lost one person, they'd much rather contest this. The group walls are actually proving very difficult to shoot around, but Straggling Prison, Hand of Khonshu, good night. It is Ninja getting taken down, and Vice break the first point with seconds to spare, something you can't have said for NJC.
Yeah, Knuten probably going to go back to spawn, switch up some of the characters. Is going to be the Jeff and play for Oleg. In fact, he's going to move off of the Storm, and Knuten on the Punisher. He knows all of those little cute spots that you could set up with the zip line and actually get onto some high ground that is a little bit harder to obtain. You might even stick the turret over on the payload itself, but I think for the backline, yeah, you've still got Baby Bat on the Mantis, and then the Invisible Woman. Setting up the barrier in front of this turret might be a good strategy, and it might actually catch off Freelose that was ready to dive in.
The Punisher is so good into Groot. The damage ratio, I was about to say, is so good at taking down the Groot walls, but Spyglass is very good at taking down the Punisher. It's a lovely pickup. Straggling Prison, counter Groot wall to try and block off some of the damage, and they got away with that. Baby Bat was taken out a little bit early, but Vice actually sustained that.
I felt a little bit like Vice expected it, right? Like Knuten goes down to like, okay, we need to back off. They might try and go in the offensive here to really win this engagement. And really nothing was really needed actually to keep Vice alive ultimate-wise. Now they're going on the counter-attack again. You've got one pickup at least over an Invisible Woman. You can see Alligator's trying to get out, at least to try to protect himself from what's happening. And NJC have ultimates, but they're still losing out players just beforehand. And it's just the chaos. Now things are looking better for this defensive side. The French team fighting out a little bit more for Vice. It's just less than 2 minutes is on the clock. But Vice, yeah, don't have too much to work with, but they're looking at the final judgment, no doubt.
They're charging up to it with a damage boost from Baby Bat. That might be enough to break on through, but it means you're leading very heavily onto a ultimate base team fight instead of trying to take these overall fights, because NJC have them extremely held. This corner has barely moved this entire time. Freedom charge into the backline, trying to lock them down, but they tag the kit, meaning that they don't get stunned out a second time.
Timo's had a Strangling Prison for quite some time. I think he was... there was maybe a chance. He farmed up that second Strangling Prison so quickly on the second point that I think it could have come out before Knuten did get that final judgment. It was just that simple and that straightforward. And yeah, sure, you've got that Strangling Prison that you're still holding on to, but in that time, maybe, just maybe, Ken could get an invisible boundary, and that might be enough to save them.
That was executed so well, utilizing Oligator's Jeff bubbles to allow the quicker rollout so that Knuten could make their way around the corner before NJC could react to the sound cue of the ultimate and get into cover. That was fantastic. Here comes the move out here. Lugia making space with the Silent Seduction, gets onto Timo. They're going to try and go for the focus. The high ground is also being completely displaced, but ultimates, Missouri could try and get the counter to pull him in as Timo got the Straggling Prison into the Ensong Inferno. It's Jeff to keep the team held onto the point and to try and snipe anyone on the backline. Grabs no one, but keeps the healing output going. Kraken impact from Spyglass to turn this fight on its head, has taken out Knuten, the main and only damage for Vice.
It's all to play for now. NJC have forced it to overtime, and there's still a good amount of ground to make. You've got the Strangler Prison pulling all of the defenders of NJC together, but then also the hook coming in. Spyglass has maybe turned this fight around with the fate of both worlds. Nobody from NJC is going down, and there's one of the two strategists that is eliminated for Vice. It's going to be Baby Bat out of the server just before they get their Soul Resurgence. It really is a question of if Knuten could be that golden child again. A final judgment would go hard here, but you also need to be touching the point. It's a last-ditch attempt, and it's not enough. NJC are bringing us to a third map.
The power of the Punisher. Being able to reinforce is so good. Being able to do that much damage with the damage boost and burst through every setup is so good when you have your ult. But the power of the Doctor Strange to reinforce, to allow NJC to just go for quantity of fights, allows them to hold for just long enough that they're able to take game number 2 and take us to our 3rd map of the series.
We've got a 39-11 Knudsen going up against a 22-10 Spyglass, but I just think the double duelist was double duelist against just a Mantis Invisible Woman on that final point. It's just too much. I understand they're using the Mantis and like the damage boost and making sure that they can just funnel that in with the triple strategists. Certainly when Oleg moved over, but it's just not enough sustain, it feels like. If NJC just keep dedicating to 2-2-2 and their damage breakpoints of duelists is enough to get through 3 strategists, something's very wrong there, I feel.
Really might be. They just can't seem to be able to get either enough sustain or enough damage. They're getting some good isolations with the Jeff. Oligathon is playing very nicely, but it's just, I'm not sure if it's enough or whether it's too much strategy healing. The Jeff and the Mantis together doesn't seem to be impacting as much as I think they would like.
Not when it comes to, yeah, these like big hit finishes when you've got a Phoenix in play and then the Kraken's Impact from Winter Soldier. I think it is a little bit like NJC have been clever with this draft, because it's like you can have Mantis if you want, but if you're like prioritizing having a non-mirrored one-way Jeff and then you get Mantis, it's a little bit like you're spoiled for choice a bit. Some teams are like, hey, we're not going to get Mantis, so we're going to try and prioritize getting Jeff instead or getting Ultron. Here it just feels like, well, what if we give you both? It's like, well, both of them together don't seem like they make any sense. I think ultimately what I'd want to see from Vice is not too much on that one-sided Jeff and maybe try and go for something else, or just make sure that Mantis isn't a problem in the draft.
We've seen teams do it. We know it does work. It's just in this particular draft, I wonder, because you have the Mantis and the Jeff. What is the actual KO condition? How do you get pickups? It's Star-Lord, and that kind of limits you to the ultimate, because otherwise you don't really have enough damage to get the finishing blows with Blaster Barrage. You've got to either chase and actually track heads really effectively, or you might not have enough DPS to get those finishing blows. We're heading to our third map of the day, and our last map of the day, no matter what. So thank you all very much for watching. We'll be back with the conclusion of this series after this break.
We've had some decisive games, I think, for playoffs elimination here in EMEA Ignite for Stage 2, but thankfully, I think, Tetra, this final series, that final spot in play to make it the top 8 teams in Europe, is a little bit more hotly contested between these two teams.
We hit a map 3, and these teams have to adjust now. We just saw them basically run the exact same strategies back at each other, and had a basically completely flipped result. In the first game, Vice were able to control pretty effectively with the triple strategist Star-Lord. But on this time, this was pretty convincingly, we could 100% say here, this was NJC controlling the fights, being able to reinforce with portals when it came time for their defense, which they of course went back to the more standard triple Vanguard, triple strategist, as we are heading into what has to be, no matter what, a convergence map now.
Central Park, from the music, it sounds like. So not quite the Midtown prowess, I think, for Vice available to them, but at least on the same park, quite literally.
Same city.
NJC, I feel like they've made this series work for them when it comes to the draft and stuff. For Vice, if it's anything like the previous maps, the protection of Jeff is something that they might look at before. But also, the other thing I was going to say with the 2-2-2 from Vice is that they were sort of first protecting this Luna and then didn't really use it on that attacking side at all.
This is Vice's second time on Central Park. They won it the first time. NJC, they have yet to play it. So yeah, the Luna coming in here immediately. Vice prioritizing that. And again, that's going to be Baby Bat or Ken, both of which are extremely proficient on the character.
Luna protected on both sides. 3 for 3 so far in this series. Or I guess 6 for 6. First protect being both these characters. And if I was to guess, Vice are looking likely to go for the Adam, the Ultron, and then the Hulk to finish, potentially. Everything seems pretty much standard hunky-dory.
It's so different to what they banned last time on this map. And again, it's them catering. It's why they also have a pretty fairly wide ban pool. This is so much Vice just focusing on banning their opponents. Because if you look at their bans in the last time they played on this map, Magneto, Mantis, Torch, Adam. Literally none of those heroes are here except for Adam.
Invis is different now, because it was the Ultron and then the Strange was part of the drafting last time. And so, yeah, Strange is available here because it's Convergence. You do have like that first point to play and contest for, but a one-sided Invisible Woman versus a one-sided Jeff means that, I guess, in this case, it would have been Ken that was playing the Invisible Woman before. Won't have the option for it.
Protections onto Luna and Jeff versus Luna and Invis means that NJC have a much more stable backline. And once again, Mantis slides through the draft untouched.
I think, yeah, this one-sided Invisible Woman might be the make or break thing here. And it really, I guess that's a question for the winner for the interview later, because, right, you've got the one-sided Strange. Did it feel like Strange was the defining factor for NJC in that last map? No, it was just having that option, having that availability. Probably makes your life just a little bit easier.
This is... On the hover, we just saw them doing the exact same thing again. Vice choosing to believe that this is the strategy that works, unless they decide to rotate a little bit before this first rollout. Central Park is the map, the first courtyard. Extremely difficult to break on those first initial engages. NJC were already looking at stuff like the Groot, making that main entrance gate very difficult to push on in, whereas inside of Vice, same again. They're just going to siege on in, try and let Lugia on that Venom pressure the backline, and see what they can do with Knuten on this Star-Lord.
One final map for the season for one team. One final map to qualify for playoffs for the other. Vice are going to be attacking first. Like you sort of mentioned, it's that triple strategist line that's going. Oleg is still going to be on the Jeff with the Mantis. And Knuten, the sole duelist, trying to find a way into this fight up against a 2-2-2 that's looked fairly scary. Actually, not anymore for NJC. They've got the Loki and triple strategist in play and triple Vanguard.
Triple Vanguard, Triple Strategist, they're going back to it. They've also got the Heavenly Guardian team up with Mantis, which is giving the group that Wild Wall to give extra healing, and of course it gives that Loki damage boost when you're in that regeneration domain, which is making it extremely difficult for Vice to step up, as Alcadia is once again tracked down. This seems to be Freelose's job as they are lifted up into the sky by the map.
Yeah, I think the environment actually saved Freelose's life there, because you could see everybody from Vice even grouping around him with the sedation to go in for this engagement. You got to say NJC as well, running triple Vanguard without the Emma Frost is kind of unique, considering that seems to be one of the main pulls towards it. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The fight is still going the way of NJC.
They're holding, they're keeping the delay on, and once again, Vice, they're tracked down, and Freelose is just playing a completely different game to the rest of their team. Their team is playing Defend the Tower, and Freelose is just playing Farming Sim.
Now, you're looking at ultimates for Vice, you're sort of trying to guess what NJC will have available, and maybe Freelose is going to overextend a little bit, but he knows that he has this freedom because there's no invisible woman allowed on the side of Vice, so those force physics keeping him in place and keeping him CC'd is not going to be an option. But there's just no CC available for Vice outside of the sedation, and that might be one of the reasons why they keep going down so easily. It's free reign for the Vanguards to just harass.
Trying to hold this once again, another isolation team just targeting the back line. The front line of Vice tries to move forward when suddenly Baby Bat, Noligaton and Ken are in danger, and they have to retreat again. Another pickup onto Lugia, who's picked off as they try to create some space inside the area, and Vice, they've got all their ultimates. At this point, burn the ultimates, and then something may have to change if it doesn't work.
You don't have too much time, and the pressure's going to start building. A full hold here would almost cement NJC this series and playoffs, and that's going to be the thing that starts it. Soul Resurgence going to be used on the other side from Pox, whilst you've got the Sign of Seduction and the Soul Resurgence used for Vice on the attack. Strangler Prison from Teemo is going to be used, but nobody has gone down just yet. There's the Jeff. Is there going to be something to try to stop that grab from coming in? Yeah, Invisible Boundaries, Fate of Both Worlds, just everything used. All 12 ultimates were available at the start of this fight, and then finally an elimination comes in off the back of Lugia's Fate of Both Worlds. Whilst all of this is being pushed out and waited, the Meteor M has provided some solstice for NJC to keep fighting for this, and it does seem like that Galactic Legend that was being held onto from Knuten gets a goose egg. It gets nothing.
And that's all down to NJC. They staggered perfectly. While we saw Vice come in, they dropped Soul Resurgence. Then they dropped the It's Jeff, but they dropped that Fate of Both Worlds a little bit afterwards, so that they actually staggered those two together a bit. Whereas NJC, they dropped Soul Resurgence into Invincible Boundary, and they got the extra with that God of Mischief, buying them extra healing time and allowing all of them to survive that initial Galactic Legend. Knuten has moved on to the Iron Man, and they're running out of time. They get taken out again, and we're down to 22 seconds, Ryan.
It's not enough time, and there's no other adjustments that are happening other than going on to Iron Man. This feels like desperate for Vice. They've made zero progression on the point in 4 minutes. You've got Lugia that's trying to dive in to sort of create some of the space and clear some of the clones from Loki. But is there going to be a touch just in time? Vice have it all to do here. You've got an Iron Man ultimate on the horizon, and your counterpart, the Vanguard, is able to actually get a pick for Lugia. So the numbers are in your favor for now, but there's still so much for NJC to rely on. Is it going to be just playing for a draw as the best chance for Vice? They haven't quite got a third onto the point, and the Strangling Prison just waiting for the end. Saved in the end from the ultimate from Iron Man. Still fighting for a third, but you might be able to take this point completely. Oh, it was just at the end, the nick of time. Vice have been able to potentially take this final point. NJC, are they looking to try and contest this? They are. They have got the touch.
They're delaying as best as they can. Ken with the Fate of Both Worlds. Lugia with the damage boost takes out Pox, but Spyglass with the Meteor Aim is going to try and find the backline. Takes out Baby Bat, removing a lot of the damage boost, but they get taken down as well. And Knuten is untouched in the air. The superior Iron Man melts on through, and Missouri sends them packing. That is going to be the first point picked up by Vice. They made a change and finally got back.
A change as well, switching back to the Mantis. And this isn't a bad point for the Iron Man to be playing on. We see a lot of Human Torch being used, which is available for both sides, but not actually just... who's going to play it in this instance? Knudsen actually going to switch over to the Star-Lord, maybe sort of expecting that there is going to be that adjustment. And yeah, you've got Coco moving over towards like the Phoenix, and then you've got the Winter Soldier back for Spyglass. So they've moved off of this triple strategist to something that's been working consistently for them all series.
Here comes the Freedom Charge into the backline. Once again, Oligator is going to be the first one to fall down. Freedom does get frozen, but there's no capitalization on that because he's too sustaining with that ultimate. It's going to be another, essentially, full team wipe coming in from NJC as they are repelling Vice once again. And Vice, they're back on this same strategy once again. They do have that Lunar Snow for a little bit of sustain through this, but like you said, without the invisible boundary, is that enough? Can they sustain through? Because Spyglass is already almost at Kraken Impact, and Coco is already at that Ensong Inferno, with Teemo sneaking towards the Meteor M.
Ooh, straight into getting a pick onto Coco, and was trying to follow up with a pick, but that's an incredible bulwark that comes in from Teemo, the barrier to just keep his teammate alive. It's Jeff being used. There hasn't really been many instances of this working out in favor. The Kraken's Impact is going straight for him. Yep, every time he grabs somebody, he is taken out instantly by somebody just slamming on top of that Shark's noggin. But Spyglass is trying to get a little bit more, but maybe gets more than he bargained for as he runs straight into Mizero, who has been one of the things I think that has kept Vice in this one, able to get multi-picks, stringing them together, much like he's doing now, means that the momentum is starting to build for the attacking side that couldn't get things moving at all.
Fully charged Ember on conversions is pretty good. That's the second double KO for Missouri in just about a minute and a half as they start to move up to try and zone, to try and hold them in the choke point of these entranceways. Silent seduction for Missouri. They're actually pushing into the door, but Teemo has snuck past. Meteor M finds Baby Bat behind the tail.
Baby Bat almost just being a bit of a target to go for, but 10 seconds means that you are going to be without one of these strategists. One of them being required to use this Fate of Both Worlds to keep things fighting, and Knudsen, he has his ultimate. He might not even need it. This is still being contested. Now he's going to try and get everybody off the point, and it still needs to be contested for Vice.
Ensong Inferno going to be keeping Coco up. They're going to try and capitalize on when they respawn to get the finishing blow to try and take them down. Coco dropped and is going to get sustained. Free lose with the protection from that Freedom Charge. Baby Bat has the portal, has brought the team back together so they can try and contest this. The regeneration domain from Pox is allowing a massive sustain from the Lokis, but Protoss is dropping down. Pox is dropping down. The backline is getting eviscerated here by Vice.
You've got everybody switching around. You've got Baby Bat that had to come back on the Strange. You've got Missouri. There was a Vanguard over on the Loki. Oleg has managed to grab two at least, spitting out one of the allies, trying to take everybody else with him just to get some numbers in favor. And you're able to grab a good amount, but Freeloose, every time we switch to him, he's still just in the thick of it. Pure sweat on his brow, not willing to go down. He can quite literally do this all day as and when needed. Look how much focus it's taken to make sure that he's not played. But it's just the stall is allowing more time for NJC to keep things fighting, to keep things going. These overtime fights, these scraps from Vice is just too much to keep themselves topped up for, and NJC is still just throwing themselves at this.
Baby Bat just got frozen midway through an Eye of Agamotto, so they're taken down as well. They are going to go down. Meteor M, but Missouri grabbed the double with the help of Knudsen, and so Inferno to try and hold this, but with attrition, it's starting to look like Vice with a slither on the point, may be able to do this. They get point 2.
And 90 seconds now to push it towards the end, and that could be 3 to 5 business days if these overtimes keep pushing on and fighting. Vice, I don't know how they do it. It just feels that they are completely out of steam and out of energy, but they just find enough to keep this going. No bell has been rung just yet on this attacking side, despite it lasting twice as long as it usually would.
If NJC, their resources, their own lives, being willing to sacrifice themselves to win games, then Vice's resource is stress and overtime, because they are just giving all of it to try and push on in a little bit further. But that car's moving forward. The Cosmic Flames, though, the sparks from Coco are melting. Everyone's grouped up together. It's Jeff coming on in to try and grab someone, but Kraken Impact is at the ready. But Oligator is fleeing. He's escaping. Get that Shark! As Oligator is trying to send anyone off, but it's not able to get a single pickup. It's Baby Bat who falls. It's Ken and Oligator who falls. And with 25 seconds left. Is Portal up?
It's a reset. You've got some good ultimates to work with, though, for this final attack. But look at NJC. They know where they need to be, where they need to throw their bodies. And both these teams are throwing every single inch that they have, every bit of stress, every hour that they've worked, every scrim goes into playoffs here or elimination. You're done in the year. It's everything in these kind of fights. And Vice is starting it off with the picks and 2 big ultimates. You have got that Galactic Legend in favor of Knuten again, but Freelose is still alive. Even just no, it's not enough. He can't stay alive. The overtime push for Vice is happening. One more fight maybe for NJC.
That's a quadruple though. Knuten takes them down again. And this is it, like you say. 1, maybe 2 more fights for NJC if they start to get taken out. No ultimates available, but they're close. Meteor M at 92%. Spyglass with that Kraken impact at 78. On the other side, 0 defensive tools remain. Vice are on their own, having to just run this in with what they have and hope that a Feast from the Abyss can get a pickup. Oh, Knuten on the flank takes out Coco.
He's so far in behind him. Just all the focus went onto the objective for NJC that they didn't see it coming. They are able to at least flush out that little rat in the backline that's been such a pain in the backside to deal with, and the Vanguards are finding a lot. Lugia is doing it all to try to really take the focus away from his team, away from this point, to get a couple more inches, a couple more meters. Anything is going to do, anything that can help, especially now that you have got the It's Jeff grabbing onto 2, but it's just instantly deleted from NJC.
Only got mostly got his own team. He nearly pulled them off the point. They lost all the overtime, and that is it. That is NJC holding on 2 points, 93 meters, 62 centimeters. Now we flip sides, and it comes down to this. Winner goes to the playoffs. Loser will be eliminated.
Not finishing the map like Vice did on Midtown, but you've got that defensive side, which I think, frankly, like they looked the better side on. Really, it was one of those things of just like they were able to hold off on Yggdrasil before I got to the end of the map. It was just that attacking side was lacking. So you've, considering that you almost got full held, I think you're going to take that you pretty much finished out Central Park. You've drawn yourself a nice line in the sand, but it's still, they're living and dying by that strategy, right? The way that they want to play with their comp, like, and it's almost commendable because it's like they feel that that's enough. And I agree, meta-wise and theory-wise, it works, but it just seems like a composition, execution-wise, that is just hard to pull off.
Steve,
I completely agree. It's so, they're getting it so good when they actually get it right, and they're doing so well when they get it right. But on those short times, there's opportunities where it just doesn't seem to hit home. And on a map like this, where you see a lot of teams just going for maximum sustain, but they're on the same strategy again, this is Vice truly showing that they believe in this setup. In a bit.
Next time on Marvel Rivals Ignite.
We'll be heading into the game in a moment, everybody, as we have a quick technical pause, preparing for, at this point, you want to make sure that literally everything is right, because otherwise, well, you can't be going in thinking you've done anything except your best.
It happens to the best of us. I'm thinking of Finzi for First Pro when he was just disconnecting randomly in the middle of a series against Knuten, actually. Yeah. The players actually asked for a pause, so
they need a mental break after everything that's happened so far. And you know what? In a high-stakes scenario like this, let them. At this point, it comes down to this. America's not for a little bit. Let them. Let them relax for a moment. We can feel.
I mean, genuinely, if you've got some players that live alone, it might be, hold on, guys, we need to pause because my neighbors have called the police on me because they heard rampant screaming from my flat for 3 minutes straight, you know? Like,
yeah.
You got to make sure that the life stuff is done so these teams can play the best. And I don't mind waiting. Like, if that's genuinely a reason of like, Knuten has lost his voice and now he's like bleeding out of his mouth or something, yeah, go get that checked, you know? I would rather these teams have that break than then go into this final half not feeling like anything is not on their side, you know?
Exactly. So let's talk about some stats while we are waiting here.
Oh boy.
For this series, Vice had played Star-Lord 3 out of the 5 games they had played so far. and they had lost 2 of them. They were 1 and 2. But again, you've got to remember who Vice have been up against so far in this tournament. They've been playing a lot of Luna, as we've already been saying. You start to look at the other side, NJC. We already talked about how they've been leaning more heavily on Emma, Hulk, Namor, Invis, and definitely Luna. Luna has been very deciding for these teams so far, but in terms of win rates, it's very much been looking at stuff like the Mantis for NJC, who, when the 2 times they've played it, they have won.
We found out
they didn't play it so much previously.
Another reason, one of the mouses has given out. Which, honestly, again, you know, my natural thing would be make sure that your mouse is charged before an official. But honestly, in those kind of fights, it wouldn't surprise me if the mouse just gave out. Also, we were discussing this earlier, whether these fly rounds were the zone that these maps were from. For example, we saw Yggdrasil's Path with Royal Palace. This is all Central Park. There's no Midtown here.
Yeah, so I guess for like Eastgard and for Wakanda, it's the overall area. But I guess because of the very differing aesthetics of Dracula's castle and a street in New York, they get their own little fly-throughs here.
Yeah, it's the same with like Araco and Krakoa, considering they're like sister maps, I guess it would be. Yeah, I think it's also like this map came out a little bit later, so maybe it was production where they did the others together, and then all the newer maps they've done one at a time because they've been added in.
Quite possibly. There's also Symbiotic Surface and Celestial Husk. You could probably do those 2 together and it wouldn't be as obvious, whereas Krakoa and Araco, I'm pretty sure Araco is on Mars in the current canon. I'm not sure. I might be remembering that wrong.
No, you're right. I think you've got... I don't ask me to explain the lore of this game, please. Just asking anybody to explain any Marvel lore, whether it's the MCU or like actual storylines. We should be back into game very soon, but like I said before, it gives us a respite, I think, for everybody in chat to really appreciate what we're about to see, because these are going to be memories or nightmares made as NJC have to get the map pretty much to the end of Central Park. They have that payload to take, Vice on the defense, changing over. They're actually running the Cloak and Dagger instead of the Mantis in Triple Strategist.
Interesting. Going for vulnerability and extra healing output. Honestly, not a bad idea. If you're struggling against that Captain America especially, making them vulnerable could be the tool of trying to deal with free lose. Coco dueling pretty effectively here, but taking a lot of damage on this initial approach. Timo leading the pathway for the first initial setup, but again, Freelose is in the backline, and where's the assistance? Pox is the first to fall. Lugia takes out Protoss, and while Freelose is in their backline, his own team's backline is suffering.
It's almost too much spoiled for choice. Like, Freelose manages to survive in that fight, surprisingly. I mean, his movement on Captain America has been exceptional. It's like watching Paulie.
100%.
Like, he's actually probably been the MVP of NJC, I would say, just because of how irritating he has been to deal with. But granted, he does go down, and Vice very carefully hold on this defense.
Spyglares or Freelose are 100%. I think I'm with you with it being Freelose. They have been the reason that the backline has been so pressured, and why Oligator has been having a pretty miserable game so far, because he's just being targeted. Freelose, he's just punching the shark over and over again. But in the meantime, Vice, with that Cloak and Dagger now, seem to have a little bit of extra sustain, and it's working for them. Here comes it's Jeff, but it's not enough to keep Baby Bat sustained up.
Seeing if they can grab somebody through this, and it's actually going to be the Kraken's Impact leaping out of the way to not get caught by the It's Jeff, but in case anybody does get grabbed, making sure that he goes down quickly. This is a good hold. It is a trade. Oleg is actually not afraid to go down alongside the ship, which is Coco, with the grab, and this defense is good. Vice have done so well just to hold on for half the time, but NJC did hold on for the full 4 minutes. It was only OT that we actually started to see the payload moving.
Yeah, we're getting a full mirror here with all that time being drained away. Oligator, by the way, made the sensible choice of running off the edge with Coco instead of actually just trying to split them, because, of course, there is that psionic teleport that Coco has and the free flight that they can enter into with that Phoenix powers on Jean Grey. Baby Bat keeping everyone topped up. Free loses back in the back line. This is very familiar. Oligator is suffering because of it, but the team is keeping each other sustained up, and it's mostly just Freelose punching, having very little effect until his team gets there.
More keeping everybody topped up, and it has forced out at least that fate of both worlds. very early engagement, and then the end song, is that to follow up on what the Jeff has? No, Jeff doesn't have ultimate. I think it's just trying to see if he can catch up to one of the strategists in the backline anyway. But so far, it's looking like a third is about to be built. The MJC are actually starting to make some progression here, but the picks are still going in favor of Knuten. The Galactic Legend seeing if he can catch on to where Spyglass is, and a full team wipe. 1 minute left for NJC.
But there was a big dive into the backline from the members of NJC, Freelose and Teemo, but now they're completely isolated from their team. They're going to get some bonus health from Freelose, but Teemo just cannot escape. Lugia with the body blocks, preventing any of that bonus health from coming in. Knuten falls to Protoss.
I mean, actually, the strategists have actually been very good at getting picks themselves off of all of the damage thrown in, and Freelu's taking out the backline of Baby Bat. That's scary, though, for Vice. It's a long way to run back from the defensive spawn, and the Eternal Bond is going to allow some more space for Vice to work with, whilst the portal play from Knuten, actually, he's having to switch over to make sure the Baby Bat can get back into the fight as quickly as possible.
Oligatora tries to go for a swallow, but it's just getting targeted down a bit too much. Will go down in this fight, meaning it's currently a 5v4. Ivakomoto going to come out, catches 3 members of Vice, and NJC about to hit overtime, but they're starting to get control. Teemu, Pox, and Coco are hanging on by the skin of their teeth right now, as Lugia gives everything to this point, but they're just getting whittled down bit by bit. Point number 1 goes over to NJC.
Pretty much a neutral way of how this has been going. Vice buying it up to overtime, using all 4 minutes up, and now they have 2.5 to hold here. Any extra time that NGC are going to get, they're definitely going to use if they can get to third. So this has to be a good fight that Vice take, otherwise they're overextending. There's big ultimates for NJC that they have or about to have. It could be a big misstep if they don't take this fight well.
Almost halfway through the point, though. They have to take the fights, because otherwise all this distance is just going to be gained with so much time remaining. 2 minutes to go. Silent Seduction, while Freelose dives to the backline, eats the freeze. Missouri unable to catch anyone, but Bird Invisible Boundary and Freedom Charge. That is a very effective trade.
Freelose is still in this fight. There's just so many bodies to be cleaving onto, and that's the second freeze that's come in from the Lunar Snow, but he's pretty much not taken more than 50% of his HP as damage. He's just out-sustaining everything that's being thrown in his direction, and now the Kraken's Impact is coming in. That's a hell of a freeze, actually. That is a crazy shot from Protoss to stop that Galactic Legend coming in.
Protoss may have just saved their team this point here, as in comes the fate of both worlds as well for the extra stain. Eternal Bond from Ken on the mirror. It's Jeff about to be ready. Enzo Inferno on the flank. It snipes Ken with the help of the Media M. And suddenly, NJC are getting the momentum 1 by 1. It's Jeff, but Coco, you are not getting away with that. Oh my god, he got away with it.
Of course he did. He goes down. It means that that's going to be good for the reset, because that's what Vice have to do now. They have to try and group up and take this next engagement together, but they do stall out some of those aggressive characters from NJC to take in more space against them. The payload, in fact, isn't even moving. Vice have done well to steady the ship here. 30 seconds left near enough, and there's still a good couple of fights that you might be able to grab.
Lugia on the flag, taking a little bit of damage, but is willing to sacrifice HP for that extra protection. But here comes the Freedom Charge. Feast from the Abyss finds no one, but Pox is finished off by Ken. Knuten gets Coco, and Baby Bat falls to the backline. It's just Vanguards harassing strategists while the duelists do whatever they want. Ken falls again. Here comes the Kraken Impact, though, and Spyglass onto the point. If they get Venom, then this might be enough resets to hold and push on for the rest of the distance. But NJC just can't land the finishing blows.
Oh no, Knuten's sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place. But that dive that came in from him and Lugia not only is able to just keep harassing NJC's backline, but it stalled the payload for another fight as we've hit OT. Lugia sort of doing the same, swinging it in and out, allowing the portal play, and then off the back of it, you've got that Silent Seduction. Oligator's managed to catch on to Pox.
He's bringing out the Strange to try and hold up. Oligator BO has no HP, though. It's going to be a complete team wipe, essentially. No one from Vice can sustain this. They're actually going to think about using Strange to dive onto the point, but they just can't afford to have only one person there. They'd rather make sure the team's all grouped up and, of course, swap back over to that Jeff to begin building another It's Jeff. NJC, it's now distance. It's no longer points. They are just a few meters away from, for their first time in Ignite, making it to the playoffs.
And 60 seconds plus extended OT, which you have to sort of bear in mind with how these fights have been going. free lose has been so good for NJC to keep things going. The impact that he's having is insurmountable to even mention, but the fact that NJC have 6 ultimates and a pick in their favor, this is theirs to lose at this point, I think, Tetra.
And so Inferno comes on in, Knudsen already down, waiting for the respawn. Lugia retreats to the rest of their team. There's that finish line at the entrance to the throne room. The throne room that we could see NJC sitting upon if they can just take this. Invisible Boundary comes on out. The cart is stalled, held at this point with 24 seconds remaining. It's Jeff. Meteor M is sustained. Jeff does not find anything. Taken down by the Kraken impact for the sustain. Coco will fall for any extra heroes. Knudsen comes in with a Galactic Legend. Protons is keeping their team topped up as best as they can with 10 seconds remaining. Protons and Pox fall. The strategies are out. Kogo's going to portal back in with the Freedom Charge, giving them the bonus health to hold onto the point with every ounce of effort. NJC, they need to hold this as overtime ticks down. Portal, Protons with the Loki to give the extra sustain, but the Lantern is absolutely deleted here. Psionic Seduction to try and punish people as they come through the portal to shut down any ultimates that are off cooldown, but there's nothing left. Spyglass barely up, comes back in the BRB. Coco falls, but Vice, no one is going down. It's health bars ticking away. Lugia with the symbiotic resilience to hold every extra second that they can. Pox is holding, but there's no one left. It's GG.
Vice yet again holding on for that last inch, that last fight. And the big ultimates. We keep saying that like Knudsen had his moments, but Missouri was one of the main things that turned it into their favor. What a series, a way for it to end, and Vice continue on in their typical style, but they make it to playoffs.
They actually did it in overtime, all the way to the final map. Vice burst through once again. After Knudsen and Lugia, they made it to the 4th place last stage, and then the team, unfortunately, was not able to come to full bear. What do? They rebuild, they recover, they join up with some legendary players, acquire some new friends, and they made it to playoffs once again. The journey continues, but let's just say, for a first time in Ignite, what a performance by NJC.
It was terrific. Like, I think all of the players had their moments where they really showed that they have a future in this game. Granted, it is the end of their run, their campaign in 2025 for the main flagship event in Marvel Rivals, but you can't be leaving feeling like this is the end of something. This feels like it's just the beginning, honestly. It's just, no matter who is going to win this series, it's a rough around the edges for both teams. They're relatively new, cores of different squads being put together, but both teams played with so much heart, you can't help but root for both of them, really. It's just, yet again, feels like it's the Carbon thing that I keep saying. It's a shame that we've had to send one of these teams home.
But it's gotta be said, you're so correct with that point, because both these teams could go further. We've just seen incredible performances under pressure, which is exactly what the playoffs is. Even more pressure being applied to these teams. Unfortunately, we do say goodbye to NJC, to Ninja Creamy, but the progression for Vice after what is incredible series from start to finish, very much leading on a new composition this time that they seem to have locked in on for this series, and we've got to ask them if we get an interview about why this series is the one that they decided to stick with such a strict composition.
Yeah, whether it's an execution issue or not, I don't think it's going to matter too much for them. I don't think they're going to be doing like the VOD review. They play again tomorrow, so it's not like they have much time to sit back and chill and celebrate before the next game. But they're going to be celebrating the fact that they qualified for playoffs. If they lose tomorrow, it's fine. They still have next week to perform, to work out all of the things that they might feel that they need to fix after this series, because they were pushed to the brink. But we do have an interview with somebody that held their own on the backline as much as they could do. It's Baby Bat from Vice, somebody that I guess we wanted to say a lot. First of all, congratulations. How's your heart rate and your voice in comparison to Midtown a couple of days ago?
I mean, Midtown was completely insane. When we played against Encore, that 5-minute overtime hold was, I mean, it was nerve-wracking. My heart was beating, my lungs felt dry, I was screaming, and to be honest, the same thing happened this game, like this last game, because I felt like I just could not survive. I was getting everything thrown at me, and I was trying so hard not to feed, and I was screaming my lungs out, saying, "Guys, please care me, help me." But I'm super proud of what we've achieved so far.
So now that you've officially made it to playoffs, it's probably time to reveal it. Are you guys at this point paid by the minute? Because you've taken it to overtime so many times in the majority of these games you've been playing.
You would assume so, right? We are getting paid to make it extra, like, close, but no, actually not. We just kind of, I don't know what's going on, but we just lock in overtime. We want this win. Everyone wants to just succeed and get to the next match, get to the next stages. But yeah.
In this series, because you were pushed pretty much the distance by NJC, what was it that was going wrong for you guys on stuff like Yggdrasil's path and stuff? Because they left Mantis open, and so for you, you're in that awkward situation of like, do I play the Luna or do I play the Mantis? Because you want to prioritize getting Oleg on Jeff. Like, was it the sort of like having that freedom to play the Mantis that made it a little bit harder to follow through on your draft, or was that sort of the plan? Because you kind of stuck to your guns throughout that series.
Yes, honestly, in like retrospect, like looking back, I feel like we should have swapped the Mantis, because if I remember correctly, we did have the Invis open, so I feel like we could have played Invis with Luna and Jeff, which could have, I feel like it could have helped us more. But when you're like into the game, like playing like in the moment, you kind of forget about the options that you still have open. So that's kind of why we stuck to Mantis on that map. Yeah.
So actually, you want to expand on that a little bit. You stuck with Mantis, but you also stuck with Star-Lord. You stuck with almost the exact same draft every game, including on defense on a convoy map, which a lot of times we see people lean a little bit more heavily into 3 Vanguard and 3 strategists, with the exception of some teams. What is it about this particular composition that had you guys lock in so heavily on it?
So the team up with Venom and Jeff is extremely strong, and we do kind of like our point in this team in this match was to have a kill box open for us, and then everyone just rushes in, tries to get one target down, and the team up with Venom and Jeff is so extremely strong for that, especially with bubbles, like the speed bubbles that Jeff provides is super strong for pretty much everyone in the team, but especially Star-Lord. That's why we kind of stuck to this team composition, because it has brought it helped us in scrims a lot. So I mean, it's an official, we don't want to try something completely new that we haven't really practiced yet, so that's kind of why we stuck to this comp.
Yeah.
All right, well, for starters, this is your first time, I believe, on the Ignite stage, and your first time making it to playoffs. So you've already seen all the other teams that are qualified for playoffs. So the last question is, what message do you have for your opponents coming up, and what message do you have for the world who might be being exposed to you for the first time?
We might seem like a team that only gets stuff done in overtime, but I feel like that also is one of the strengths of us, because we do always lock in and come out on top when it matters the most. So I feel like we shouldn't be underestimated by other teams, and I am very proud of all of my teammates and all of our managers, our coach. They help us so dearly, and I'm very happy with my team.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining us, Baby Bat. We'll let you go prepare, because obviously more games are coming up for you this week. So we'll let you go back and celebrate and get ready with your team.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Stress is how I feel at the end of that. What a day. What some incredible series we just saw, Ryan.
I mean, yeah, like, you've got the sort of good mix, I suppose, of some teams that are like playing for playoffs and just not taking any prisoners, but then you have series like that where it just could go either way. Debutants that haven't got this far in a tournament or even played Ignite up until stage 2, looking to do some damage, and like I said before, you can't help but cheer for them. So seeding games later on and then playoffs next week, it's going to be a good to watch, but we get to at least look at what this means, right? We have all our 8 teams for playoffs. Now it's a question of seeding for the rest of this week. Where are they going to be placed, and what is the bracket for playoffs going to look like when it starts up again next Thursday?
Exactly. So here are your playoff teams. In the lower bracket, we have Faze and Vice. Lots of familiar players and some players who I believe have played on previous teams of each other, so that will be interesting. And on the upper bracket for Group B, Virtus Pro and the former Team 1/Rad Esports, Na'Vi, making their way into those playoffs. These are the teams from Group B. That is a beautiful lineup, some incredible talent here.
Oh, for sure. And it's not only the fact that we have some of those bigger organizations of VP and Na'Vi as well. We've got OG Seed and Citadel adding a few more of those big organizations from EMEA full stop in the losers bracket, but also new faces of Insomnia GG, which aren't an org, they're still looking to be signed, and then Chopped doing the Lord's work, I think, for unsigned teams everywhere, looking to be favorites to come out of their group. But we've already seen Citadel and OG Seed play today. They're not going to be happy for a 4th place finish. They're going for the lot.
They really will. They'll be continuing to keep that momentum going. Every single one of these teams will continue. Like you already mentioned, Chopped showing that for the 2nd stage in a row, investing in EMEA teams is a pretty good idea, because people got in a little bit late when it came to Burbur, Patapim and Team 1 to actually get some momentum on there. But this is our schedule for tomorrow. We're starting off with that Vice. Unfortunately, they ended today. They start tomorrow, which is going to be stressful, but they will be against Faze, followed by OG Seed versus Citadel Gaming. OG Seed have continued their incredible journey, but that's a tough matchup. And then, what I'm sure a lot of people are looking forward to, Virtus Pro versus Na'Vi. Team 1, the first team to beat Virtus Pro in stage 1. Now Na'Vi, they are back for a rematch to see how they align in this meta. And then we're finishing off with Chopped versus Insomnia, which should be extremely aggressive.
For sure, Chopped is definitely impressive, but that Insomnia performance against OG Seed was certainly one to keep an eye on. This team is developing at a rapid pace. So is everybody that's still left in this tournament. But yeah, you're right. If that overtime went on a little bit longer for Vice, they would just be basically double shifting their way into tomorrow's game. So, yeah, unlucky for them, for sure.
Unlucky for them indeed, but wow, what a day of games, Ryan. We have just had an incredible performance, but a reminder that tomorrow we have OCE Day number 2 coming up, which I believe will be on this channel. If you're on Bilibili, then China's also happening. They're in their playoffs at the moment. I'm not entirely sure where Asia's being streamed at the moment, because it was OCE on the main channel today, but I'm sure someone will put it in the comments, in the chat, because I'm not aware of it. And of course, later tonight, we've been waiting. It is time for the Americas to finally hit the battleground.
Yeah, the Yappers are about to come out in full force to mitigate the fact that they came 2nd in the world when it comes to regions. But yeah, the likes of Envy, 100 Thieves, Sentinels, all going to be in play. Terrific interview with Aramori earlier to sort of highlight some of the changes that have come in for their roster. And they have a couple more slots for the World Finals in Atlanta, which is a bit of a shame. But like, still, regardless, it is a region that has a lot of eyes on it. And I'll certainly be watching to see how they do to start off this stage.
Likewise, but I believe from us that is going to be it, as we have finished today's games. Tomorrow is brought to you by Leg Day and Moxie. We'll be back on Saturday for even more games as we get ready for those playoffs. I hope you're all as excited as we are. But from us, thank you all very much for watching. Make sure to tune into the Americas later on today, and we'll see you all next time.
Trapping the